PK points per sim. We don't have to worry about the hurt shoulder in sim land like we do in real life. So I'm expecting to see Kyler doing all the Kyler things, running, throwing, and just racking up points.
Okay, well, what's the rest of the lineup look like since things have locked? You can give your big reveal.
I like Max Williams. I like the tight ends, and he's still the tight end one in Arizona, at least in Simland. I've got Cardinals defense.
Mm-hmm.
I've got Christian Kirk, Josh Reynolds, Jared Goff.
All right, it's a mighty nice looking lineup. I've got some similar guys. I did overthink it. I have Josh Reynolds in the captain spot.
That's overthinking it. Ooh,
looking for him to go off.
Look at virtual SoFi Stadium. That's nice.
It's gorgeous. It is a gorgeous place. B-Key. It's a caterpillar's loose. Yeah, he's crawling right across here. Oh dear, what has he done? Says Rob Hall. Yeah, apparently we're up on YouTube now. So I've got Reynolds in the captain spot. I've got Kyler Murray, Kenyon Drake, who generally I hate playing him, at least in the Madden 20 days, but Madden 21, here we are. I went with Darrell Henderson reluctantly, but I put him in there. Max Williams and Tyler Higbee, the two tight end ones. So this is an interesting approach. Did fade Jared Goff, and we'll see what ends up happening here. This should be good. Let's see what we got in the chat as we get ready for kickoff here for this one. We got the oh dear, what has he done from Rob Troy. The dirty stash is on the loose in Simland today. Marcus Trucker Cough. What's on that CB? Holy stash, Cough. Says Charles. Cough shaved the beard. Yeah, that's true. Looks like a man now, says Luke Murphy. Oh yeah. Yeah. Should have been a halftime show, Cough. Shaved during the halftime, man. What a disappointment. I know. I guess I could have. I wasn't thinking. Skinny Ron Jeremy. You just can't beat that.
One guy gave you an Aaron Rodgers. That's not bad.
Oh, yeah?
I can kind of see it.
I didn't see that.
I can kind of see a little
Aaron Rodgers thing has come about going back to the early days of Simland. When we began on March 28th, there's been a lot of Aaron Rodgers comps over the months. Erwin says, solid Cough coming through on that promise. Atta babe. Mike Bizzle, hey Cough, happy birthday. I also shaved last night, shaved the stash for the heck of it. Given the like for the inevitable silly Saturday from you and Lamarca. Here we are, and Sean Preston supports you, my friend, says Captain Kyler. Let's get into it, folks. A minute plus in, 3rd and 1, 34-yard line. Cardinals with the ball. There's a first down pickup into the hands of Larry Fitzgerald. Larry Fitz, the slot receiver, 83 overall player in Madden, has 7 touchdowns to his credit. Real life, of course, activated off the COVID list. These Cardinals, a lot of interesting stuff to talk about with both these teams, probably more so the Cardinals, but in real life, the Cards are 6-6, third in the NFC West, at the Giants tomorrow. They've dropped 4 out of their last 5 and sitting 8th in the NFC, so outside looking in for the playoffs. I still believe Arizona is right there in striking distance. The Rams, meanwhile, in a safer spot, 9-4 atop the NFC West, and they have the Jets at home in Week 15.
Oh no, 9-4. No,
9-4.
No, they got it. It's got to be 12 games, no?
No, because they just played on Thursday.
Right.
Yep. 9-4. They've got the Jets Week 15, so obviously they're not playing this weekend. They've won 4 out of their last 5, sitting 3rd in the NFC. So again, safer spot clearly than the Cardinals. I would say they've not clinched yet, but I would say they are a lock for the postseason. Seeding is still to be determined. We can get into the NFL playoff picture and all that fun stuff. But as we sit about 2 minutes in, again, Lamarca Kaufman, we have got producer Madison here for the Nooner. We got Samir on the 1s and 2s, Kyle and Joe and Game Ops. Good to have you all here with us. Of course, the DK Sim fam. Smash that like. We appreciate you. This right here for the Madden Holiday Tourney, this is the final game of first of 3 regular season games for every team, and then we start to get into the repeats. Lamarca and I are sticking around for the very next one, and we will have the Patriots and Bills. It'll be game 2 for both those squads, if you get what I'm saying. But here for this one, this is the end of the first round, not round, but, go through of each team playing once. Real life, though, LaMarca, for the Cards, what do you think? Do they get into the postseason?
It all comes down to Murray here. I mean, he says his shoulder is fine. The numbers don't agree with him. His rushing is way down. His passing is way down. He just doesn't look like the same player since getting hurt versus Seattle. He says it's a non-issue. He says the lack of rushing is because teams are starting to really key on him. I don't know if I believe him. Like I trust the numbers more than I trust the player at this point. And this team is not good enough to overcome, anything less than a 100% performance from Kyler. So it's a wait and see. This is a big game this week versus the Giants. We'll see what happens.
We got a scoreless game almost halfway through the opening quarter here. 2nd and 1 as the Cards continue to move the ball out to the 20-yard line. Midwest Heather sitting first by about a quarter of a point in our free roll that we've got going on with 144 entries. Thanks for being with us. I'm sitting 75th, which is sort of perfectly middle of the pack at the moment.
I just realized I joined the wrong contest.
Oh, did you join the Madden Matinee?
No, I joined the regular.
Joined the larger. Gotcha.
The regular Madden free roll.
All right. Well, we can't track your position, but we can certainly track your points.
So I'll just have to win that instead.
Samir's sitting 45th. What do you got points-wise? What's your total right now? Kyler, incomplete.
15.31.
Okay. Well, our leader right now is 21.99. So you would be sitting top 20 anyway.
Well, I have the Rams date. I thought I had the Cardinals date. I have the Rams date.
So you're a mess right now is what you're saying.
I'm not a mess. You're a mess. Look at your face.
Joins the wrong contest. Doesn't remember who he put in his lineup. Coming at my face. Touchdown, Arizona. Easy rushing score right there. If you've got Kenyon Drake, celebrate, folks. 18th touchdown in Simland in the first points of this game.
Yeah, and he's had a nice little run here recently. He scored a touchdown, I think, in 3 straight weeks. Again, if you buy the narrative that Kyler's fine, he's just handing the ball off more because that's what the defenses are giving him, then Drake has been the biggest beneficiary of that. So he's been playing well. We'll see if that continues.
Kenyon Drake is owned in about 56% of lineups in the early classic, 49% in the larger free showdown, owned in about 13% in the captain spot. Perfectly 50% owned, right down the middle, 50.0 in our smaller free roll here. It means, and I can do this math, he is in 72 lineups in the captain spot and 8.3.
Pretty good math.
Thank you. BBR Craig sitting in front by about a third of a point. So obviously we're hanging out for the next couple hours here, and I can't imagine there's anything you'd rather be doing. But after that, what does your Saturday have in store? Is it all writing, getting ready for tomorrow? What do we got?
So it's a pretty busy little Saturday for
pretty
me.
Nice little Saturday.
Yeah, might be Bed Bath and Beyond. Not sure if there'll be enough time.
I don't know. I don't know if I'll have enough time.
So I have this sim and the next sim. I also have some DK Live work that I'm doing. I've got a prop betting piece that's going to be going up, or a prop piece, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
And then every year, my friends and I, we do a little Secret Santa. So that will be this evening.
Now,
we're going to try and keep it safe.
Are you? So you're physically getting together, but
we are
spreading out.
We are, and spreading.
I gotcha.
But yeah, so I got my gifts all wrapped up that I will be, exchanging. I think I did a pretty good job, and we'll see if I can bring home anything good, Well, but normally these guys do a pretty good job. That we keep it funny but relevant, and it's good stuff.
Are any of them listening right now, or can we really dive into this?
Absolutely not.
Okay, perfect. So we can expand. That's good to know. So, what did you get for your individual?
So my guy loves golf. So I got him a big box, not a big box, like a used golf balls thing. You know, it's like you can get 50 balls for $50 essentially.
Yeah.
And they're decent balls. So I got him that. I got a golf ball retriever for when he inevitably shanks it into the water or the woods.
Nice.
And he's been getting into chess a little bit following the whole Queen's Gambit thing. So
Okay.
I got him just a little chessboard and set. So that's also a gift for me because when I go over there today, I'm going to set it up after he opens it, and I'm going to absolutely put a beat down on him.
Samir says, I will beat any of you in chess.
Maybe. I'm not that great. But I like to think that I can beat people that are
Novice
yeah.
players? Yeah.
Like anybody that knows any sort of like opening theory or any of that stuff, they have a good chance to beat me. But if you're just sitting down and you're flying by the seat of your pants, I can win that game.
I'd be flying by the seat of my pants because I don't even know the rules to chess.
I'd be surprised
I
if
wouldn't
you
know
have
where
pants
to start.
right now, given that mustache.
It's a great point. 7-0 Arizona. Final 2 minutes here in the opening quarter. Rams moving the chains. We'll see what they can do here. Just a 2-yard pickup for Henderson. So, I mean, that was a thoughtful, good, detailed, kind of relatively large gift. It sounds like you guys have expanded parameters over what I thought you were going to say. Like, yeah, we limit it to like $25 a guy or whatever. It's like
we do 50, like and yeah, I went way over. But it's just one of those things where I wasn't going to get him certain things, but I just kept doing it, and I didn't care. What are they going to do? Yell at me? Kick me out of the group?
You spent too much money. You're out.
There is no group without me, Kaufman. I am the group.
I am Queens Boulevard.
That's right.
Samir says, I've been playing chess every day since like September against my roommate.
All right. If Samir's only been playing since September, I got him. He's not going to be a problem.
Can we figure this out? Can you guys play against one another online? I assume that technology exists and we can get a winner, right? We've got a touchdown here for the Rams and about to have an even game. First of the day for Josh Reynolds, my captain, Josh Reynolds, 12th touchdown in Simland.
Yeah, I had Josh Reynolds too.
The two of you guys in our Slack channel. Samir saying, no big deal. Throwing out a chess.com. LaMarcus says, oh, I'm on chess.com. All right. When are you guys going to battle? And can we put it on Zoom? Can it be part of the dream stream?
We're going to put it on Twitch. Let's cancel the next stream and let's just have me versus Samir on chess.
I am good with that. Can I commentate it not knowing a single thing about chess? That could be fun.
Could try. You could try.
I think try is the operative word there, yeah. Keep smashing that like button if you want to see Lamarca against Samir in chess. We got to have about 500 likes in the next 7 seconds. Madison. He moved the horsey thing to the black square. I think that might even be a little advanced for what my commentary would be. Todd May says, hey, Koff, 1970s TV cops rule. Thank you. Tom Selleck ain't got nothing on. No, he's got everything on there. 7-7 game, final minute here of the opening quarter.
Yeah, your stash is still in the growth stage compared to Tom Selleck.
But that's the thing, it's not. Like, because here's why. This is what makes him so dominant compared to someone like me. He can grow a nice, full, healthy, admirable, like actually even in 2020 look cool looking stash. Like that, like it belongs on his face. I think this is my limit. I don't think
it makes you feel better. I think that's better than I can grow is in the mustache game.
I don't think my stash is getting more full than this. I think this is top of the line right here. This is you said it earlier. This is 1970s like Dirk Diggler's buddy, you know. That's the kind of stash that I'm rocking right now. 30 Helens agree. Says, Kaufman, you look like two bad detectives on Hot Fuzz, LOL. Yeah, thank you. Foghorn Leghorn of Blue Jays, Super Troopers casting call. You know what? That fits, actually.
Yeah, you
that
just got to start chugging some syrup.
Talk about shenanigans? Talk about shenanigans, right? Ooh! The power derived from these here lips. 3rd and 6. About 15 seconds to go, opening quarter. Big Saxon calling the game with Big Stashy, says James. That's a nice pickup there for the Cards. Kenyon Drake from Kyler Murray getting it down to the air. First down to take us to the end of the quarter. So, in our 144-person The Nooner Handsome Head Coaches free roll, I'm 13th now with about 31 points, about 5 points off the lead. The Sports Guru 98 is in front by about half a point. How many points you got since you've joined the wrong contest?
I've got 26.03.
Okay. All right. You're still sitting, you'd be top 50 anyway.
Something.
Not bad. Not bad.
Yeah, I didn't have the Drakester.
Vince says, well, so does the wife like the stash at least better than the full beard, or she hate them both? LOL. No, I mean, it hates this way more than the beard. Like the beard, see, the beard she didn't like, but I think part of it was like, didn't like the feel of it. Like did the texture of the beard. It's an itchy situation. She didn't like the beard. This just makes me look like I should like register with the county. This is not a good look at all. And she's very happy that I'm not going out in public right now. Or am I? You see? Kenyon Drake, 4 for 17 in the air. He is your leading receiver as well as your top rusher. You just look like you have so many things that you want to say.
Yeah, I'm going to go with you look like you're ready to head on down to the local Little League game and just pound a couple brewskis.
I'm like Randy in the episode of South Park where he's just challenging everybody to a fight.
That's right, exactly.
This is America. This is America.
Just watch out for Bat Dad.
It took Gurgers. Who is the better stash, Koff or Gio Bernard? Asked Steven. Emerson's forehead says, Mary Stashmas. Stash looks like a bird that you'd see in paintings, says Cody. Look at that caterpillar, J-Mar. You need the curl at the end when you grow. Yeah, you need I could have left it a little longer and done the curl but you need product to do that, to rock the Raleigh fingers. A Mario brother, says Nabi Robel.
I like this one, Mars Brightburn. Looks like you drive a sit-down lawnmower.
Yeah, someone else had said, same vein, Koff looks like he's a real John Deere salesman. Well, I'm glad that you guys are. I do this for you. I mean, in part for me, but I can't even see myself walking around the house. So really, it's to take all the barbs from you guys. I enjoy it.
Should I go for a mustache in the second game?
Please, I'm begging you. Please let us have a mustache broadcast. It can only happen once.
If I wasn't going somewhere tonight, I would do it. But alas,
I think that's all the more reason to do it.
Absolutely not.
Nice big talking point for you.
I don't need those.
Jeremy says you got to get that MacGyver glasses going. I thought about putting on. I have one somewhere. I just don't know where. It's in a box somewhere in my hoarder nature. Trying to dig out like a cowboy hat. That could really be something. Yeah, there's the Adam has the Aaron Rodgers mustache from Bob Williams. Got that again. Looks like Professor and Ritz are doing commentary together, says Jesse. Every time I shave the beard, I rock handlebars for a couple of days, Koff, says Brandon. I've rocked that before. I thought about it today, but I wanted to really commit to the mustache. But I like the handlebar look. Tom Cruise says, you look fantastic. You should ride a two-person bicycle alone. Would you sit in my sidecar?
A 2-person bicycle.
Yeah. What? That sounds like it would be a terrible
slow mode of transportation.
It'd be an awful pickup line. Hey, you want to sit in my sidecar?
Oh God.
Guarantee people used that back in the day. 2nd and 10, about 2 minutes gone, second quarter, still a 7-7 game. Kenyon Drake trying to pivot around, couldn't really do anything with it. David calling for a Max Williams tutty. I'm with you, buddy. On my roster, too. Let's go. Marcus says, Koff's having too much fun. Love it. Adam says, I much prefer Koff's stash than seeing Ducey clean-shaven. I haven't seen...
Be nice to Kenny, everybody.
I don't know that I've seen the Ducey clean-shaved look. He's got a nice, well-manicured beard going on right now. He's going to be on with Rossi later, by the way, I believe, for the early bird special, if you want to check that one out.
The early bird special. You look like you enjoy an early bird special with that mustache. You know, go to the diner and order a little meatloaf.
I know, I'm waiting for Kyler to Kenyon getting all the way to the 1. Another touchdown there would have been nice, 1st and goal. I'm waiting for someone to say, like, LaMarcus at that point where he's going to be laughing so hard he's going to be wheezing soon. I'm waiting for somebody to say, like, you know, Koff looks like the kind of guy that when he goes to a diner, he asks the waitress, yeah, which is better? Which do you like here? 1st and goal, back in the end zone. Got it! Touchdown! DeAndre Hopkins, X-Factor eligible, with the 2nd score of the game for Arizona.
Not very involved to start the game. You know, it's been a lot of Larry Fitzgerald and Kenyon Drake, but Hopkins does find the back of the end zone.
Would have been a lot happier if Kenyon Drake had gotten in there, as I know 8.3% of people with him in the captain spot would have. However, those who put their faith into DeAndre Hopkins had it rewarded, obviously, with a short 1-yard touchdown. He is owned in the larger showdown in about a third of lineups overall. We'll see where he's at in our smaller contest here. 18% owned for Hop and 2.8% the captain spot. V Naturals jumped into first by about a quarter of a point. My name is
Steve Weber says, my dad asks which they prefer every dang time. I mean, it's a very dad thing.
I do it, 100%. I mean, I don't do it to do it. I do it when I'm conflicted. It is a dad thing to do. My wife can't stand it. My God, please stop asking them which one is better. Samir says, least shocking thing you could have said. Look, sometimes you got to know.
I'm imagining you doing it at like a Friendlies now, and I can't stop thinking about it. What do you think's better, the country chicken or? He's like, I don't know, dude. Just get something so I can go home.
I mean, I'm really thinking about getting that 3rd scoop on the ice cream, but how big are these scoops? What are we talking about?
Oh my God.
Chris says, I just roundhouse that like button to get the juices flowing. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chris. And let us all celebrate Cobra Kai's return in just a few weeks. Season 3 is on the way, folks. Todd says, hey, Koff,
what's her
mustache
name?
whacked. No Elizabeth Shue in there. I think they're trying to, if in fact she's returning, I hope she is. I think they're trying to keep that one under wraps. So I couldn't even think of a good example, and Samir just nails it. It says, Koff at every restaurant. Is it too much trouble to substitute the side salad with extra fries? I mean, I'm not like, I'd be a wealthy man if you gave me a quarter for every time I've said something like that. I'm not wasting my time with the side salad. Absolutely give me the extra fries. You kidding me?
Do you like
Second
order for
quarter,
the table?
Can
Can we get a round of waters to start?
I think we'd all like a water. Just a round of waters. You're the best. Shirley, is it? Shirley, thank you. Thank you so much, Shirley. $30 Creek Kaufman. This is the first step in a long line of eventually dressing like the biker from the Village People. Madison says getting flashbacks from when I waited tables. Madison, that's good to know, actually. What is the most, I'm sure there's a long list. What would you say is the most annoying thing that you were asked by people that you waited on? Where you had to just kind of grin and bear it and smile and pretend that everything was kosher in the world. What was number one? 14-7 still. Cardinals in front. And we've hit the 2-minute warning. Final 2 minutes here of the opening half. Brother Phil, cough. Tom Selleck's 103 years old. He's hawking reverse mortgages to keep the Wolves off his doorstep. You're doing better here in Simland. Nah, man, he's on Blue Bloods. And he's a legend. You kidding me? So Madison says, I want to start with the fact that I actually really enjoyed serving and bartending. Brunch, super annoying though. Water, coffee, mimosa.
A lot of beverages.
A lot of beverages. The meal of many drinks, she says. Chris says Koff would definitely not be mistaken for Tom Selleck or Burt Reynolds. No, there's no disputing that. Luke encouraging the people to keep smashing that like button. Can we get to 100, folks, before the half? We're only 20 away. Hit that like, about 600 people watching here on YouTube. Thanks for being here with us. Eggs, how do you want them cooked? Ketchup, syrup, butter? So really it was all the questions that you kind of had to ask.
It sounds like Madison just didn't like working.
She loves being here in Simland. Kyle from Game Mob says, asking what wine paired best, even though I was 17 and didn't know what wine was. That's a good example.
Oh, here's a good one. Here's a good one for you folks. Anytime you're out at a restaurant and you do get wine, you know, and the server will pour you a little bit as a taster, I like to take it, I swirl it, you know, sip it, take a sip, and go, I would say that's a quality red right there. Or, you know, you just say the color. And it gets the waiters every time. They enjoy that kind of dad humor. You know, you pretend like you know what you're doing, and then you go, red. Or you think something like, grapey. You know? Quality.
Madison says, or when I bartended and people would be like, I don't know, just make me something. She says, like, dude, I don't know you.
I've done that.
Yeah, just something. Or, I mean, this was probably much more of a thing that happened like 20 years ago, 30 years ago versus now when there were just so many options. But like you go into a bar like, yeah, give me a beer. Oh, okay. What kind? We have a dozen at least. Todd says, cough, add a soul patch. You look like Ryan Gosling in The Nice Guys. I had the soul patch. That was the last thing that came off because I was debating keeping that. And I figured, nah, let's just really zero in on the stash. Also, I appreciate the suggestion that I would ever in any universe look like Ryan Gosling. So thank you. 14-10 after the Sam Sloman field goal.
Sloman Shield.
There's
another part to the jingle that I don't know.
Ed Stash says, I'm the guy who shows up at every Little League game, gets hammered, yells at the umpire, but none of the kids in the game are his. Again,
just like quality baseball, Blue. You dancing me?
Oh, that's a ball. Are you kidding me? What are you looking at? This is ridiculous. All right, it's going to be that kind of day. Who's paying you? Who's paying you, ump?
You got to get real.
12-year-olds are trying to make a name for themselves here.
You got to let the Boston out. Are you from Boston originally?
I'm not the heart of the city, but I'm from Massachusetts. I'm from like 40 minutes outside the city.
You need to turn that accent way up. Oh, Kyler fumble.
Oh, boy. Rams DST comes away with it. So for the Rams, that is just the 8th fumble recovery here in Simland. My problem is, and I'm not going to pretend I've got this like thick Boston accent. I obviously don't. But even when a hint of a Boston accent comes out, I almost automatically start cursing.
That's funny.
Basically, what I'm saying is I shouldn't do it here.
I'm like the mayor of Duncan's, bro.
Jay says you look like a guy that would show up to the games and root for the refs. Madison, cut your nails.
Put my friend Dewey in the movie.
Second and 15 from the 20. What do you got, Rams? Good field position here from about the 50. Ball's completed. Cooper Kupp. First down pickup down to the 27. Goff up to 136 passing. Third catch for Kupp. El Bongo. Hey, Blue! Why don't you bend over and look with your good eye?
Oh, God. You guys are too much. Too much fun, I gotta tell you. Yeah, someone says, meanwhile, it's a 14-year-old umpire. Exactly. First and 10, that's completed off to the left. Inside the 20, out to the 18, a timeout called. Higbee's catch. Higbee.
I'm in 44th right now. CRB 5669 hanging out in front. Our pal Jordan Lindenbaum is in 6th. Where's our guy Samir? He's part of the free roll here. Kicks up, it's away, it's good. With a second left in the half, make it 14-13. If you got Sam Sloman, that's about 14% of you do. That is 2 field goals made. Samir's 67. Brandon, are you blind? At least that would explain your wife. Coming in hot. Got Kyle and Joe in game ops. Producer Madison getting ready. About 90 minutes from now from the Producer Madison Madden Matinee, as we call it when she is with us. Samir on the 1s and 2s here. AE 12. Oh, snap. Maybe it was a good idea to have the kicker. Maybe. Looks that way.
For all my baseball fans out there, the New York Mets, it looks like they're nearing a deal with catcher James McCann.
Yeah.
I'm excited about that. James McCann, you know, obviously not as big of a name as JT Realmuto, who I think a lot of Mets fans would have loved for them to have brought in. But James McCann is a very good offensive catcher. He had a 144 WRC plus last year with the White Sox. He was on the Tigers previously. He's a good catcher. I think that this is a good get for them.
Very good. The rebuild begins now. 14-13, Cardinals in front, by the way, at the half. As we get ready for the third quarter momentarily here, Matt LaMarca, Adam Kaufman, Kyler Murray has 90 passing and a touchdown. Jared Goff, 145 and a score. So that brings Goff to now 37 passing touchdowns in Simland. Murray, with his escape artist and quick draw superstar traits, is at 25. Kenyon Drake, 4 for 25 and a score on the ground. Murray, 4 for 27. Cooper Kupp, 3 for 60 in the air. Touchdown for Hopkins, 2 for 8. Kenyon Drake, 5 for 35. Fitzgerald, 5 for 43. Obviously, touchdown for Josh Reynolds, his only catch, 1 for 19. And that, folks, is where we're living right now. Nabi Roble holds up a cell phone. This your cell phone, It's got 3 missed calls.
I like vampy natural. What's with the kneeling? You're a fake person and the injuries are turned off. I don't think that they know that, in fairness, but it is funny when you think about it that way.
It's true. Edmund says, what the hell, Koff? You finally gave in to your wife and cut the beard. Come on, man. You let us beard guys down. I didn't give in. I got bored. I never, you can count like on one hand the list of times that I have ever shaved my beard because my wife asked me to shave my beard. It's more that I go through stages where, like, LaMarcus had that beard practically as long as I've known the man. I just get bored. I like to have a beard and then be clean shaven, then have something in between, a little stubble look, and then back to the beard. And then it's and see, like, some people, like our guy Samir, you know, he'll go clean shaven in the summertime and grow a beard for the winter. I'm not even seasonal with it. There's no logic or rhyme or reason. I'll just, you know, it exists and then it doesn't exist, just like that. The hair too. Grow it out a little bit, shave it all off into a crew cut. Whatever. It it bounces around. Tyrone says, Adam, you look like a mean cop. James says, you look like 2 caterpillars are meeting for a date at your nose. Yeah, it doesn't connect perfectly in the middle. That's
the hardest part of the mustache to grow.
Yeah. Fantasy Hawk with a rather deliberate description that I can't read here. Made me chuckle, though.
Lisa says
Dang
beards
just showed
are
up.
gross.
Lisa says beards are gross?
Yeah.
Well, she is one of, if not the only lady here with us here in Simland, for the nooner. So I respect her opinion. Zovan says, I'm just tuning in. Is that Koff or Doc Holliday?
You've gotten like 50 today. 50 different. Oh, Jared Goff. That's the wrong way to go.
Woof.
Going back in the chat a little bit. Somebody asked me if I was a Knicks fan, and the answer is kind of. I don't really, in my eyes, I don't have an affiliation to an NBA team anymore, but I did grow up as a Knicks fan. There was just that stretch, and by stretch, I mean like literally like 10 to 15 years, where they just, it seemed like they got all their decision makers in an office and they were like, all right, what's the worst thing that we could do right now? Trade for our Andrea Bagnardi? Yeah, let's do that. And you can't support a team like that. Like, I have no problem supporting a bad team, evidenced by the fact that I am a Mets fan. I am a Jets fan. It's just that the Knicks are so ineptly run that I had to get out. So I consider myself a free agent on the NBA streets.
So is this an opportunity for people to pitch you on their franchises, for you to become a fan of those teams, or are you now maybe rooting more for the player than the laundry at this stage? You following guys around the league as opposed to teams?
I definitely have to follow everything. Just given my line of work.
No. I'm talking about as a fan. I know what you have to do for work.
I just feel like there's no upside to it. You know what I'm saying?
No upside to being a fan? Here's your upside. Caring about the outcome of a game. That is your upside.
I find something to root for in every game.
that's not monetary?
Yeah.
Like, wouldn't it be more fun? Let's say you were a Lakers or a Heat fan. Wouldn't it have been more fun, the championship there, to
Yeah, but I would never
care
be one of
who
those
won?
teams,
I'm
man.
not saying you should root for one of those teams. I'm just giving a recent example. You know, Samir says, Celtics going to be fun this year, LaMarca. Madison says, hey, the Magic won their first preseason game last night. All I'm saying is if you I mean, heck, you watch that Knicks preseason game, it actually looks like, and don't get me wrong, the Knicks aren't going to be good. It looks like your latest draft pick there, Mr. Toppin's got some skill.
Well, I would hope so. He's 30 years old.
Looks like he can
come
play,
in the
though.
league ready to play.
Looks like he could be better than Barrett already.
Yeah, I would not agree with that assessment, but we'll see what happens. The Celtics are going to be fun this year. They are going to be good, but I could never be a Celtics fan. That's just too good of an organization. I'm looking for a happy medium.
Don't you give me that elitely run franchise. I need I don't want to scrape the bottom of the barrel either. I need somewhere right in the middle, to which Madison replies very quickly, go Magic.
Yeah, the Magic are closer to what I'm looking for.
Do you want someone that is, you know, since you're picking here, are you looking for a fringe playoff team?
Yeah, like the Hawks are somebody that I have. They're going to be a league pass team for me this year.
Hawks got a roster on them, man. That's a fun team to watch this season. Madison says the Suns.
Absolutely, the Suns are going to be very fun.
That's a good candidate, absolutely. G. Cott says Raptors. No, I think, again, the Raptors are a well-run organization.
They're not nearly as good as they have been. It's going to be a little bit of a struggle for them. I just don't like the Heat. Madison says thoughts on the Heat. I said, you know, I don't like them. I don't know why. I just don't.
Is it the Pat Riley factor?
It might be the Pat Riley factor.
Can't be the uniforms.
The slick back. Oh, the uniforms are so sexy. But the slick back hair, it's just like he's a used car salesman.
I think he used to have a mustache. 1st and 10. And a lost yard. Cards here still clinging to that 1-point lead. Rams ball midway through the third. Oh, I wanted to mention this. Lost it in our chat. We got talking about the NBA. Lounge Talk Podcast says, Matt, a.k.a. Fax LaMarca, my favorite host.
Oh, it's very nice
support,
of you.
my friend. Beaky. Pat Riley used to have that hair and the cough stash. Fantasy Hawk cough looking like an extra of the Dukes of Hazzard.
And them Duke boys were at it again.
Not nearly in the Sean William Scott fun way. 3rd and 16. He's going to get the first, pretty close to it. Out to the 38. Goff closing in on 200 passing yards. So we got to figure this out. How about, well, not the Wizards. I don't think the Wizards would be a good fit for you.
I have debated going on Twitter and announcing my free agency.
Let people make a case for you.
And no, I want the teams. I want the teams to pitch me.
Oh, well, I don't think they're going to care. No offense. How about the
there will be some team out there that would send me some sort of. I'm just asking for anything. Send me a bumper sticker.
What about well, I was going to suggest a team like the Bulls or the Hornets, but I feel like they don't fit the criteria of they're not well run. They're more poorly run than well run. I'm not sure those are the ones that you're looking for. Samir says Timberwolves. That's not bad.
Yeah, they've got some promise. Wow, Lisa says her favorite hearse are Koff, Glash, Christian, Tom, and Rossi. I'm not even in your top 5, Lisa. That's just mean to say. You know, I'm sitting right here.
Hang up and listen. I'm sitting right here. This is like when is Vince with us? Vince said to me last night, I don't know, somebody brought up me versus Glash. It tends to come up a lot here in the chat. And Vince from the top rope was like, I'm sorry, Goff, I love you, but you're just not in his league. It was something like that. Not in his league. We got people on Twitch saying, well, let's see. Canada Relief Benefits says, be a Rockets fan. They're starting all over. That's true. You could do that. Lisa says, yes, I like you too. All
right, thank you, Lisa.
Well, in fairness, she never said she didn't like you. She just said you weren't in her top 5. It's like the old T-Mobile. You're not in her 5.
Congo Cab says, come back to the Knicks, baby. We're turning the corner. I say, I'll believe it when I see it.
Jared says, Big Saxy, you're up there, my man.
Thanks, Jared.
Samir says, not in her top 5, but maybe in her MySpace top 8. That's true.
Oh, that used to cause so much drama. You're probably a little too old for that, eh?
For MySpace? No, man, I was right in the heart of MySpace.
What are you, like 45, 46 at this point?
Ballpark, yeah. I was right in I mean, to give you, to put my age in perspective, MySpace was, yeah, I was right in the MySpace window. My Facebook didn't exist until I got out of college.
Okay. See, for me, MySpace was all throughout high school. And then Facebook was while I was a freshman in college. It was at the point where you still needed that college email address to sign up for it.
I'm glad. Honestly, I'm kind of glad that I didn't have Facebook in college. It just would have been too distracting. I mean, we had like AOL Instant Messenger, obviously, but, you know, and that was distracting in and of itself. Leaving away messages, checking all your mentions and whatever when you got back. Brother Phil says, actually, Koff, that stash is very similar in size and shape, maybe stature, to Val Kilmer's Doc Holliday character in Tombstone. It does have a certain roundedness to it that Val Kilmer's did in that movie. I'm with that. Offensive guard says, LaMarcus great, especially for a dad joke once in a while. Yeah, you haven't given those in a bit. Your dad been slacking? What do we got?
So my dad has the book of dad jokes at his office, and he's not at the office anymore.
Does he have the internet?
He does have the internet, yes.
There are jokes all over the place on the internet. Really bad, corny ones. Nabi Robel says, New Orleans Pelicans, a team of the future. That's obviously, you know, that would be a good one to choose. Does that feel like hopping on a bandwagon, though, if you choose the Pelicans?
I think the Pelicans are going to be worse this year without Drew Holiday.
A lot of talent, a lot of picks coming their way. What about the, you know, speaking of picks, the Thunder? You can go with the Thunder.
That's a long project.
Not a lot of talent right now, but it's coming.
They're going to have like 35 first-round draft picks all in the 20s in the next couple of years.
Lucky Collie says, LaMarca, I too am a former childhood Knicks fan. I live in Denver now, and it's been nice to be a Nuggets supporter.
Yeah, no doubt. That would be cool. That's the real answer is I just got to move out of New York, and wherever I land, that'll be my team.
Support that team. That makes sense. 30 Helens agree. Kaufman, say this, you will go to sleep or I will put you to sleep. Oh, say this. You will go to sleep or I will put you to sleep. You're in my world now, Grandma.
That's it. That's exactly who that stash looks like.
Oh, hi. Oh, Grandma's doing great. Finish up your yard work.
Good news, everybody. Arts and crafts times have extended by 8 hours.
Jared says, Koff, this 3 Sims in a row. Yep, number 4 on the way. LaMarca's definitely the best weekend host, says Stephen. You're on during the week, too, aren't you?
Much less.
Okay. I've never looked at it as weekday, weekend people on the streams here. Producer Madison probably does because she makes the schedule. Where are my weekend people at? Vince says, I do think the world of you, Kaufman. I hope I didn't hurt your feelings. You're more professional. It's just that Brendan has become a character, and he's just so much fun. I won't refute any of that. You didn't hurt my feelings, Vince. Madison says, yes, the market really does help out on the weekends. Still a 14-13 game after no offense in that third quarter. About 40 seconds gone by fourth quarter. Max Williams finally a catch. 2nd and 10 on the way from the 15 here. Cardinals with the ball. Threatening for some more offense. That run by Drake's not going to get anything done. Gets to the 13, 3rd and 5. Thank you all for being with us here in the DraftKings conference room. Hey, we got over 600 people watching just on YouTube. Let's get to 150 likes. We're 13 away. Smash that like button. Power us there, folks. Won't take much. Swab Tav. Kaufman looking like Bill Cowher.
Yeah,
Jeffrey.
He's got a little bit of a more robust mustache.
Throwing out the Super Troopers reference. Who wants a mustache ride?
Oh, I don't think you could say that.
Super Troopers. Quoting a movie, that's all I'm doing. Solo leader in the free classic. 4-way tie in the free showdown. Give the Spurs another year or two, says Bob Williams.
I've always loved the Spurs. Talk about an organization that does it the right way.
Yeah. Again, if you're looking for an organization that's not super well run, you probably don't want San Antonio. That's the mustache David Spade had in Joe Dirt. This is someone on Twitch. Jared says over under on how many days that mustache lasts. It's not a question of days, it's hours. Geeky Bliss. Koff looks like a younger Uncle Rico. What do you want to bet I could throw this football over them their mountains?
The best part is when he hits, I think it was Napoleon in the face on the bike with the stake. Just throws a little like sidearm chicken wing, but it's right on the money.
Yep. Check this out.
Uncle Rico may not have prototypical form, but the dude can get results.
Jared says, Madison, what was your reaction to the stash? I'll tell you what her reaction was, Jared. I don't know if she was lying, but first thing she goes, ooh, I like that. Am I putting words in your mouth?
No, it looked like Madison. I vaguely recall her saying that.
Oh, that's right. No. She said, I don't hate it.
Oh, okay. So that's just her being that's her being nice.
That's her being polite. But she says, I also don't mind mustaches. Said almost no woman in 2020 ever, by the way. So that's an exclusive group that you are in. (17-13), Zane Gonzalez obviously has chipped in.
Let's do that hockey. Why is it so cold down here, Sam?
Brandon says, Koff looks like he has a favorite monster truck.
Lawrence Holt.
Big Saxy. Yeah, I was just going to ask.
What do you think about the Suns with Chris Paul and also the Warriors? So I love the Suns with Chris Paul. I don't think that Chris Paul got enough credit for what he did last year with the Thunder. You could make a case that on a per minute basis, he was like the third most effective player in basketball last year, behind LeBron and Giannis. The Thunder with him on the court increased their net rating by like 14 points compared to him on the bench. So I thought that was a great get for the Suns. I think that they are going to have a good year. The Warriors, on the other hand, I worry about what they look like without Klay Thompson. I mean, it's going to be a lot of Andrew Wiggins. Draymond Green's play has fallen like way off of a cliff the last couple of years. And what we've come to know about the Warriors is that they are like, a space it out type of team. And they just used the number 2 overall pick on a center. So it seems like it's going to be a little bit of a transitional period, in my opinion. So I'm down on the Warriors. I think the Suns make the playoffs. I don't necessarily think the Warriors do. They'll definitely be in contention, but, they're going to be like, they're expected to be, in that like 5-6 seed range. I think they're going to be closer to the 7-8 range. Man, a lot of Kelly Oubre love. Kelly Oubre's fine, but he's not moving the needle for anybody, guys.
Speaking of Kelly O's, where's Kelly Olynyk right now? He go back to the Heat?
Probably. I don't know. Who cares about Kelly Olynyk?
Me. That's why I asked.
Kelly
Goff is horrendous, says Power Play McKay.
I think he's still on the Heat.
Yeah, I think he is too. Second and 7, halfway through the fourth quarter. Not a lot of offense in this one. 30 total points so far.
Tyrone Rogers says Portland or Golden State. I think that's about the range that Golden State is in. I will give the edge to Golden State because I think Steph Curry's better than Dame Lillard. But that's like the range that I see the Warriors in right now.
Jared says, Big Saxy, why don't you do the right thing and be a Celtics fan? Jared, you tuned in late. He already said that they're too well-run an organization.
Yeah, plus there's already so many of them here at DraftKings with this being a Boston-based company. And I don't want to join in on the party. I want to...
Listen, just because DK is mainly headquartered in Boston, there are offices all around the world, my friend.
Okay, well, 90% of the people that I've encountered are Celtics fans.
That's fair. Including, by the way, a New York office. Right by you.
Risky World says, Steph Curry better than Dame Lillard? Exclamation, question mark, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, the 2-time back-to-back MVP is better than Dame Lillard. I don't think that's a hot take.
Man just came out with his own brand, challenging Jordan. Coming at you, Mike. See Jeremy Lin released a shoe, by the way?
Good for him. Jeremy Lin.
No, good. There's no taking away from good for him. Of course, good for him. Doesn't it feel a little late? The prime years, the Lin sanity, that stuff's a little behind him, isn't it?
He is.
Plenty of people will buy him.
So yeah, he blew up onto the scene with the Linsanity thing, but since then he's been a quality bench guard. Like, he can come in and get you buckets. He's just been kind of dealing with injuries recently, so I like Lin. He could play on my team any day.
For sure, great reserve. That, I mean, you know it, especially as a Knicks fan. I'm sure you were more of a Knicks fan then. The Linsanity, very short-lived window there was so much fun. Just as a basketball fan, I don't care who you're rooting for. The Linsanity magic that existed there in New York, where he just came out of nowhere and all of a sudden was taking over the Garden night after night. That was a blast.
I mean, I'm seeing a lot of pushback on this Dame thing. Guys, Steph Curry was the best player on a team that won 73 games. You know? Let's not take that away from him. And it's not like that team was loaded, okay? It was Steph, Clay, and Draymond. That's a good team, but there are better big threes than that all the time. Steph Curry is legitimately a top 5 NBA player when healthy. Damian Lillard had a great run in the playoffs. He had a great run in the bubble. Okay, he can shoot, he can score. His team never wins.
Maybe people are saying they don't have confidence in him returning to be the Steph of old.
I haven't seen that tape.
I just mean that's the only thing that makes sense to me. Like I don't think anyone in their right mind would say that career-wise, Damian is a better player than Steph. But Dame certainly in the here and now, entering the start of the 2021 campaign, could be. Because we don't know what Steph's going to be.
Y'all look crazy.
All right.
Put some damn respect on my man's name.
Jobo says Dame has been better 2 of the past 2 years.
Steph Curry is a guy that is a top 5 MVP candidate every year that he's on the court. Damian Lillard is never in that conversation. Like, what are we doing, guys?
Bumble! Rams got it. Timeout. Folks, we have 24 seconds left. We are less than 30 likes away from 200. Smash that like button. Can we get to 200 before regulation wraps up here? I got faith in you, folks. Hit that like. Appreciate you. 2nd and 25 on the way from the 25 with 24 ticks left.
Yeah, and listen, guys, I'm not saying that Dame Lillard's a bad player. Like, don't get me wrong. Dame Lillard is great. He's fantastic. He is not Steph Curry. The way that Steph Curry provides spacing for his teammates, he is the scariest player in the league. You have to guard him out to 30 feet. And if you don't, he's going to bury you.
People really are not relenting on this in the chat.
They're really not. That's fine.
I admire it, actually. Stick to your guns, folks.
It's such a
Need it, Josh.
what have you done for me lately thing. You know, oh, Steph Curry didn't play last year. He was hurt. Dame went crazy in the bubble. So now everybody, all they remember is Dame dropping bombs, you know, and almost getting swept in the first round, by the way. Let's not forget that. We haven't seen Steph in a year, and it's like everyone forgot just how good this dude is. I can't wait for him to be the guy on a team again, not have to share the ball with Kevin Durant. He is going to make all these people look foolish, I'm telling you. Foolish.
Rob Paul says, you're wrong, LaMarca.
As
one of the
foolish
best,
as your mustache, Goff.
Best right now. I don't know why you had to bring my face into it. Goff, 275 passing, a touchdown. Murray, 110 and a score. This game has gone final, of course, folks. And a nice victory right there. As Drake, 63 on the ground, a touchdown. Should have had a couple, quite frankly, here in this
Steph without Clay is very diminished. How do you know that? You're just making things up. I'm sorry, Coffin. I'm heated.
Nope. Go. Keep going. I'm here for it. Oh, wait.
Fantasy Hawk. Steph is weak. Yeah, he's going to be weak when he's putting up 40 on your boys this year, Fantasy Hawk. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. What do we got for the Krusty Koff player of the game, my friend? You had Henderson go off pretty well. He had
Steph Curry is my
catches,
pick.
9 catches for 90 yards in the air, had about 18 points. Kenyon Drake had about 25 in the flex with a touchdown and about 115 total yards for him. What do you got?
I'm going to be honest. I haven't been paying attention. I've just been yelling about Steph Curry.
Okay.
So can you pick?
You've upset people in the chat. You have upset people to the point where people have started giving thumbs downs. They're so angry. We were perfect before that. Perfect before you alienated the people. I'm just kidding. I don't care. Kenyon Drake is the player of the game. He's the Krusty Koff player of the game. Heck of a game there, Kenyon. 50% owned, went for about 25 points. Your babysitter Billy, not my kid award, the Lehu Seher in this performance. I'm going to say, and you know what? Robert Woods, Bob Woods, 59% owned, had 9 points. He was a poor play. Or we go Max Williams. He's about 44. Yeah, Max Williams. I've changed my mind. 44% owned. He had 1 catch for 3 yards. 1.3 points from Max Williams. See you later, Max. You were bad. You were very, very bad. Steven says, hey, can I get the Rodgers rate? Everyone gets that rate. Everyone. There is no Rodgers rate.
Everybody's saying, oh, we saw Steph Curry play without Klay Thompson last year. If you mean like 3 games when he was clearly still working his way back, yeah, you're right. If anybody wants, you can find me on Twitter, right? You guys know my Twitter, at Matt LaMarca. It's right there on the screen.
Right there on the screen.
Let's just say that if you are somebody who wants to support your take of Dame being better than Steph Curry, that means you should be happy to take Portland to win more games this year than Golden State.
I don't agree with that. I'm going to have to get involved in this conversation now, because now you're saying that doesn't make any
what
sense.
What does Golden State have that their team is going to prop up Steph Curry?
What I'm saying is, well, Steve Kerr, for one, as producer Madison points out. My simple point, I'd have to look at roster to roster. My point is, you can't just say because one has the better player that they automatically have the better team. Complementary pieces and those that you have around you, that matters. That comes into play, my friend.
Okay, I think most people would say that the 2 rosters are pretty equivalent.
All right, I'll look them up. Rob Hall says, game's over, Koff. I really mustache. I'll show myself out. I like it. I like it. Yeah, we're gonna study those rosters. Guess what? Bills Patriots coming up next in less than an hour. We're going to entirely focus on Steph versus Dame, though, for a full 75 minutes. Mustache upsets me and is the reason for the dislikes, says Beast of Bourbon on Twitch. That's not true. I really think it was this NBA discussion, actually. Our guy Sean Griffin.
Hey, too. Hit me up on
Sean. Hit him up on Twitter, Griffin. Sean Griffin ended up winning this sucker here in the smaller free roll by about 3 points. Good for you, Sean. Had Darrell Henderson in the captain spot, Goff, Drake, Woods, Fitzgerald, and Sloman went with the kicker. Meanwhile, I finished 27th with 81 points and change. How about you, sir? How many points?
My lineup had 51.25.
That's not so good.
No, it's not.
No. You 51, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, you would have landed in a tie. Oh, no, idiot. You're in the right contest. You're sitting 134th. What a... Oh, my God. We're leaving.
Oh, yeah, I am in the right contest.
Okay. We're going to go. It's time to go. All right. We'll be with you for the next one. It's going to be a good time. It is the Mad Matinee. It's the Bills, the Patriots, and then you have got Jets Dolphins for the early bird special. It's Kenny Ducey, Jason Rossi. Rossi and Jeff Ulrich will have you for Steelers and Ravens for the happy hour sim. Jeff and Tom Ace, Tom Carroll, Bengals, Browns. That is the primetime game, and then Madden After Dark tonight. Rossi returns with Tom Ace for Titans and Texans. Thanks to Mads. Thanks to Samir. Thanks to all of you for the NBA discussion. And wrapping up, of course, the first round of games for all of these regular season contests for these teams. We get into the next swing of things with the Bills and Patriots coming up next. The new king in the AFC East free roll. Get those lineups in. I don't think it's filled up yet. And thanks, of course, to Joe and Kyle in Game Ops for keeping it real with all of us. Thanks for hanging out, folks. We're going to go. Keep smashing that like, and talk to you again in about 40 minutes. What's up, DK Sim fam? Welcome back. Good to have you, Matt LaMarca, Adam Kaufman. We got the Bills, the Patriots, as we continue our Madden Holiday Tournament and now kick off the second swing of games through the division for each and every team. Obviously, these two teams have already played. The Pats 0-1. They fell to the Dolphins. The Bills, they beat the Jets. Go figure, they are 1-0. We got plenty to talk about with these teams in real life as well, and maybe, just maybe, even some more Steph Curry versus Damian Lillard sometime in the next hour.
I'm done with
maybe
it.
Not. No, I've addressed it on Twitter, and we will see what the people say. But for now, my friend, lineup's getting ready to lock in a few moments. Tell me, you don't have to give me a full lineup, obviously, because lineups haven't locked, but who stands out to you in this contest? And I'm confident for the Madden Matinee, you have found yourself in the right one.
I did. I joined the correct free roll.
Good.
And I have to say, it's an honor to be working with you again, Luigi. I like James White in this
it's
one.
Me, Mario.
I like James White. Maybe not the highest ceiling, but he's going to be working that shotgun formation. We know that teams use the gun a lot in Madden, so he should be on the field quite a bit. I think he gets more carries in this game than he does in real life. We know he can catch some passes out of the backfield. Certainly both quarterbacks are fine. They can run the ball. You can look at the defenses or the kickers if you want to go with a little value play. So you got some different directions you can go with in this game.
I feel like I am audibly, I'm listening to one of your written articles is what that felt like right there. That was a must read, by the way, Mr. LaMarca. You should check him out whenever you are getting ready to set your lineups, especially showdown slates. The man is a proficient DFS expert. It's why we have him here, and he's going to help me set my lineups for the playoffs in just a little while as well. Get excited. I know I am. Jimmy B says, I feel like I'm watching an episode of Dateline. Chris Hansen's about to walk out from behind Kaufman. Oh, so good. So these Bills, these Patriots, I think there are a lot of guys, obviously, that could jump out at you and you could feel good about. James White certainly is among them. I considered him for my lineup, ultimately did not roster him. Damiere Byrd is another good value option at $3,400, getting about 8 points per sim. Quite frankly, neither quarterback is elite in these Madden sims, but I think you can make a case for either or both. Where do you lean on that, by the way, in terms of roster construction? I mean, I guess I know, we'll find out exactly where you lean once we hear your lineup, but how do you feel about putting the two QBs together?
I like to do it if you can find the value plays to surround them. I mean, the quarterbacks in a vacuum are going to be the highest scoring players. So it's all about whether or not you're sacrificing too much of your lineup to make it work. And I don't necessarily think that you are here. So I'm going with, I have both quarterbacks in my lineup.
Let's hear the lineup, because lineups are locking in seconds. Nobody can make a change anyway. Who do you have?
So I have James White at captain, Josh Allen, Cam Newton, Julian Edelman, and then both defenses.
Interesting. Okay, expecting a low-scoring game here. Remember, it's not a Wild Weather Wednesday. It is a traditional Saturday. It's a gentleman's Saturday, and we'll see what the future has in store. I am similar to your lineup, at least strategically speaking. I have both QBs in the flex, along with Devin Singletary, N'Keal Harry, and went with the Patriots DST, and then my captain is the aforementioned Damiere Byrd. So we'll see. We'll see who did a better job picking values, basically, is what it comes down to. So Joseph on YouTube says, hey, guys, not trying to be a bother here, but please, can you let me know what's happening during the game? I work online. I'm allowed to listen on headphones. Please, please, please shout out the plays.
You're being a little bit of a bother, Joseph.
The nerve of this guy.
I'm not going to lie.
Wanting play-by-play on a Madden sim. Are you kidding me? You kidding me, Joseph? No, we'll let you know I'm not going to promise we're going to hit every single play, but we'll give you the pertinent stuff.
We'll try our best. We can't guarantee that it doesn't veer off into shenanigans from time to time, but
yeah,
we're going to do our best to let you know what's happening on the field.
C-Sim78. Sheesh, cough again? Can we not get a break from cough? LOL, JK. C-Simp, you'll be pleased to know then that originally I was slotted to do the early bird special coming up after this, and I relented, and Kenny Ducey is taking my place. So you have lost me, and you've gained a deuce for the next sim. Get excited. Scoreless game as we get ready for the first play from scrimmage. The Bills with the ball. Josh Allen, it's a handoff off to the right side, a run up the middle. Only picks up 4 right there. And it was Devin Singletary with the pickup. 12.5 points per sim, $9,800 in the flex for Singletary. He is the third down back, 83 overall player, 11 touchdowns in Simland, 20-plus points a couple of times in real life, coming off 83 total yards against the Niners last time out, 61 on the ground, 22 in the air. 2nd and 6, Allen's pass right at the ground, making like the Lonely Island. Jordan Lindenbaum says, wow, Koff as a friend, shave that stash off. Yikes. Don't worry, Jordan. It's just for funsies. It'll go. I did go upstairs to, my wife is in the midst of baking cookies, Hanukkah cookies, if you will. She said Hanukkah Christmas cookies. What she meant by that is traditionally, I don't know how often people bake Hanukkah cookies. You bake Christmas cookies all the time, though. And so they're just basic sugar cookies, but basically to make them Hanukkah cookies, she put blue on them as opposed to, red or green. But they tasted delightful. I went over, I sampled several. But other than that, my wife would not even look at me. She said, you need to go. I can't take this seriously. I don't like this. Please get out of here. Really, says Koff, keep the stash. Don't shave it. Bills are punting away, 4th and 4. And so, Patriots getting the ball back. Samir says, if it makes you feel better, we don't take you seriously every day, which
Samir's the man.
Actually kind of does make me feel better. Luke says, Koff, my dad had a beard for about 3 years, never converted to the mustache until a couple of days ago, and let me tell you, it was bad. A month later, it was back, and we rejoiced. The beard, that is.
My sister and her husband were over the other day, and he apparently was feeling goofy like you. So he went with some mutton chops. He basically shaved the goatee area and it was the most ridiculous look I've ever seen.
Cam Newton, he's got time, not enough of it. Sacked all the way back to the 5 by Murphy. And so 2nd and 21 coming, minute and a half gone by, scoreless first. We're in safety territory here, folks. We'll see what happens. I've never done the mutton chops. I definitely couldn't pull it off. Not that I'm pulling this off, but you know what I considered doing, except the beard just wasn't full enough. Like Rossi could do it, Billy could do it, I could not do it. The Wolverine look, shave out the middle and just have like the thick beard on the sides. Sort of the expanded mutton chops. Is he going down? Safety! You can dance where you want to, you can leave your friends behind. Oh boy, 2-0. 2-0 Buffalo.
They're lucky that's not a sack and a fumble.
Right? Jordan was asking about, this is actually a good, relevant question to these sims. Why not address one of those every once in a while? Can we see who gained and lost superstar traits in the DK info page? You absolutely can. Go to the Madden Stream info page. If you don't know how to find it, just Google Madden Stream info page. Hell of a kick there as the Bills getting the ball back after that safety. Go to Madden Stream info page. Pick any team you like. They're all right there as the upcoming schedule is displayed for you. Go to any team's depth chart, and you will see, as you scroll through the page, go down to superstar traits, you will see who gained or lost, if anyone. There weren't that many changes, but you will see who gained or lost. For instance, here in this game, Julian Edelman no longer has superstar traits. With the December update from the Madden crew, he lost those. Josh Allen, with the tremendous year he is having, now has a couple of superstar traits, the quick draw and escape artist traits. So you can find all of that information available to you on the Madden Stream info page. Thank you for asking. It's a good question. Second and 4 on the way from the 23. It's another handoff. Josh Allen's not done much in this one so far. That trash gamer says, I come in, I see a safety. WTF. Isn't that a good thing? Vince says Kaufman loves the safety more than anyone else. LOL. You're damn right. Even my guy Cam went down and I was celebrating the safety. I'm pro Patriots here. This is important. This is, oftentimes, LaMarca, we don't talk about the significance of who wins, who loses in these
My
sims.
goodness.
Because, yeah, ugly.
My man
finale,
Josh
couple of
Allen
those.
needs an upgrade in this game.
Yeah, keep. Well, that's the thing. That's the only thing that has changed superstar traits one way or the other. Boosted ratings numbers, which have happened in Madden, have not translated to these sims. So Allen is still a 77 overall guy with 84 speed, accuracy numbers in the 70s across the board, short, medium, and deep, 99 throw power, obviously. As the ball punted away, Patriots get it back as we're 3+ minutes into this opening quarter. As I was saying, though, the importance of actually having to win a game. That matters now here in Simland for the sake of this holiday tournament we've got going on. The Patriots, this is kind of a must-win situation because each team only has 3 regular season games before the playoffs, and they're 0-1. Bills are 1-0.
Do the players get virtual bonuses for making the playoffs?
Absolutely, of course they do. I mean, they get paid in Clash Bucks. JJ Fat says, how's the elastic band treating you today, Koff? This is something I was talking about last night, how I have not had the need to, wear any jeans, anything that has restrictive lining. It's all sweatpants.
Oh, hell yeah.
And elastic bands all the time. So I don't even know what I weigh at this point in the quarantine. All I know is it's comparable, because I think I would notice that in a mirror. but the pants, they're sliding on, sliding off, elastic size.
I wear pajamas during 90% of these sims.
Yeah, you tend to show us. Not that anyone else can see it but me, but let's flash those PJs. What do you got going on? Are they Christmas themed? Oh yeah, plaid. Nice red plaid PJs. You gotta love it. Producer Matt says she's sitting in bed right now. She gets it. 1st and 10. That ball's completed to Devin Asiasi. First catch, first throw out of Cam Newton. Asiasi just activated off the IR for an undisclosed injury. I think he was maybe targeted once in that game on Thursday. Pat's coming off.
Asi. Oi, oi, oi.
They are coming off an ugly, ugly game. Just a terrible loss against the Rams. 6 and 7, 3rd in the AFC East at Miami in Week 15. Obviously don't play this weekend. They have won 4 out of 6, but again, coming off a defeat. And 10th in the AFC. So let me ask you, and we'll get to the Bills, obviously, although they do factor into this conversation. As I pull up the NFL playoff picture as it stands right now, and there will be increased commentary along these lines in the coming few weeks as teams fight for playoff spots, at least until seeding and everything is locked up. You still got teams in the hunt, bubble team. Your AFC teams right now: Steelers, Bills, Chiefs, obviously, Titans, Browns, Dolphins, Colts. Not entirely, but mostly in that order.
Mm-hmm.
You have got, in particular, the 6-7 teams, wild card teams. Dolphins at 8 and 7. Robbie Noble, they're the best. The Colts also at 8 and 4. So 8 and 4. Dolphins, Colts, both 6 and 7. And then the Raiders at 7 and 5, as are the Ravens, 8 and 9. And the Ravens a cupcake schedule coming up. The Patriots, because we're zeroing in on them for a moment, 6 and 7. That is 2 games back of a playoff spot and sitting 10th in the AFC, which means to climb into the playoffs, and the Pats have division games the rest of the way. Dolphins on the road, Bills and Jets at home. All very winnable games. Best case scenario, though, they're 9 and 7. Is that enough to leapfrog 3 teams and get into the playoffs, or is this going to be the first exit since 2008 for New England?
Absolutely no chance of making the playoffs.
Well, I mean, I know my preamble is longer than your answer, but you can give me a little more than that.
I mean, you said it. The best they can do is 9 and 7, and a 9-win team is not making the playoffs in the AFC this year. There's just too many teams that are going to finish with a better record. For what it's worth, Football Outsiders gives them a 6.9% chance of making a wild card spot, but that doesn't include the loss this week to the Rams. So
ESPN's Power Index has them at 6% even after the loss.
I think that's generous. I think that's generous. 9 and 7. I just can't see it happening. I mean, the Ravens are going to finish with 10 plus wins. And then the Colts and the Dolphins and the Browns already have at least 8. So I just can't see it happening, Kaufman. I'm sorry, buddy. You can't make the playoffs every year. It's time for you guys to sit this one out.
It does depend in part on how much that division beats up on one another down the stretch here, obviously, but you won't have me argue the long odds. They are long odds, as we're still 2-0, Buffalo in front, final 30 seconds. Cam Newton's 3 out of 4 after that reception by Edelman for 5 yards. 2nd and 5 from the 11 coming up. Edward says, Curry debate, go! We're not going to do that, but what we are going to do, I put up a poll on Twitter, because I felt like I wanted to hear from the people.
Well, let's go back to the sim here. We're in the red zone. We've got people
I just wanted to tell you the poll results so far. That's all.
They can wait.
All right. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bother you.
Listen, we've gotten specific requests from people that want more commentary. Let's give the people what they want. 3rd and 5 here at the 11. We've got 6 seconds left in the quarter. Let's see if they can punch one in.
3rd and 5. Cam picked. No one's punched. This is like the real life game against Buffalo.
Bills D off to a great
start. Except it was a fumble that time. Gross. Just gross.
I got you, Rob Dog.
So here's what I put up. I said, no influence whatsoever. I said, help settle the debate. Steph Curry, Dame Lillard. 660 votes so far. Steph Curry has 82% of the vote, folks. 82% of the votes. And most of the comments are people saying, who the hell would debate this? So if that Sim Fam is if you were looking to know, hey, our guy Babysitter Billy even weighed in. Actually, he's texted me, but he's also quote tweeted the debate or the poll anyway, and says, no bigger Dame fan, but this isn't a debate at all. And then somebody chimed in. He said, well, Kaufman proposed it. So clearly, for those with little to no brains, there remains some debate.
Oh, man.
That's what I get. That's what I get for
just bodying the Sim Fam.
Well, not even that. I feel like I was getting bodied there. I feel like
you haven't made your feelings on this debate known. I feel like you've been pretty quiet. I've been the one that's been doing all the hooting and hollering here. So what are your thoughts?
Because it's so ridiculous. Of course it's Steph Curry. I haven't even felt the need to entertain it because I know that you're just going to run the show with it. But yes, it is Steph Curry. Definitively Steph Curry. At least so long as he's healthy, which is the, presumption of the debate.
Right.
It's 2-0 through
and
one quarter,
I wanna just backtrack here a little bit. I am just very high on Steph Curry from what we've seen of him in the past. If he's not the same player, Damian Lillard can definitely pass him. Damian Lillard is a top 10 NBA player. I'm not trying to besmirch the greatness that is Dame Lillard. He's probably the closest comp to Steph Curry in the league, but he has just not been able to reach that same peak. So if Curry's peak isn't as high now that he's coming back from an injury, maybe Damian Lillard can pass him, but I need to see more than 5 games from Steph Curry, which is what he gave us last year. So I'm still very strongly in hashtag Team Curry.
Agreed.
Jonas Sanchez says, I kind of look like Action Bronson. We've heard that one before, and I'm about it. I love Action Bronson. That guy's like the coolest human being on the planet. You know who Action Bronson is, Koff?
I don't, no.
Yeah, I didn't think he would.
All right. Why don't you tell me then?
He's a rapper.
Okay.
He used to be a chef. He's got this good show called F That's Delicious. He's just like a very cool, chill dude.
Samir says no chance he knows. No, I don't know. Would I know any of his music? I mean, are we calling him a rapper in a mainstream sense, or is this we're talking underground?
He is mainstream. He had His last album that came out had a song with Chance the Rapper on it that was pretty good. He's mainstream to me. He might not be somebody that's on, the radio stations that you listen to, Kaufman, but he's a mainstream.
How many different subtle ways can we dig today? That's the question. 3rd and 7, and Josh Allen makes the move with the 1. 4th and 1, Lee Smith the catch. Not the former baseball player, obviously. The football player on the stash, by the way. Our guy James, who is, really trying to delve deep into this issue, and I respect it. Says, hang on, I lost it, but it's worth it for all of you. James says, I can't figure out whether the stash makes Koff's face look stupid, or does Koff's face make the stash look stupid? Pull that.
Although, by the way, Action Bronson has lost over 100 pounds recently. So if I'm going to look like him for much longer, I'm going to have to start losing some serious weight as well.
He's dropped 127. Just saw an article about him.
Oh, yeah, huh? You've been reading up on him?
Yeah, I just Googled him.
Ever since I found out about him 30 seconds ago, I've been very big into Googling him.
First thing that popped up, he dropped 127 pounds. Good for him. I mean, he's no Zach Thompson. He's been losing some weight. Mad says, Koff, he was in King of Staten Island. I haven't seen it. Heard it's okay, though. Familiar with it.
I've heard it was bad.
More familiar with the movie than I am Action Bronson, I'll tell you that. Julian Edelman with a catch as we approach the midpoint of the second quarter. I can't believe it's still 2-0.
Really, Asher? Why are we always taking shots at Kaufman? Because it's fun? I mean, look at the mustache this guy puts on his face. Like, he's might as well be wearing a bullseye.
Jason says, Koff, you look like Freddie Mercury. Sing We Will Rock You. Samir says, why did Glass shave his eyebrows? That was for attention. I just did this for fun. Maybe it's the same thing. Oh no, I just walked into a defensive game. This looks pitiful, says Mamba Vision. On Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings. Give us a follow. On YouTube, let's get to 250 likes. We're at 217. Smash that like. We are rapidly approaching 250. Thanks for being with us here. Samir says, why do we make fun of Koff? Why is the sky blue? Willis says, listen to Easy Rider by Action. Hyro says, if you knew how Koff treats producer Madison, you'd be taking shots at him too. Jesse says, Koff's about to fix everybody's cable.
James White picks up the first down. Kaufman is broken.
Yeah, you got us with that one. That's the winner so far. It's the leader in the clubhouse, folks.
I mean, there's been a lot of good ones.
Yeah, but there have been, but that's epic. James White, 7 for 37 on the ground. Oh my goodness. Trash Gamer says, will there ever be a basketball sim stream? Here's all I can say to that, Trash Gamer. Stay tuned. And by that, I mean, I can't say yes, I can't say no. I can simply say the Dream Stream is always trying to make all of our faithful people here happy and engaged and keeping you with us. And obviously, things like the Madden Holiday Tournament are among the creations to do that. Put a little more stake in the game. Things like the $15,000 paid contest that we had going on for the Lake Classic last night. There are a whole bunch of things always being talked about and considered And most importantly, relevant to that is the Dream Stream is not going anywhere. So be with us. And
if we're gonna do basketball sims, I need the chat to start spamming. Let's do some MLB The Show sims, and let me be on the sticks. They won't be sims because I'll be playing.
You'll just be crushing.
I'm nice.
Good game. I've never played.
Oh, it's a great game. It's probably the best. What they do really well is, you know how it's all about those modes now where it's like you collect the cards and you play online with like all-star teams from, you get the different cards for different players. You're too old. Why am I even talking to you about this?
I'm listening.
Anyway, they give you a bunch of, like, you can get the best cards in that game for free, which is not something that you can, like in Madden, if you want to get the best cards, you've got to shell out big bucks. You don't really have to do that in the show. You can get stuff for free just by playing.
So I'll ask a too old question, which is this. Why do I want cards? What does those even mean to me?
Okay. So, like, you want to play me online, right?
Yep.
We can just play with the regular teams. That would be okay, I guess. But the mode, it's called Diamond Dynasty. It allows you to put together, like, an all-star team. Like, my team right now has 99 overall Mickey Mantle, 99, Babe Ruth. You can get all-time legend players and play with them. Okay. That kick is short by about 15 yards. So anyway, it's a very fun mode to play.
The only game that I'm familiar with cards is NBA Playgrounds. So the kids got that one on the Switch, but that's how you play with players in the first place. You got to unlock them. It's not like 2K or Madden or one of those where you can just play a game with a team and you got all the players available to you. In order to use any player, you got to unlock the cards, or you got to go and buy the cards. So that's my familiarity with the cards. Different kind of game, different setup.
A little different. Choke on Funny says he wants to take me on Diamond Dynasty. We will stream it. I can do that. I can't play today, but I'll hop on the sticks, assuming it's only on PlayStation right now. It's coming to Xbox next year, but I love that game.
Samir says, after I give you the hands and chest, I'll give it to you in the show.
Bro,
Samir's coming at you, man.
Samir needs to be knocked down a peg. I just told this guy that I love him. And
don't worry. Gods of Height did that for you.
And I'm gonna knock his ass. I'm gonna knock him down a little bit.
Oh, yeah, Rossi. Safety, baby. Safety. You're right. You came to the right place. Hey, Rossi, stick around. I got something to show you at halftime. 53 seconds to go. 1st and 10 on the way. 2-0 the Buff. Hanging out in front. Aaron says this game is awful, but the commentary's next level, isn't it? Allen dumps it off. First down pickup inside the 30. Maybe we get some points. Make it 5-0 before the break. We'll see. We got a 1st and 10, final 30 seconds from the 22. Now we just get Samir and Lamarca going back and forth behind the scenes.
Samir is the man.
Oh, Samir's great. Wonderful human.
That's the best part of this job. Working with you is fine. I can tolerate it. Yeah. Everybody behind the scenes is just great.
It's true. There are a bunch of, what's crazy, and we've talked about this a zillion times, but what's nuts is just...
Hey, Jason Rossi says, LaMarco, what's good, son? Hey, man, I'm living life. How are you, my friend?
There you go. What's crazy is how many folks that we have that are part of these things that I haven't met in person, including yourself. That ball back at the end zone incomplete.
Kenny, congratulations. You're not on timeout for now. Let's see how long that lasts.
Test. Hello? Is this thing on? Lisa says, you guys are getting a lot of negative comments. I thought I'd let y'all know that I appreciate these Sims. A big thank you to you guys and all of the team. And we thank you.
Oh,
genuinely.
hey. Matt's in first place in the old Sim contest here.
Yeah, look at you.
The double defenses.
Lead over if the Thunder. Well, yeah. The double DSTs will get you, man. You got 26 of your 39 points just out of those guys. I'm sitting 18th only because I got the Pats DST in this one. 2-0. Buffalo leading at the break. I thought for sure we were at least looking at a field goal coming up. P. Fooligan says, hashtag team always Samir. I like that. I like the look of that. White 8 for 39. Good value play, obviously. He was real cheap in this one. Apparently Rossi has seen the stash because he simply writes in all caps, what the hell? That's right. I couldn't live trying to compete with Rossi's Santa beard. Just brought it back. Singletary here, 4 for 29 in the air. Clearly no touchdowns, no field goals. It is just we're sitting 2-0 here right now, folks. It's not the best. It's not the best if you came for the offense. That is just a fact.
Yeah, but we're having a good time. You know what I'm saying? We're having fun.
We're having fun. Lamarck has been increasingly mean over the course of this thing. Jay Rossi says, Koff's looking like he's getting ready for a duel in the Old West.
Draw.
Well, old Biff in Back to the Future 3.
Yeah,
you take your yellow.
You look more like an extra in Red Dead Redemption. You look like an NPC character.
I can go with that. NPC. Scores updated through the half. Thank you so much, Kyle, Joe. Kyle's still heated about the whole Steph Curry conversation. Charlie says he's a young Alex Trebek. May he rest in peace, by the way. But yeah, he
real young
for a while. Solo leaders in the free contest. Roland, I'm not going to read that out loud, but you got my attention. Kingart says, these Sims are the best dad time. If you come for the dad jokes. You want to look up a good dad joke for us? in honor of your dad, who is not
Mad Dog Tanner. We're going to start calling you Mad Dog
Tanner. Hey, Mad Dog. Yeah.
All right, I'll find you a dad joke.
Good. Lamarcus still sitting first, sitting pretty. I'm top 20. I don't know about our guy Samir. Probably looking up, as usual. Michelle, 4 for 29. Samir, what the hell?
All right,
I got lost time to make up for, Samir.
What do you call a dog that can do magic?
I have no idea.
A labracadabrador.
Oh, no. Rossi says, I'm going to go, quote, prep for the 4, 6, and 10, also known, of course, as the early bird special, the happy hour sim, Madden After Dark. We wish you the best, Rossi. Maybe I'll see you in the chat later, pal. Return the favor.
Later, Rossi. What's
Scott
brown
says,
and
the wide
sticky?
receiver? This wide receiver will score the next touchdown. Who is Demir Bird, Alex?
What's brown and sticky, Kaufman?
Go on.
A stick.
You. Minute gone by, third quarter, still no offense in this one. The Kaufmeister is very similar to the Stiffmeister. The Stiffmeister, baby! For all you American Pie fans out there. Is American Pie, and I haven't watched it in years, and I loved it, obviously, but is that one of those movies, not all of them, but the original, that stands the test of time for, for what it was? Like, is that going to be considered just a great, kind of college age, high school age, young adult age comedy, or has it been replaced in the pantheon of very similar minded movies that have come out more recently?
Yeah, I think it holds up to an extent. I don't know if it's as funny as it was back then. And the Stifler character is definitely a little, like, he would be canceled in 2020. That's for sure.
Oh
yeah. But yeah, I think they're solid movies. I actually just watched one of them recently because it was on one of the movie channels. They're okay. They hold up.
2nd and 3 from the 39, 2.5 gone by, third quarter. James says Rossi in 3 sims in a row is going to make me a better employee today. It's not 3 straight, and it's very kind of him. And I say this very genuinely, and this applies to any, fill in the blank commentator. And I feel like I'm speaking for Madison here. Anyone that is willing to do 3 sims in a day, regardless of day of the week, but most especially on the weekend, has our eternal thanks. Very grateful to those like Rossi who step up and do 3 on a Saturday. Tom did 3 in a row last weekend, says Mads. I've done 3 many a time as well. Glash has done it. You've done it.
Nope.
No, you've never done 3 in a day?
Nope.
Well, we'll get you right on that schedule, my friend.
Never will happen.
Never will happen. They really take a lot out of you? Or you just don't have the time?
I just don't have, there are very few days where I have that many consecutive hours available. Like, even today, I'm supposed to be working DraftKings Live right now because my schedule got changed, and I'm just kind of there. I'm not helping at all while I'm commentating. So,
Nikhil Harry catch. 1st and goal to the 5. Samir says, I feel like Superbad is my generation's American Pie. Superbad is iconic. I refuse to believe that Superbad will ever be not funny. Like in 15 years when my kids are of that general age and I show them Superbad, I'd like to think they're going to be falling out of their seats laughing as I did the first time I saw it.
Yes, Madison says Bill Hader and Seth Rogen are the MVPs of Superbad, and that is 100% true.
Bill Hader's the MVP of anything he does.
Superbad, obviously a good movie. I wouldn't have it in like my pantheon of comedies. For me,
people don't forget.
I'm blanking on the name all of a sudden. Old School. Old School will always be the best comedy.
Fumble in the end zone by Cam, but recovered by Edelman for a touchdown. Wow, Cam, you got some nerve flexing after that, pal. You got some nerve flexing in the end zone after that. The Patriots with the first touchdown of this game, and Old School is my all-time favorite comedy, and it's not even close.
Yeah, I agree with Madison. Jonah Hill, little too much in that movie.
I'm partial to Jonah Hill, so for me it was the right amount of Jonah Hill. But I get it. I do get it.
The best was that he apparently hated the McLovin. He hated the character or the actor that they hired to play him.
Seriously?
Yep. And that was like specifically why they hired it, because they wanted that tension between those characters.
No kidding. I didn't know. Poor Christopher Mintz-Platz. Sorry to hear that.
I mean, maybe they've grown to be friends, but at the time, he just did not like him.
No kidding. What a bummer.
Bummer, man.
Samir, that kid was so damn funny in Role Model is a very funny movie.
Yes, I like Role Models.
The little kid, you Ben Affleck. That kid was awesome.
Yep.
You know what I watched the other night that I think I said this on the sim the other day, but I watched the other night that I hadn't watched in a couple of years anyway. It's not an old movie, but very funny, is Office Christmas Party.
Yeah, that movie's all right. It's not great. It's okay.
That's not great, but it's an enjoyable comedy.
Madison says Hot Rod is the quintessential comedy that shaped me. Is that the one with Andy Samberg when he's like the stuntman?
Yeah, that was his first movie.
Yeah.
See,
because I love that movie as well. That movie is
great.
Is so
another
fun.
one that Bill Hader stands out in, by the way.
Yeah.
Although, and I know, even as I say that this is a hot take, but I'm still going to take Popstar over Hot Rod. I know most people wouldn't, but I love Popstar.
Me too. Yeah, guys, that was clearly a Cam Newton fumble with an Edelman recovery for a touchdown. It is an Edelman touchdown, not a Cam Newton touchdown.
Is there a dispute to this in the chat?
People are upset about it.
No,
that's what happened.
Very clearly not even remotely close to being anything else. Oh, Mads, you got to see Popstar. It's got to be available somewhere. Look, guys, I got Cam in my lineup and not Edelman. I would have liked Cam with the touchdown as much as you. Not the reality here.
Yep.
Watch out.
I also relate to that because I too am the most humble. Me, Andy Samberg, and Mariah Carey.
There's some songs in that movie, like that one, that are just so incredibly good. Like, Finest Girl kills me every time I hear it. Every time.
Yeah, I don't love that song, but
no,
I prefer I prefer the other one. Even the song at the end isn't great. I really just like the first song. But it's just a funny movie, man. It's a funny movie. And it bombed when it came out, but it's developed like a cult-like following. Same for Hot Rod. Yeah. Like those movies are just kind of cult classics now.
Well, you want to talk another one that became a cult classic as 7-0 Patriots, or 7-2, pardon me, Patriots, with a minute to go in the third.
I know what you're going to say, and I haven't seen it.
I don't think you do.
Yeah, you're going to say Magruder.
God, you do! Look at you! Oh, do we just become best friends? Yeah, I mean, that movie bombed at the box office, made no money. And MacGruber just... I mean, either you know or you don't, right? Like, that's a very funny movie.
Yeah, never seen it.
But you have to like the characters and the SNL sketch, obviously. Madison says, I think I saw it in theaters twice. I love Will Forte. Will Forte's great.
Madison, only 3 people saw that movie in the movie theater, so you are 2 of them.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, Mads. I got it on the wall behind me. Big surprise. Big MacGruber guy. I think they're making a sequel to it. Brandon says Jonah Hill was the best in Accepted. He was really good in Accepted. No question. He was really good in that movie.
Yeah, he looked so different back then.
Well, he was a much larger man back then. As we got a fumble here, picked up by the Pats.
Scoring.
Oh, yeah! He's going to go! Stephon Gilmore's going the distance from the 28. Touchdown! A day for DSTs.
Let's see if they take a peek at this one.
shouting out Jonah Hill and forgetting Sarah Marshall. Another really fun movie.
Looks like a pretty clear fumble to me.
Yeah. Each team with a turnover, 14-2 with this extra point here by Nick Folk. That's going to help a lot of folks, including one Matt LaMarca, who continues to sit atop the 157-person leaderboard by 3 points as the fourth quarter coming up. Yeah, I'm just scrolling back in the chat, and I'm surprised that there's so much. Scroll back on YouTube, folks. I'm really surprised there's so much debate over this Cam versus Edelman situation. I don't even think they reviewed it. It was immense. It was so clear. Like, we called it in real time. Cam fumbled, Edelman landed on it, touchdown.
It's not like it's our decision. We're just going off what the game says. The game called it a fumble recovered by Edelman, so that's how it's getting scored. Right. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not
like it's going to be changed.
It's not like we're sitting in here making the decision. So don't get mad at us.
Don't you get mad at us. Rob says, weirdest game ever. It's up there. It has been a strange one.
It's definitely been an interesting game.
Just 86 passing yards to Allen's 82. And remember, the man's got superstar traits now. Pat's chasing this victory down because, again, important to win this one for the sake of the Madden Holiday Tournament standings.
Samir says, don't you put that on me, Ricky Bobby.
Don't you put that hurt on me. LaMarcus sitting first. I'm 12th, and I would be doing that much better if Cam had scored that touchdown. Instead of Edelman.
You wouldn't have made up any ground on me.
No, I wouldn't be ahead of you, but some other people in front of me that didn't have Cam, I would have gained ground on. But let's see if LaMarca can pull this out here, folks. LaMarca's never won one of these. Knocking down a 157-person field, that's nothing to sneeze at. I asked Ulrich this the other day. What is the, obviously not the largest pot, I'm not going to ask you that, but the largest field that you ever took down in a tournament?
Large. Over 100,000 people.
Seriously?
Yeah.
What kind of tournament was it?
It was an older back in the day tournament. Okay. So it was a $150,000 prize pool with $1 entries. So I maxed entered, which at that time meant you could put in 250 entries.
Okay.
So I had 250 entries in the $1, and I took home solo first place. That was a very good year for me. I had a couple of firsts, a few other top 5 finishes as well. So then once they changed sort of the entry rule limits and the dollar amounts on the tournaments, you know, the $1 tournament kind of got replaced by like a $4 or an $8 tournament. It became a little bit harder to win. But
was this NFL?
I had a very good year back in the day.
Was this football?
Basketball. All basketball for me. Yeah.
Nice.
And do you know who was in my winning lineup when I took home first place?
I don't have a clue.
Steph Curry.
I should have guessed that. I should have guessed it. Scores are updated through 3, folks, as LaMarcus in first by 2 points with P2488 lurking behind. If you're looking for an update on the poll, I love that. So out of 1,000 votes, Steph Curry, 82%. Somebody quote tweets it and writes, maybe you can help me with this one, Adam. Jordan or Barkley?
And shots fired. She says, yeah, once the beginner's luck ran out, you started losing. That's rough, kid.
Two-way tie in the free showdown, solo leader in the free classic. Minute change gone by in the fourth. All right, if anyone, I'm putting myself at the top here because I got talking power. If anyone has any questions regarding your playoffs, as Erwin says, "Cop, seriously, you look like you belong on Super Troopers." Love it. That mustache coming in real nice there, Rabbit. If you have any questions fantasy-wise, I'm going to throw a couple out here, Lamarca, because I appreciate your opinion.
I figured you might.
So this one is just I apologize in advance. This is a laundry list of a question because everybody is in a comparable spot. Everyone's comparable here.
It's like,
okay,
you give me 6 players, you tell me to pick the best one, and then if I get it wrong, you get mad at me.
When have I ever done that? When have I ever texted you and said, "Lamarca, you screwed me yesterday"? Name the one time that's ever happened. Shut up. All right, here you go. I want you to pick 2, but I'm going to give you more than 6. I want you to pick 2. You ready?
Yeah.
Beasley. Hilton.
Okay, we're off to a good start there.
Thank you. Hilton.
Okay.
Chark. Watkins.
Hold on. I'm going to write these down so I can give you a real answer. Normally, I just half pay attention.
Yeah, no, I want a real answer from you.
Okay, so it was Beasley. Yeah.
T.Y.
Okay. Chark.
Sammy. Gallup. Lazard. Tunyon.
Is that it?
That's it.
Nobody else you want me to consider?
That's half the roster. I think that's enough.
All right.
And let's see if your answer matches what I've got in my little placeholder situation.
So I like Cole Beasley a lot.
Yep.
I think he's in.
Got him in there.
I like DJ Chark a lot. I'm going to go with Beasley and Chark. Final answer.
I'm between Chark and Hilton for that other spot, but I've got Beasley in there.
I like the matchup against Tennessee for Jacksonville quite a bit. Tennessee already not a good defensive team. Now they don't have Jadeveon Clowney. They can't get after the passer. So I think that Mike Glennon should have all day to sort of pick apart their secondary, and I like their chances.
I'll have another one for you, but first, it would only be fair to acknowledge the chat as we have a 2nd and 2 from the 9, halfway through the 4th. Can the Bills get on the board? Not yet. Allen picks up 6 with the completion there. 1st and goal on the way. Diggs with the catch. Steven wants to know Chris Godwin or Deontay Johnson?
That's another good one.
We come at you with the tough questions, my man.
I'm going to go with Deontay Johnson. His workload has just been so secure.
Touchdown Bills. Singletary. So you're going with Johnson.
Correct.
Okay. How about, I don't know. I mean, I guess it's serious. It just really, it's comical that it's come to this. Jeremy says, Lamar Jackson or Taysom Hill?
Wow. That is kind of comical that it's come to that. Lamar looked better last week. I'm going to give it to Lamar Jackson.
I just think you always have to give it to Lamar because of the ceiling.
It's close, though. I mean, it's very close.
Yeah. I get it. I do get it. So 14-9 right now after that extra point.
That touchdown also officially ends my chances of winning this sim. So I gave it my best. I gave it a good run.
Samir says, could you imagine if someone asked that question last season? That's my point. It's wild that it's come to that and it can't be laughed off. DFS question for tomorrow from If the Thunder Don't Get You. Derrick Henry or Devontae Adams?
Yeah, probably the two top plays on the slate overall. Normally, I would say you want to go with the running back because they're safer, but Devontae Adams is basically a running back who plays wide receiver. Like, you can just pencil him in for close to 10 catches and 100 yards every single week and a touchdown. He's scored now in 7 straight games. I think Adams is the better play of the two, especially against Detroit. They have some injuries in their secondary. Adams crushed them their first game this season, had 14 catches for 150 yards and 2 touchdowns. So I'm giving the edge to Devontae Adams.
How about from Jimmy, Corey Davis at Jacksonville or Devontae Parker versus Kansas City?
Well, there's some talk that A.J. Brown might not play. I don't know if that if he's come off the injury report, but if A.J. Brown is out, you definitely go Corey Davis. I still like Corey Davis. He's been balling out. Jacksonville is trash defensively. I think that game has like sneaky shootout potential. Like we could be looking at like a 41-37 type game there.
From DeMac Lion, Mahomes or Allen? This guy, Josh Allen.
Never bench Patrick Mahomes. Ever.
Don't you do it. All right, I'll give you one more from me. Different league.
How do you have all these teams in the playoffs, Kaufman?
I got 2 teams, and they're both in the playoffs. One of them finished 8-5. The other was 9-4.
These must be some cupcake leagues you're playing in.
That's Samir. He's in one of them.
Samir, did you make the playoffs?
Yeah, Samir had a good team.
Not surprising.
Good team. I don't
what
remember what his final record was, but he had a good team. How about okay. I'll give you 3 names. Only one sits.
3
Jarvis
names.
Landry.
Okay.
Yeah. Jarvis Landry, Chris Godwin, Deebo Samuel.
Wow.
Level. Recovered by the Bills. Oh, man. Down by 5 and at the 33.
I love Jarvis Landry, given his role, but I think you sit him based on the matchup. I mean, we're talking about 3 really good players. So he's got the toughest matchup against Baltimore. I think you go with Godwin and you go with Deebo.
Interesting. I was thinking Deebo on the bench. Maybe I'll have to reevaluate.
Deebo, he's so safe. You know, they're
feeding him the ball.
Yeah, they're drawing up all these like creative plays to get the ball in his hand. Like 2 weeks
Jarvis
ago,
has 21 targets the last 2 games.
2 weeks ago, he finished with 133 receiving yards, and he had 136 yards after the catch. That just kind of goes to show you the ways that they're using him, and there's a lot of value in that, in my opinion.
What's the closer to home for you? Because this is waiver wire question for people, or free agency now that waivers have passed, obviously. If you need a running back, as I suspect some do, is it Frank Gore or is it Ty?
It can't be Frank Gore anymore. Please, 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 please don't let it be Frank Gore anymore.
He hasn't been ruled out. It's questionable.
No, I understand, but he's 100. Like, he can't be the guy that they keep giving carries to. They should have won last week behind Ty Johnson and imposter Jamal Adams. Oh, Josh Adams. I kept calling him Jamal just because I'm so used to Jay Adams.
Yeah.
It has to be those 2 guys, right? It has to be Ty Johnson. If it isn't, it's just more proof that the Jets are trying to lose.
How about again, free agency here, quarterback? Matt Stafford, Phillip Rivers.
Stafford.
Yeah, I agree with you.
If you listen to the Lions last week after that win over Chicago, talking about like the weight that was lifted off this team's shoulders by getting rid of Matt Patricia. Like, I keep saying that it sounded more like they overthrew a dictator than they fired a head coach. Like, they were playing free. They were having fun. Marvin Jones said that game was the first time he had fun playing football in years.
Huh.
So I really think that the Lions are going to play much better with Patricia gone. And, we kind of saw that last week. Stafford had 400 passing yards, and he didn't have Kenny Golladay. Prior to that game, he hasn't been able to do anything without Kenny Golladay. So I think that this is a nice time to buy low on Detroit.
I didn't realize this. Age-wise, it certainly makes sense, though. It's pretty cool. HJD says, Gore's son is playing college football. You know it's time to retire.
Fair.
DeMacline says, I benched Mahomes last week for Allen. That was the difference in my win. What do you think of that, LaMarca?
Patrick Mahomes last week did not have his best game. Josh Allen had a great game. I am going to take Patrick Mahomes every single week. Don't care.
Ian says, how do you feel about Evan Ingram or Eric Ebron?
Ebron has been just fed recently.
Yep.
Ingram, too, is not a bad... I mean, they're both solid plays. Tight end is so weak, but Ebron, 11 targets in back-to-back weeks. It's hard to knock that production.
James says, Swift, Peterson, Barber, or Edmonds?
Ugh.
Yeah.
If DeAndre Swift is back, you play him.
And if he's not?
Peterson or Barber, flip a coin. I don't know.
Out on Edmonds.
Not Edmonds.
2nd and 8 from the 48. 30 seconds left here. Bills with the ball. Again, midfield, and they are only down by 5, folks. 2 timeouts left. The Patriots have 3. Allen takes off, almost runs into a defender, but he picks up a first. Out to the 33, and there's a timeout. Bills are trying to ruin the Patriots in Simland, much the same way as real life has gone this season. First and 10 from the 33 for Allen. Again, he's got superstar traits now. It's part of the December update. Faked handoff, keeps the ball, rifles one into midfield, gets there, and a completion inside the red zone to the 11. Into the hands of Lee Smith. 4 catches, 42 yards. What are we looking at here? Out of timeouts, the Bills, they going to win this thing? Field goal's not going to do it.
Well, if they're going to do it, they better do it on this play or get out of bounds. Like, if the clock is running after this play and they don't get into the end zone, I don't think they get another play.
Allen to the right, completes it, and stops shy of the end zone. In applauding Patriots fans. Singletary, not enough, pal. Time is ticking down, and that's a wrap. Patriots, 14-9 winners to improve to 1-1 in their Sim Holiday Tournament season. Bills, 1-1 as well. This was an interesting game, my friend. This was an interesting game, especially if you had those DSTs. Looks like the Bills had 11 points, Patriots 14. I mean, do we be so bold as to give the Patriots DST the Krusty Koff play of the game? 14 points and only about 10% owned?
I think Singletary is the player of the game.
Wow.
Listen, don't get me wrong.
He cracked 20 points, and he was in the loss.
The winning lineup has Singletary at captain, and it does not have the Patriots defense. So
okay,
you did not need the Patriots D today. It
Fair.
Looks like you needed Devin Singletary.
But if they had gone with the Pats DST over the Bills DST, their lineup would have been that much better.
They would have. Pats DST is number 2 on the list.
Yep. Okay. Matter of fact, that Todd projected winning lineup here. Congrats. We see that username a lot. If only you were getting real money here in these free rolls. Matt Lacoste as a punt play got you a goose egg. So able to win it with 5 spots. Singletary, Allen, Edelman, Diggs, and the Bills DST. So it speaks to how big that recovered touchdown was there for Edelman, obviously. Who was your big disappointment, my friend? Your Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award. Where's that going?
A lot of people to choose from, right? You could pick basically anyone on offense.
How about Cam?
I'm going to give it to Cam Newton. He was 62% owned, and he had
3 points.
3.25 DraftKings points.
Gross.
Not getting it done.
Almost as gross as this here stash. Debbie says you look 10 years older now. Well, not them with the beard. Maybe with the stash. It is horrendous. You're right about that. So, what do we got for the rest of the day, folks? 2 sims down. That means you're a third of the way through the dream stream today here on a Saturday. Lamarca and I, you won't hear from us again today, but we are going to be back together tomorrow for Leaderboard Live for the primetime game. So get ready, folks. You're not rid of us yet. In the meantime, you will have Kenny Ducey and Jason Rossi coming at you for the Jets and Dolphins for the next one, an hour from now, a little less than that, for the early bird special. And then Steelers Ravens. It is Rossi and Jeff Ulrich. That is the happy hour sim. And then primetime, Bengals Browns, Moose and Tom Carroll. And then Tom Ace sticks around for Madden After Dark. Rossi returns, Titans and Texans. That is your slate the rest of the day. And remember, wins matter in Simland, folks. Wins matter. Playing for a Simper Bowl here. This stuff's important. Lamarca, this was a good time, buddy. I always like hanging out with you.
Yeah, it's fun. Although now that we're like large screened again, man, that mustache is gross.
Yeah, there's no way around it. You really gotta.
You know, if don't do it. If you trimmed it up a little bit, you made it a little thinner, it might work, but it's just, no, get it out of here. End the stream, please. Dear God.
All right. Thanks to Matt, to Samir, to Kyle, to Joe, everybody, Game Ops. We appreciate you. Again, we're back with you for Leaderboard Live tomorrow. Happy hunting. Good luck setting all those lineups, folks. We're pulling for you. Oh, that is repulsive. Watching on the YouTube delay. It doesn't even look real. Looks like it was glued on or something. Ugh.
That's what I'm telling you.
All right. Gotta go. See you later. Bye-bye.
What is up, everybody? Kenny Ducey and Jason Rossi here on the DK Dream Stream. They have finally let me call a Jet Sim, Rossi, so obviously nothing I say is going to be, reliable whatsoever. So I have to ask you, what are you doing with your lineups?
Well, I'll tell you right now, I'm throwing it in. We're going to the free contest this one. Neither one of us created one, so I'm kind of going on the fly. I have enough money to finish with. All right, here we go. This is where I'm going to go. I'm putting Breda in as my captain. I'm going to go with the Dolphins DST. I got Crowder, new superstar, by the way. We'll get into that. I got Herndon, I got Tua, and I got Patrick Williams. That's the lineup I'm going with.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it in time before lock, so I'm just going to.
I'll tell you right now, I know this is like your life right here. We're going to be watching.
Didn't do it. I wasn't able to. That's fine, though, because it's going to be. You can just pretend that I made a lineup. It's obviously going to be terrible, but I was going to do.
At least you're honest.
Sam Darnold as my captain. So let's see what happens here. It should be fun, of course. We do have the divisional games going on right now because this is this is the Madden Holiday Tournament here at DraftKings. So we've had plenty go on already today and this week. We've had some great, AFC North, NFC North. I just love the North matchups here. The AFC is probably not the division you're looking to really watch, but it has been interesting. New England 1-1, Buffalo 1-1, Miami is unbeaten. So Miami here with a 10-point differential could end up running away with this division, given they win over the Jets. Of course, you still got Le'Veon Bell here for the New York Jets, as we see Sam Darnold's 2019 stats. Took a little bit of a step backwards this year.
A little bit, just a little bit.
Missed some time due to injury.
Sure, yeah, that's true. Just so people are aware, right now, like you said, the Dolphins with that. If the Jets pull this one off, it's a huge thing because then every team in this division, the AFC East, will be 1-1 heading into the final round of divisional play, or division play, because they each will play each other one. Well, each team will play the team they have yet to play one. So we'll see if the Jets can pull off. If Miami pulls it off, they're in the driver's seat to make the playoffs here.
Yeah, Miami is in a good position here. They definitely are. They can finish this division 2-0. They got a matchup here they should take care of. So you get Sam Darnold here on 2nd and 4 under center. He's got Le'Veon Bell back there. He gives it to him. And, that's going to go for 4 yards. 1st and 10.
And, I quickly mentioned it. Jamison Crowder, with the update, he is now added mid in elite. So he's going to, his mid-range throws are going to, he's basically going to have such an advantage there. It's something you've seen in in reality with Jamison Crowder. Very wildly underrated, I think, receiver. And obviously the Jets have really, moving on from Robbie Anderson, there's a lot of questions, but I think he's filled that void for what it's worth for a team that hasn't won a game.
He's certainly been very, very serviceable for the Jets. I wouldn't say he's filled the Robbie Anderson void. He's not. I don't think he's quite the receiver that Anderson is. Especially, I feel like he's a very good guy underneath. Probably going to be a good complementary receiver if this team ends up picking up talented receivers in the draft. They'll probably have Mims and someone else on the outside.
Oh!
Nice catch there, left side, running. That's Chris Hogan down to the 45.
Ogs getting involved. What a grab. Using both hands. That's why they say catch the ball with your hands, not with your body. That would have been incomplete, but
that's right. Adam Gates revenge game.
Yeah, that's it. There's going to be a lot of revenge for him in his career, I have a feeling. But, yeah, big play there. This will set up the Jets in Miami territory.
Another run for Bell. All right.
Madison dropping. Did you know Chris Hogan played lacrosse? That's what happens when the Patriots were overexposed on national television for a while, and you would just hear the same things over and over. It's like, do you know Ryan Fitzpatrick went to Harvard?
But yeah, I would love it if, maybe the Jets go Mims, Rondale Moore in the draft, and then you get Crowder in there in the slot, or maybe Moore is in the slot. He is only 5'9" or something like that. But plenty of receivers in this draft for the New York Jets to draft. Terrence Marshall was there. Got Chris Olave.
He's got the. That's what happens when you're a Jets fan right now. Guess what? As a Patriots fan, I'm gonna start looking. It's draft look
That's
ahead.
right.
Like second, third. Well, for you, you know what the first round is. It's Lawrence or bust, I would say at this point. But just say it's a 1, 2, or 3. What are those other options? If God forbid you.
The Patriots are moving up there. The Patriots could end up picking they are,
Top 10?
I think, right now 15th. They could end up picking top 10. You could end up getting a chance at, Trey Lance, maybe. You get one of these wide receivers. Here's Darnold rolling out, showing the speed. Sam Darnold inside the 20.
Yeah, gutsy play there. Didn't really get much. It was about a 30-yard run for 3 yards, but didn't fumble, which is huge, Kenny. We've seen this guy. I've watched a lot of sims with him. A lot of fumbles on those hits, especially coming from a cornerback that can maybe just lower a little bit of a boom on him, but kind of went to the side, so that'll set up a 2nd and 7 from the 19-yard line.
This is my first Jet sim that I've ever watched. Run up the middle here for Bell, 4 yards.
Just so you know, it was very controversial before you came on. They tried to avoid you being on with the Jets, but it just was unavoidable.
I know. Obviously, all season long, I haven't done one Jet sim.
Now you're going to do
Emerson does like the Jaguars at noon, like every week.
Maybe we can start a thing once we get out of the holiday tournaments of 2021. We'll do Emerson noon, Jags. We'll do Kenny, whatever time you want.
What is that? Big drop right through the hand. I believe that was right off Perriman's hands. Oh gosh, I don't know who that was. Here comes Sam Ficken out for the short field goal here. No, it's gonna be.
Look at this, the aggressive call. That's what you want.
Gase rolling the dice. Darnold throwing left side complete inside the 5-yard line to Chris Hogan.
Hogan's
no
come up
longer
huge.
in the NFL right now.
He's a free agent. I wouldn't be surprised to see him get picked up by a team making a playoff push that might just need a veteran presence from a receiving standpoint. Super Bowl winner with the Patriots. Talented receiver, good possession guy. He makes the play there. Heading to the 3-yard line now, 1st and goal.
Run up to the left side here. Bell going to break some tackles, get down to the 1. Pro Sports saying that we aren't using the live rosters. Le'Veon Bell is on the Chiefs. Did you know that? Did you know that Le'Veon Bell was on the Chiefs?
No, it's not true.
Idea.
I only go by the Madden stream info page or whatever reality. I haven't seen a football game since 2020, like in the Super Bowl earlier this year. I didn't even know football was being played.
I just said Chris Hogan was no longer in the NFL, but I think I was wrong. Bell running to the right side, losing the yard. And,
why is he
third and goal from the 2?
He was on Carolina for a heartbeat, I thought, but I don't know if he still is. I don't know. Whatever. Who cares? It's Chris Hogan. Like, is this really what we've come to? Edge 95. I see you over there with your peaceful comments. Merry holidays to you.
Let's see what the Jets do here on 3rd and goal.
I smell stuff.
Under center. Handoff up the middle. Touchdown. Fullback dive. That's Trayvon Wesco, the tight end, in at fullback.
Damn. That is a guy that is... He's played so well in these odd sims. He's had a pass attempt in a sim. He's thrown I think the last one he had an attempt, he had a fake field goal catch once. He can play. I got to look up his price again because I thought about throwing him in there. Here it is. He was flexed in 0.8% of the contest. Imagine that. So those are some real happy people that threw a dart as he rushes it in from the 2-yard line. Touchdown Jets, taking the lead. What a drive.
Wow, Trayvon Wesco.
Let's go.
I just had to double check my depth chart to make sure. It is funny. I don't really think I need a depth chart for this. But I was like, let me just make sure that's Trayvon Wesco before I say anything. Of course, they also do still have Josh Doctson in here. Josh Doctson, who I believe he was a TCU product, supposed to be pretty good. First-round rookie, first-round pick of Washington football team. Didn't really work out for him.
No, there's been a lot of those. Obviously you saw if you watch Thursday Night Football talking about just the Patriots' woes in the draft. But yeah, there was Doctson. There was who was the guy for the 49ers?
Oh, you know what? Josh Doctson was a coronavirus opt-out.
Yes, this year he did. He decided, nah, I'm good. We'll see. Maybe next year come back. Speaking of COVID-19, looks like the Lions have placed Emerson Griffin on the COVID-19 reserve list.
Curtis Samuel coming off the list yesterday. That's big.
That's going to be big. Also, Chargers activating Justin Jackson just to continue to screw with the lineup.
Fantasy playoffs, man. Big moves happening. You got a lot of guys coming off the list. A lot of guys going on the list.
Yeah, my team.
David Johnson's in the IR. Duke Johnson's about to get like 95% of the snaps this week.
But, and I'll be honest, as a guy who's had both, I don't even know if I trust them. It's against the Bears, I believe.
Who, Duke?
Duke, right? Isn't that who they're playing?
Yeah, I've had Duke before, too. I don't know. I do love him, but...
Oh, love's a very strong word for Duke Johnson, but... Yeah, I'm good with letting somebody else pick him up in my league. They don't involve him in the passing game enough. It's still Trubisky. It was very strange, the use. I'm sorry, not with Trubisky. I'm sorry, with Watson. I don't know what happened there. I feel like they don't use him correctly. So I'm good with somebody else. But if you are out there, especially DFS tomorrow, he could be a heck of a play. I think I can drop Benny Snell.
It's just a damn cough, man. But I took 2 Jets, Crowder and Wesco. Nicely done. 2 are looking for a man who's going to hook up with Albert Wilson right there. It's going to be a 4th and 1. C.J. Mosley, speaking of COVID opt-outs, people forget how good C.J. Mosley is. Probably would have been on a Super Bowl contender at this point in the season if he had he been playing.
Yeah.
Jets would have traded him away for a high draft pick.
Also,
curious what happens though.
Yeah, real quick. Also, Myles Gaskin. Speaking about this team, he got put on the COVID list as well.
Wow, what a punt! What a punt! I think it's disrespectful that when we put out the Madden depth charts, we don't put the punters on the depth charts. Yeah, I know it's because it's all the players that you can draft, and you can't draft a punter in DraftKings. I don't really care. I think the punter is a huge part of it. Matt Hawk. What a kick.
Give it to the Hawkman. Go get you some.
Of course, we all know who the Jets punter is. The great Braden Mann.
Do we?
First and 10 from the 1. Darnold.
Safety.
Time. Throws. Caught. At the 20 or nearly. It's Jamison Crowder. That might end the half. No safety so far.
Yeah, he shows off that great grab, that mid attack there, that he gets boosted with the superstar trait. Nice to see a star on the Jets on the offensive side. And yeah, that'll probably do it here for the first quarter. And not super action-packed, but both teams giving us a little bit to talk about. Crowder owned, by the way, 45%.
You're just joining us, Trayvon Wesco.
Exactly.
The only touchdown in this game. He is the Jets, I think, 3rd-string tight end in real life. Fullback 1 on the Madden depth chart. He runs in a 1-yard run for a touchdown. Other performers in this one, Darnold doing an okay job. He's got the 63 yards through the air to it, just 6 passing yards. And he's hooked up with Jamison Crowder a few times. Le'Veon Bell, 7 carries for 23 yards on the ground. Nothing too spectacular there. He has his no more superstar trade, and he hasn't really run the football that well in real life, so it makes sense that he's not running it well in Madden. Breida just 4 yards. I mentioned Crowder and Hogan 2 catches each. That's been the bulk of the Jets' passing yards right there. You have Crowder with over 20, Hogan with over 30, and that's where we stand right now. The Jets 7-0 with the ball, moving down the field.
Yeah, David over on YouTube says, there's a lot of cheap plays. Albert Wilson, Jordan Howard, Wesco, Adam Shaheen, and Chris Hogan, along with Perriman, can lace up for cheap. And that is true. This was a weird contest. I actually paid up for a lot of players, which honestly I did it very quick because we were in the pregame, but feeling kind of dirty about it right now because he's right. Those were obviously Wesco. I was toying with the idea, but I went with Preston Williams, sorry. But we'll see as we get to the second quarter. We'll see if
Preston Wilson.
Preston Wilson's like a guy who went to like some snooty upper,
Preston Wilson played baseball, didn't he?
Preston Wilson? Sure.
So.
He sounds like a guy who probably did. Sounds like a hockey player too. Rich snotty guy. By the way, DeAndre Washington I believe that's his name. He's going to be your alleged. DeAndre Washington will be your alleged again starting running back for the Dolphins tomorrow. You've seen the way that offense plays, so might want to think about him DFS, fantasy-wise.
Preston Wilson was a 10-year baseball player. Played for the Marlins, Rockies, Nationals, Astros, Cardinals, and Mets. Yeah, I knew it was
outfielder. Outfielder, right?
How do you not know who Preston Wilson is?
Didn't he win a championship as well? A series, if you would, of the world?
What you missed while Rossi was talking about the Dolphins starting running back tomorrow.
It's very important.
Brashad Perriman, big catch. Jets are at the 40-yard line. The Jets are looking to spoil this Madden tournament for the Dolphins. There is a world. If the Jets win this game, they can leapfrog the Bills and get into second place in the AFC East in the Madden tournament. If they win by enough, they can leapfrog the Dolphins.
Yeah, could happen. It all
the Jets
depends.
are minus 3 points. They only lost by 3 points in their first game. I'm just going off the standings here. They only lost by 3 points in their first game. They have a minus 3 point differential. They're 0-1. Buffalo 1-1 with a minus 2 point differential. Miami 1-0 with a plus 10. So if the Jets win this by, 7 points, that would do it, right? Then that would give them a plus 4. Oh, what a throw down the field by Sam Darnold. Finds the time and finds Jamison Crowder. Darnold over 100 yards. What a day!
Yeah, what a start for these two. Jamison Crowder, that's his third grab of the game. Nice play. Darnold just looks good in these odd plays. You saw the scramble earlier. He's turning it on here. This Dolphins defense giving him plenty of kind of room there just to throw a pop-up. Talking about Preston Williams.
I'm just spitballing here, but they would have plus 3, right? And then the Jets would have. So if the Jets won, if this score held, right? If the Jets won 7-0, just doing the math. Here's Darnold scrambling again. Now this is one thing he did do very well in his first 2 years, but he gets sacked. So if the Jets were to win 7-0, say, they'd have 14 points for, 20 points against. So that would be
6 point differential.
That would be a minus 6 points. No, yeah, they'd have 24 points for, 20 against. They'd be plus 4.
Okay.
Excuse me. So the Jets would be plus 4. The Dolphins would be 24 points for and 21 points against. That would be plus 3. So if the Jets win by 7, throw to the end zone incomplete. The Jets win by 7 points, they will eclipse the Dolphins. If they win by 6, they will not. They need to win by 7. 7 is a magic number for the Jets. They can go all the way to number 1.
There we go. This is
Darnold on 3rd and 20 for Sam Darnold. He's rolling. He's looking. He's going to throw on the run. It is caught at the 10. Darnold on fire. Jamison Crowder for 29 yards.
Listen, that's nonstop Jet math that you just got. Don't worry about it. Just hope for the W. You don't need to worry about being in first. You need the win, and that's a big play. Darnold scrambles to his right the 3rd time this game, going to his right, finding a receiver across the middle. Crowder, like I said, 29 yards.
Run up the middle. Bell barreling his way to the 1.
Oh, we're going to see a double dose of Wesco from the 1-yard line, Kenny. He's in play. What do you guys need? Do you need another Wesco? Cat's trying to get involved in the broadcast. I don't know if he'll talk, but let's see.
I formation. Will they give it to Wesco again? Bell on the pitch. Has room. Hit and brought down at the 3.
Say that the goal line rushes for teams that don't have like the best of the best. The Derrick Henrys, as my cat absolutely annihilates my entire setup here. They just don't seem to punch it in as cleanly. And obviously a great tackle here, getting Bell stopped short.
This is a big play. Big play, Rossi. Trips formation on the right side. Sam Darnold stands in the shotgun. He's got time. He throws over the middle. Caught! Touchdown! Brashad Perriman! Jets by 14!
Jets, what a drive. Again, just picking apart this Miami defense. They made the stop on Bell. Couldn't make a stop right across the middle. Wide open window. Perriman just sits there in the zone. Gonna put them up 14 after the extra point by Ficken.
Kick is up and good. You can't make it up, Rossi. The Jets going into the state of Florida. No, I'm trying to.
No, don't do it. Don't do it. Just let it go. Simami.
Hard Rocks. Fake. Something fake.
Let's go with Simami. It's right there for you.
Simami?
Yeah.
Simiami.
Okay, sure.
Simiami. There we go. Miami. The Jets are going into Miami, and they're looking to take the AFC East.
Miami.
They could take the AFC East, folks. If the Jets win this football game by 7 points, they will win, or they will go to the top of the AFC East.
Rob Dog, that's the best comment of the day. Says Jets winning 14-0 only in Madden. LMAO. Well, they was up
So
big.
funny.
They had double. They had a lead on the Patriots with like 8 to go. They were up 10.
Oh man, run up the middle, and Breida had a hole, but he couldn't get through it.
No, couldn't. Again, just the news. Breida will not be. He's been added to the COVID list. So giddy up your DeAndre Washington in your DFS or your fantasy lineups.
Second and 6, Tua on the give. It's Breida for the first down.
Yes. So yeah, this will be big. One division winner will make it here. So yeah, this is big for the Jets right now. But again, there's still plenty of time to it. Oh, a little under 3 minutes to go here, Kenny, in the first half. Now here come the Miami Dolphins with a rookie that's played rather up and down, a little more down than up in Tua.
Here we go. He's got some time. Throws over the middle. Caught inside the 40. And that's going to be Albert Wilson with the catch. Or excuse me. Jakeem Grant.
Yes. So yeah, just so you know, with this division, the teams that have yet to play will play one more time. So like the Jets have played, I believe they lost to the Bills, and then the Bills lost to the Patriots. So they will play the Patriots, I believe, the last time for this division. Jets will lose, says Travis. Chris Conklin looking for.
What a big hit from C.J. Mosley. First down picked up, but at what price? Jordan Howard just got lit up like a Christmas tree.
Go Cab. What's up, dude? See you guys all in the chat. Don't forget to smash that like over 500 on a Saturday. Hope you're feeling good, feeling fresh.
Time for Tua. Pass is caught at the 30. To the 28-yard line goes Devontae Parker.
David says this game is better than checking my college football lines. Tough day for you, I'm assuming there.
Another pass for Tua, another completion to the 25. The Jets defense starting to relent a little bit. Jakeem Grant with the catch. So getting confirmation here from the wonderful producer Madison, the playoffs will be decided, the playoff seeding will be decided rather by the top 2 teams in each division. So the top 2 teams advance. So the Jets, a win here put them number 1. They would have one more game to go, and they would just have to not fall to 3rd place. So they probably don't even have to win. They would probably just have to not lose by too much. Although I guess there would be 3 1-1 teams.
Well, yeah, we'll see. Tiebreakers are going to be so points being scored are going to be huge in this. So Miami, even if they take the L, want to put some points up for all you Fins fans.
Of course.
The
Jets, a big sack for the Jets front seven. I will say this is the Jets' second game. They have played the Bills, so they'll play the Patriots after this. And the Patriots are 1-1, but they are at the bottom of the division. So it'll be an uphill battle for the Patriots to get back. The Jets will have the edge in point differential, so they probably just need to. Oh, I guess they're gonna have to win because they'll end up being 2-1 teams. Long field goal is good for Jason Sanders. I'm not sure what happened there. Might have hit off the little, like the stand of the uprights after it went through. Oh, it just
the net. It's a
bouncy
very
fence. A bouncy net, apparently.
A very tight net.
Worth noting, the last time that the Jets saw the field, Rashad Perriman did put up 100 yards on 5 catches and a touchdown in a 2017 loss to the Bills. Last time the Dolphins played in this tournament, Matt Breida had a 100-yard game on the ground and a rushing touchdown.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a big second half for even to come close to those numbers.
I mean, all it's going to take for Perriman is one more long catch. Have you been watching have you seen those big catches?
I have.
He's crazy. He's there. He's getting there.
No, I know, but I was talking about Breida.
Oh, yes, Breida for sure. Perriman's at 23 yards, so he just needs about...
well, this is it right here.
About 77 more. Yeah, it could happen here. Could get some yards here.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, 46 seconds, plenty of time to wave. We've noticed Darnold goes to his right, he's made completions. Darnold goes to his left, stays in the pocket, hasn't been as successful, or at least pushing the ball down the field. He's had, obviously, the touchdown right across the middle, but we'll see how the Jets come out and attack this one.
All right, let's see it. Darnold over the middle. Starts off well at the 40-yard line, caught by Chris Herndon. Timeouts to burn for the Jets here.
And needed, timeout there. So 40 seconds, one timeout remaining at the 38 to get to frickin' field goal range. Will probably need another 7 yards, close to 30 yards, just to even have a bomb of a chance of a real deep field goal. So we'll see the play calling here. If they can get out of bounds, rush it. Don't want to get Hoyered here.
You love saying that, don't you? Caught over the middle, almost to midfield, Le'Veon Bell. He's not the only person that's ever happened to.
Yeah, I don't know if that's true. I think he was. The only person in the history of any sport, anywhere, to do something that embarrassing. As a veteran. Big idiot, Brian Hoyer. Oh, they called the timeout there. Interesting. Okay. So this is really going to be tough here for them to pull off a field goal. There's 21 seconds remaining. They're at the 47-yard line. Need about, let's just say 10, 15 yards even to have a chance, but they're going to have to get quickly to the ball, roll out the field goal unit, or do a spike, which we've seen the AI not always go for, but we'll see. Maybe they'll take a big shot here. Yeah, they need about a good solid 15, 20 here. And the clock to stop.
Time for Darnold. Throws left side. Oh, yeah, Bell's going to run right into a tackler. And that's going to be the end of the half. At least they pick up some yards here for Le'Veon Bell.
And Darnold gets those as well.
Yep. He does. So Sam Darnold, oh boy, he is coming up on 200 yards, folks. Sam Darnold is rapidly approaching 200 yards. Sam Darnold is going to throw, perhaps, for the bonus in this game. It's looking like it.
Perhaps is most important.
Is everyone ready for a Sam Darnold bonus game? I don't think everyone is.
Quan over on Twitch saying, I quit if Bell doesn't score. Well, no one likes a quitter, Quan.
What do you quit?
I'm assuming the sim, but I don't want to guess anything else.
Well, welcome back into the booth, everybody. He's Jason Rossi. Reading your comments. I'm reading your comments also, but also calling the game. Kenny Ducey.
Kenny's just...
That's my name. I sit here in the...
Drooling over the Jets. That's all you're doing is drooling over the Jets. I'm even wearing Jets colors for you today. Didn't even realize.
I'm wearing pink. Our wonderful staff, comprised of Madden, Samir. Sorry, Madden. Sim Madison. Samir, our ops team, And Jay Cash saying, now the Jets will only score 3 points in the second half. I don't think that's necessarily true.
Good.
I don't think that's true. But welcome back into the booth, everybody. Thanks for being with us here on a Saturday evening. It's great to be here. It's great to have you here. Albert Wilson, 1 catch. Jordan Howard, 1 catch. Devontae Parker, 1 catch. That is just about the bottom of the receiving totem pole here. The rest of the receivers in this game have eaten. Jamison Crowder, 4 catches for 78 yards. Let's talk about bonus watches here. That's definitely worthy of watching out for. Jamison Crowder's just 22 yards off the bonus. Sam Darnold, 169 yards. He is on track to hit the bonus. Jason Rossi, is there anybody else that we're missing for bonus watch?
No, those are the 2. Obviously, big second half for any of these players could turn that around. 1 big catch. We'll see if they could pull it off here. Just really quickly, as stats are being updated by our amazing ops crew, appreciate them. We currently have in the free showdown a 3-way tie, all having Perriman, the captain, Darnold, Parker, Crowder, Bell, and the Jets DST. That's right, folks. The Jets DST is in a winning lineup in 2020. This is the wildest year ever.
Got better after they got rid of
Yeah, and the scores have been updated, so my cap is off if I was wearing one. My beard that I pet throughout these entire things because I'm strangely obsessed with it. Joe and Kyle, appreciate you guys smash the like button for those guys just working their tails off. Things have been updated. Appreciate them.
People saying they like the sunglasses. That's very nice.
Yeah, look at that. Joe. I'm just going to call it Joe on that one. Yeah, Deucey, man, like the shades. Who doesn't like a good pair of shades? Kenny's future is so bright, he's got to wear them. Are you going to be on, are you on tomorrow with anything? Are you doing any leaderboard lives or sweat?
Of course. I'm going to have the sweat. I'm going to have leaderboard live. And be keeping you guys all updated on the latest happenings in the NFL on DK Live.
Sick. Yeah, make sure you smash that subscribe button on YouTube. Obviously, if you're over on Twitch, our Twitch homies, what up? Make sure you just tap anything over there that will keep you informed. You get the push notification like you will in just about an hour from now about the second half of our Dream Stream days. We have all 6. We already had 2. Here for the 3rd. And we got 3 more tonight, baby.
Mike Jasicki with the catch. Big time catch there for Jasicki.
Oh, Jordan, cry me a river. I'm sorry, Jordan, you're such a whiner. I love you, pal, but Jets are one of the best DSTs. I'm making it more of like an assumption because the Jets stink in real life. I could say it about any team that stinks. Man, I need you to find your smile, Jordan. I want you to just write positive stuff in that. One day, I'm going to get you. Santa Sim's coming, by the way, and he's coming for you, Jordan. You're going to giddy up, sit on his lap, and tell him what you want for Christmas, and you're going to spread nothing but joy in this chat. That's my wish for this Sim Holiday tournament. Jordan just spread some positivity.
Well, there's Avery Williamson on the stop. Now plays for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah,
one of the many Jets traded.
We'll see here if the Dolphins here, 2nd and 11, big play, a big drive for them.
This is the Dolphins need this to get back in the game. Tua is going to throw deep right side, well over the head of his intended target. Yikes. 3rd and 11. It's a 3rd and 11. The New York Jets. The point differential matters here. So whether or not you think the players on the field right now probably don't understand the stakes, but we do.
They might.
We know the stakes. If the Jets can run up this score and win by a lot, they can almost seal themselves a place. Well, they can't seal themselves. They can put themselves in a very good position to make the playoffs.
They sure would, yeah. So this is a stop there from the Jets. Obviously, still plenty of time. It was the first drive here at the 3rd quarter, but you were doing the math earlier. This puts them in a really good position. Even in a loss, they need to continue to put points up.
This would put them atop the AFC East with just a win of 7 points. Now, the only issue facing the Jets here, as there are many in real life, but just one in Stimland, is that everybody in the AFC East is going to be 1-1 if the Jets end up winning this game. So that would mean that they need to win their next game, which will come against the Patriots. And the Patriots have been bad in Sinland. They are last place in AFC right now, in the AFC East. Negative 5-point differential. But they have had a pretty potent offense.
Yes,
so it'll end up being either the Patriots or it'll be the winner of Pats Jets and the winner of Bills Dolphins to make the playoffs, because the Jets could have the best point differential, but if they're 1 and 2, it's not going to happen.
It would not. No, it would not.
And this is the first division that we are running back through in the DK Holiday Tournament here. As of course we have the rest that we're going division by division. So we just finished, I believe yesterday, with the NFC South. All the divisions now have had at least every team has played at least once. Now we're going to cycle back through the divisions.
Yes, that is
Second
true.
and inches. The Jets setting up shop at the 12-yard line here.
After the next play, I'm going to give you guys the rundown of the division leads, because I saw somebody ask that question in the chat. So just very quickly here, right now the
Why don't you
Miami.
give the top 2 teams? So right now, who, if the season ended today, who would be in the playoffs? Top 2.
Well, I don't know what the other things from today. What do you mean, top 2 in the whole entire thing?
Top 2 each division.
Each division. Well, everybody's 1-1. There is not a team that is 2-0 in the entire sim. So I was just
they asked for the first place teams in each division, right?
No, someone just said I was looking for the standings, but I guess right now, okay, so Miami's in first, Philadelphia's in first, Kansas City's in first, Seattle, Cincinnati.
Right.
Yes, that's
I
right.
was just saying the two, giving the top 2 teams instead of just the top team, because there's going to be 2 teams that are 1-0, and the top 2 teams make the playoffs. So
Gotcha.
Really,
So
that's
the undefeated teams: New Orleans and Tampa Bay, Indianapolis, Jacksonville, Chicago, Green Bay, Cincinnati, Baltimore, Arizona, Seattle, Denver, Kansas City, the Philadelphia Eagles, the New York Football Giants. Obviously, this is in progress that we have here, but currently Miami is the only 1-0 team, and technically Buffalo 1-1 I believe has the slight edge. But don't quote me on that.
You were going to call them the Philadelphia football team, weren't you?
I was going to call them the Philadelphia Football Eagles. That's honestly what I was going to say.
2nd and 9. Darnold has so much time. He's going to run left side. He's got so much space ahead of him. He's going to pick up the first down. Sam Darnold, a 9-yard run. 12 rushing yards, and he is celebrating with just cause. Adam Gase in the revenge game here. In Sim Miami. Driving down the field are the Jets.
Barb's jumping in saying, "What's up, fam? Just got back from food shopping for X-Mix. Not like we're having any company or anything, but I'm still making stuff."
What a huge run right there for Le'Veon Bell to the 37. 60 rushing yards for Bell. A lot of you have him in your lineups, and he's finally paying off. 58.1% owned. That's what you like to see from Bell. Getting over 10 DKFP. This is why we're here. We're here to watch Le'Veon Bell run the football.
Yeah, that's why we all woke up this morning. Get me some of that simulated Bell runs.
That's what the people in the chat want to see, Rossi. They came here. They want to see Bell truck defenders, despite him not having a superstar trait.
It's true.
Chris Conklin wants to see more Jamison Crowder. Now it's very easy to track him. Just the only guy on offense with the star underneath him. Ooh, that one is nowhere in the vicinity of Chris Herndon, 3rd and 6.
It's true.
This one wants to know who else scored besides Perriman. There was a goal line carry for Trayvon Wesco, the fullback, who scored. And then you had Darnold picking up with Perriman, and that's your score. 3rd and 6. Darnold, all sorts of space over the middle for the catch to be made and the run to be made by Chris Herndon. 4th catch of the day for the tight end, who is invisible in real life, but very reliable in Sim Miami. 1st and 10.
Let's see here, Jets, 15. Here he is again.
Bell for the first down to the 4. Now Le'Veon Bell has 70 yards. Over 58% ownership for Le'Veon Bell, and he's having a great afternoon. Coming up on the close of the third quarter, the Jets knocking on the door, trying to take an 18-point lead over the Dolphins. Darnold gonna hand it off to Bell. Gonna get down to the 1. Could we see Trayvon Wesco?
Give me that.
The football one more time.
The Wesco
Could it possibly be a throw to Chris Herndon in the end zone? Could we see Ryan Griffin on a 2 tight end set catch the ball? We've got plenty of tight ends on the field right now. 2nd and goal. Darnold, 3-step drop and throw. Has his man. Touchdown. Chris Hogan. Pretending to box in the end zone.
Hogan again with a huge play, wide open across the middle. And you can't see it right now, but Kenny Ducey looking like the Grinch when he stole Christmas, or when he found this heart growing 3 sizes, grinning ear to ear. Love seeing the Jets dominate right now. But yeah, that's the name of this game right now. It has been Sam Darnold. Forget about all the ghosts. Forget about all the jokes. He is playing the best game he has played in quite a while in reality and in Simland. He's got 2 scores. That puts the Jets up 18 on the Miami Dolphins. This fourth quarter could get ugly unless Flores and the simulated Miami Dolphins can get their S together.
Incredible scenes from Sim Miami. The New York Jets have taken a 21-3 lead. You are looking at the face of Braden Mann, the greatest punter ever to live, getting ready to kick off. 38 seconds to go in the third quarter. The Jets have taken total control of this game. And here's what it would mean for their playoff hopes. If the Jets can hold on to a fairly sizable win, they will control their own destiny against the Patriots. If the Jets can knock off the Patriots next game, they will cruise into first place in the AFC East and cruise in to the Madden tournament playoffs. The knockout stage, if you will.
Yeah,
Matt Breida is going to get swallowed up behind the line. Neville Hewitt, what a tackle.
I got to just quickly, total aside here in college football, there was maybe the wildest ending in the history of at least MAC football, for whatever that means to you. But Western Michigan versus Ball State was insane. There was a crazy pitch. The team ran onto the field. There was a penalty, but you got to check it out later. In between sims, just go check it out. It was pure insanity. The Western Michigan team basically won the game, but there was a penalty, I think, for a forward lateral. The entire Ball State team was on the field, like looking like the band from back in the day. Crazy stuff. Check it out.
Not much to report on the Dolphins front, but so much to report on the Jets front, Rossi. The New York Jets are going absolutely crazy in this game. I'm not sure what happened. I'm not sure. Maybe they replaced Adam Gase before the game. Sam Darnold has 209 yards and 2 passing touchdowns, good for 26 DK fantasy points. Tua, just 9 completions for 75 yards. Le'Veon Bell sitting on 74 rushing yards. Jamison Crowder, 95 receiving yards.
Right there.
Crowder, 5 off. Bell, 26 off. Sam Darnold, 91 yards off the bonuses. All 3 of them might hit.
He might. It's right there. We've seen those fades happen, though, where we don't see any more action from some of these players. So we'll check it out. We'll see if Crowder can get that 5 yards, the elusive 5 yards in the fourth quarter, or will we get a fourth quarter fade?
You think just a catch separates Jamison Crowder from the bonus. Chris Hogan has a touchdown reception in this game, 3 catches for 36 yards. Rashad Perriman also with a touchdown reception. He had 2 catches for 23 yards and the touchdown. And of course, Trayvon Wesco, however you want to pronounce his first name, diving into the end zone with a touchdown early in this one to start the scoring. Under 1% ownership on Wesco. It's hard to find him in a lineup. But boy, do I love playing the fullbacks in these Madden Sim showdowns. I love it. And I'm addicted to it. I think I play the fullback every time, just hoping for a fullback dive.
Well, maybe it's a new trend. Stack them fullbacks or tight end threes or whatever. That's not as catchy as stack them kickers, which is definitely not a game to stack kickers, as we can see by the score.
Tua gonna throw on the run and find his man. It's Mike Gesicki again, 26-yard catch.
Gesicki also, I believe, on the COVID list tomorrow. Or is he definitely out tomorrow as well? So that's going to affect. Yeah, I believe so. I believe I saw that earlier. There's a couple updates on Miami earlier today. And again, scores have been updated before that pass. Kyle, Joe, cap is off again. Good stuff by our ops team.
Anything about Mike Gesicki being out tomorrow?
Double check it.
I did just double check it.
Thought I saw it somewhere. Could be wrong. I could be wrong. Or maybe he was activated. There was something with him because there was a lot of news out of the Dolphins earlier. One of the feeds I had, and that's where I found out that Breda was out as well.
Mike Gesicki's going to be playing. He scared me there for a second. I actually went on and on the DK playbook, I make some predictions every week for the NFL. Just predictions on how players are going to perform, what their stats might look like. And I predicted a good game for Mike Gesicki tomorrow.
So you have
not only that, but someone in my household may or may not have Mike Gesicki in a season-long league, which we're now entering the playoffs.
Yes.
Scared me there for a second. You really did. Oh, a fumble! A fumble is forced by the Jets. They're going to run it down the field. Oh, my goodness, there's room. There's room for the return. The Jets are going up 28-3. A scoop and score for Pierre Desir. What is going on?
Honestly, somebody said earlier, I don't know who was in the chat saying, Ducey, are you like taking over or something like that? No, he is not, folks. This is just insane. What a smash hit again. Boom. Oh, wait a minute. No, we're not even going to get challenged. I thought that one might have come back.
You have to remember, DJ Mosley has that X factor, has that trait, the avalanche trait. He can force fumbles. That is it. Jamal Adams, Bobby Wagner, Harrison Smith. So many of these players can just force fumbles anytime they try to hit stick. That's
amazing.
Exactly what happened there with CJ Mosley. Just absolutely jarred that football loose from Devontae Parker. This is disgusting, says Bonzo.
It's honestly disrespectful to anyone who hates the Jets. Rob Hall, the New York Jets are the greatest team ever! It's unbelievable so far. Yeah, Jordan Lindebaum saying it's punishment for not stacking the Jets. I feel you there.
Just unbelievable scenes from Miami right now. I think I have to get a new microphone. I think I yelled too much for this one.
I think you yell too much just period. I don't think it's a microphone. But I like it. Your energy. Kenny, you got energy. Let it out. We can't keep it in.
I'm trying. Look, this is a blowout.
It is.
And the other side, right? We didn't think that the Jets were going to be blowing out the Dolphins. I'm trying to keep people interested here, Rossi.
That's
another hit stick from CJ Mosley.
No, and this is probably as loud as you were when the Raiders scored last week. You were probably this was as excited as you were seeing the reality Jets lose, seeing simulated Jets win. This is your chance. This will make up your entire year of watching Jets losses to see the Jets make this playoffs in this Madden holiday tournament here with the DK Dream Stream.
Throw by I'm reading the comments. By Tua is going to go nowhere. Congo Cap asked me if I changed the settings.
Yeah, it just went Jets 100.
A little Kenny Ducey there for you, says G Cott. Ducey and Rossi sounds like a law firm.
Could be. Are you
Second fumble inbound, says Scott. Let's see. Tua, time, throws. Desir going to make the tackle at the 49. 2nd and 8. over 510 of you, or over 500 of you still watching the New York Jets just smack the Miami Dolphins right now.
What's the run? Hey, check Mike 57. Mike 57. I got him.
Yeah, it's just, who would have thought? But
Pass.
they are going to be in
Room for
first place.
Breida. They are. It may be short-lived, and that's the crime here. The Jets, by losing by 3 points to the Bills, put themselves in a tough situation. They may be 1-1 with a huge, but they may have a huge point differential, but they're still going to be 1-1 at the end of the day.
And the Jets DST, thank you so much, Madison, flexed in 13.6% of leagues, captain in 2.6. That is a huge 2.6 that are getting that.
There goes Jasicki.
$4,200 to throw him in there. Playing out big so far. In the Classic, they are, with 32, they're owned in 21.5. So the Jets DST playing out so far. Let's take a look. Let's at my lineup. Where am I at? I'm absolutely stinking this one. Oh yeah, not even close. One with Miami's DST and that Preston Williams combined for 1 point. Yikes.
Nice throw to Jasicki again. Tua has found a favorite receiver here in Miami.
Yeah,
and
also,
Mike Jasicki.
The Jets DST is in second place in the Classic right now. So the Jets DST showing out. They're hoping for a turnover here because this will swing things in a big way in the Classic if they score some points.
1st and 10, Tua throwing left side, caught at the sideline. Guess who? Jasicki again.
Yeah,
you thought Jasicki was out tomorrow. It's Myles Gaskin that's out, not Jasicki.
No, I know. I thought I saw him as well. Obviously, the G's in my eyes, not cooperating. The whole Miami backfield's out. Like I said, DeAndre Washington.
Looking for a man. Got the touchdown. Miami on the board. Not Jasicki this time. Jakeem Grant with the score.
Jasicki not getting the grab there. But yeah, Jakeem Grant gets into the end zone. Throw him in your lineup. Maybe it was a dark play. Maybe someone you were relying on playing off dividends here with, I guess, I'm not putting that as a garbage time because there's still 3.5 to go at that point. I know they have far chance to win this one, but hey, they marched down the field, finally made the Jets look vulnerable, scored the touchdown.
Harry wants to know if Crowder's missing a catch. He thought that he had the bonus. No, Jamison Crowder is 5 yards short of the bonus.
HJD saying, finally, a touchdown.
Matt Hawk, the kickoff. Boy, you gotta just think about an onside kick here, right? You're down 18.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. Greedy of Solo, saying start stacking teams you would expect to lose. Seems to be a trend.
Good job.
All right, let's see it here from the Jets.
Smash Lanta saying, so glad I put the Jets in captain. That's a heck of a call, gutsy call to do that. And obviously paying off right now. If they can waste a lot of clock on this drive, maybe score, you could hold Miami to 10, have the Jets in that the leading position here going into the final round of play for them when they play the Patriots. So a lot of time, the 18-point lead is huge right now.
Bell gonna get swallowed up behind the line. Second and 8.
See here, 2nd and 8 from that 40-yard line. 2:30 to go. This could be the last play before the 2-minute warning. Wasting as much clock as possible. Look at the Jets. Look, that's going
to be a flag on that. That's got to be on the Dolphins. It's going to be a face mask. No, a holding.
Oh, why are we doing this?
Holding. Wow, that's huge.
Also, just
that's a huge holding call on the Jets. 2nd and 15.
A little real life stuff.
Puts the Dolphins away back into this game. Although, probably doesn't change the fact that the Jets are going to be sitting in first place in the AFC East after this. Another running formation. Now, Griffin's on the field for this one in case you have him in your lineup, but he's not going to get the ball. It's going to be a run to Le'Veon Bell. He's at 78 yards. Le'Veon Bell just 22 yards off of the bonus. Sam Darnold approaching it as well. Jamison Crowder just 5 yards away. So we'll have to see if they get there. 2-minute warning time.
Who's the greatest receiver of all time? Kenny?
Wow, where did that question come from?
I'm going to tell you why. Just answer it. You know who it is.
Jerry Rice.
Jerry Rice's son today. 2 scores with the Colorado Buffaloes. Becoming the first player with a receiving touchdown and a punt return for a TD in a game in the last 25 years. Major stuff we'll see. That's some big shoes to fill right there. We'll see if he can follow in his father's footsteps and make the pros. But good debut. Part of his first year playing.
I forget what the context was, but I saw a tweet. Let me see if I can find it.
His name's Brandon Rice, by the way, if people are interested.
Nice. Let's see if I can find it. LeBron had tweeted something.
Oh, about playing with his son?
No. It was he was making fun of someone's name or a name or something. Looking for it.
Don't like that.
And then someone was like, "You literally named your son LeBron James Jr." I want to see if I can find it.
And we'll see while you do that. See if Miami can find any offense here. Minute 18 at the 18-yard line. All 3 timeouts. Who do you need? Shout them out in the chat. Appreciate you all being here with us.
2 a time. Well, that's going to get shut down pretty quickly.
Also, it looks... Did we get a field goal too? I know Vanderbilt looked like they have some scores here. You know the story there. Fuller becoming the first woman to score points. She kicked the extra point. Did she kick the field goal as well? That story about Sarah Fuller. Amazing story. She was the first woman to kick off. Why am I not getting scores? She must have kicked the field goal, right?
I have no idea.
Well, she's the kicker, but for some reason my app is not showing me how they scored. But she definitely kicked an extra point. That would be the first time, again, a woman has kicked an extra point, making the Power Conference NCAA history.
Very cool. Another throw out and a first down for the Dolphins. Jakeem Grant, tackled by the hero of the game, one of the heroes, I should say, C.J. Mosley, who forced that fumble earlier. That was returned for a touchdown.
Yeah, that was the big score that really kind of sealed it, as obviously the Jets having a huge game, but that was such a momentous play. Sarah Fuller did not kick it. She did. She just kicked the extra point. She did not kick the field goal. Looking for, let's see what Tua can do here.
Yep, 1st and 10, Tua, 30 seconds, throwing right side, and that is incomplete. Well, at least the clock stops. Dolphins can salvage something of their season here. If they can get a touchdown here. Remember, point differential matters. They are in a good position at the moment with a positive 10.
Also, we do see everyone, our ops team working at it. They'll get everything that's after the game. We'll run through all the stats. They'll be able to update everything that is necessary. They're great. Joe and Kyle, show a little respect, smash the like. It will all get updated. As you know for now, patience is key in the chat.
Hey, you know what? Westcoat posing right there in the front, and for good reason. I mean, he ran in a touchdown tonight. He deserves to be in that picture. Got 25 seconds here for the Dolphins to add on some points here, fix their point differential just a little bit.
If they can, it doesn't look likely though.
Tagovailoa deep. Oh, almost an insane catch by Devontae Parker, but incomplete. It's going to be a 4th and 10 from the 33.
Luke Saint really needs Gesicki now.
This could be bad news, actually, for the Dolphins' point differential because they, well, I guess the Jets will probably just kneel it down, right? They do have 2 timeouts. That's what I was worried about here. The Jets are getting into this ball in Miami territory if they stop him here. Tackled by Loa. Sacked. Oh, baby, brought down by Quinnen Williams. And that's it for the Dolphins. The Miami Dolphins are going to lose this football game in a shellacking.
They did. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? They ended on a sack, too. The Jets defense, just amazing, amazing performance. Getting this W here. Look at Adam Gase. Hasn't felt victory since 2019.
Yeah, Williams confirming the victory. Just 15 seconds to go. The Jets are going to take some knees, and that is going to be it. The New York Jets have won a football game.
Darnold has to take a knee, though, hurting his stats right there.
In Miami, he does get the negative 0.1 points, but still a fantastic day for Sam Darnold. 209 yards through the air, 11 rushing yards, 2 passing touchdowns. He finishes with 17.46 points. Pretty good day for Sam Darnold. Jamison Crowder finishes 5 yards off the bonus with 95 on five catches. You did call it. Le'Veon Bell, 77 rushing yards, 18 receiving yards. So he did go over 100 yards, almost went over 100 yards, but with the totality of his yards. And in terms of top performers in this one, you got to look at the Jets D. 2 sacks, a fumble recovery, and a touchdown. Pretty big.
Oh, yeah, it's big-time stuff here. Obviously, we have a lot of players you can kind of run through who's the player of the game, who wasn't. We'll get to it in a second. But these were some heck of a game. Darnold doing one of his best. Again, only 209, but to get the 2 scores in a game. This is a guy you thought, he'd throw a couple picks, he'd fumble. Didn't happen.
Took care of the football, got the football into the end zone. And, again, a special shout-out to Trayvon Wesco, the fullback, with the score, the opening touchdown.
Love it.
In this game. So, yeah, looking at the leading lineup here, it is unofficial because I believe that we still have to do some work here on the
they're working on it.
Defense, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So
these guys are
tight while we wait. Yeah, the ops team is going right now. What the ops team's doing is they are going through all the stats to double check everything. That's what ends up happening behind the scenes here on our Zoom call. They'll shuffle through the box score, look at all the players, make sure it all lines up. Of course, Jets, obviously, they'll have that touchdown, so it'll probably switch up the leading lineup. So with that in mind, while we're waiting for the stats to update, Rossi, so we can congratulate our leading lineup, your Krusty Koff player of the game from this one.
It's the Jets DST. Bro, this was unbelievable game by them. I know they could be great. I understand that any given sim day and all that, and they're consistent, but I just had no idea we were going to see a game like this. I didn't have that vibe. They were for a while part of the classic lineups, obviously not in the winning lineup in the free showdown, but still amazing performance from the Jets DST. They're getting it. Only owned in 2%, 13% in some, so they're getting it. Way to go, Jets DST. Enjoy yourself.
Big time performance from them. CJ Mosley, 10 tackles and the forced fumble, obviously. Quinnen Williams had a sack as well as Steve McClendon.
Waxing poetic for your Jets. I gotcha.
Just reading off the numbers here, Rossi.
Never heard you say a defensive stat before. I'm just saying.
Fair. Okay.
And I'm kidding. Go for it, man. And bask in it. The Jets just won a game that you want them to win.
All right. How about the worst player from this one?
Well, that would be me. But aside from me, I would have to say Breda. He was the highest owned, stunk it out in the captain spot, just 9 points. The dude just didn't get it done. It
6 points in the flex. That means.
Yeah. There you go, a little math. But yeah, just not a game that you would have expected. You said last time out 100, hit the bonus, had a big game against, I believe, the Patriots in the opening game of all of this holiday, tournament. Stunk today. So he's out. Jets currently a first place team. Jets DST, Krusty Koff, not my kid award. Matt Breida, not.
You look 30 combined yards, 30 total yards today for Breida. You look at the last 4 games, 21.5 DKFP against New England in the Madden tournament. That is post roster update, so you can't even blame this one on the roster update. 30.8 points against the Bears before that, 17 points against the Bears before that, 36 against Cleveland, 21 against Green Bay, 25 against Green Bay. I mean, this guy's had some big games lately, so he completely crashed back down to earth in this one. So again, the ops team's still working here. We'll, you'll obviously hang tight here and look out for the eventual leading lineup, but of course, we're assuming that it'll have the Jets in it. Sam Darnold, Le'Veon Bell, Jamison Crowder, Jakeem Grant, and Chris Hogan, all guys had which had huge games here. Exactly. Add a note in there in our Slack channel. They all had huge games, so sure that most of them will be in the leading lineups. Rossi, any parting thoughts here before we get out of here? The Jets with a huge, decisive 28-10 victory.
Yeah, good for them. Good for the Jets. This will be big games as we see the next round for the AFC East. Jets Patriots will be a biggie. For the rest of the way, I got 2 more sims tonight. Me and Moose will have you at the 6 o'clock, and then I'm back with Tommy Freeze Pops at the 10. In between, you got Moose and Tom. We have a little round robin of all of us going. So there's free contests in the lobby. Enter that one. I didn't make one for the 8 o'clock. I'm assuming Tom or Jeff will, or I can do it for you. But the 6 o'clock is up and running for Steelers at Ravens. That's going to be a monster of a game. Then you got Bengals, Browns, Titans, Texans. It was a pleasure, Kenny. I was so happy to see you happy, smiling as a Jets fan. It's very rare to see until you're officially 0-16. But no, it's a lot of fun, man. Always a pleasure to be with you. It's been 3 days in a row. It's like we're partnered up, and then we probably won't see each other for another 2 weeks.
Yep, that's right. The Jets, the New York Jets, that same team, the New York Jets, they play football in New Jersey. They're coached by Adam Gase. Number 1 in the AFC East right now with a positive 15-point differential in the Madden tournament that we're running here, the holiday tournament here at DraftKings. Buffalo in second place with negative 2-point differential. New England in third. Miami in fourth. All these teams 1-1. So really what it comes down to here is whoever wins their next matchups will advance to the playoffs of the Madden holiday tournament. Until next time, until Rossi joins you here at 6. It's been a pleasure. Kenny Ducey, Jason Rossi, our entire crew, Madison, Samir, our ops team. Thank you for tuning in here on the DraftKings stream. We appreciate you making us part of your Saturday evening. We hope you enjoy the rest of it. And until then, until next time, so long.
Score still being updated. We'll see you in a little bit. Welcome into your happy hour dream stream, DK Sim fan. I'm Jason Rossi, the sassy looking sexy son of a gun next to me. He goes by the Twitter handle at the Fantasy Grind, dropping knowledge, helping you win millions and millions of dollars throughout the fantasy year. He's Jeff Allred. Jeff, what's going on, man?
Yeah, I mean, or hundreds and hundreds of dollars. But either way, I'm doing good, Jason. How you doing? You're carrying the stream today. Hope you're having a good lead up to Christmas and all that. And looking forward to getting in a couple sims here before the real stuff happens tomorrow.
I know it's great. Exciting on a Saturday. Last time me and you teamed up on a Saturday sim and Lamar Jackson was involved, he broke all the records. He may just do that. He may just do that again today. But before we even get into that sim, folks, make sure peoples, humans, aliens, whatever you are, make sure you play in the 12K holiday season special in the late classic. It's a $10 entry. And if the Steelers win, you get 500 crowns. That's right. Not one, not two, not 452, 500 crowns. So enter again in the 12K holiday season special. It's a late classic. You have about 2 minutes and change before lineups lock. And if the Steelers beat the Ravens, you get 500 crowns. We're talking Ravens, Steelers. Jeff, when you look, this is a powerhouse matchup. Who do you like in this one?
I mean, I wouldn't drift too far off the beaten path here. I mean, Juju Smith-Schuster has been the most consistent Steeler by far. He plays the slot. He's a wide receiver one. I mean, all good things that you love to see. And then obviously you got to play Lamar. So I mean, you start there obviously. And you kind of go down the list, like who else am I possibly looking at? I mean, Jalen Samuels, fairly consistent in the pass game and stuff like that. I mean, I definitely don't hate that as a play. And you could definitely think about a guy like Miles Boykin, I think, as well, getting involved here. So, like I said, I would really kind of stick with like the top guys, and then just you paid up, so. I wouldn't pay up to be different here. Let's put it that way. I would try and be as, just going as value oriented as possible after paying up for those two first studs I mentioned.
Yeah, it's definitely tough. Like, I'll get into my lineup in a minute. We have the DK Sim Fam contest. Obviously, it's the free roll. We mentioned the classic where you can win 500 crowns if you entered the $10 12K holiday season special. We're doing those. It seems like once a day. It's kind of nice. A little way to get you more involved here. Appreciate y'all being. We'll go through stats. We'll go through all that. But you were right. Like, to pay up for the big players in this one, then you had to find those dart throws. Is there anybody? You mentioned Jalen Samuel. I don't know his salary offhand, but is there any like dart throw out there that you're like, you know what, if you have like 2,300 or 2,500 or less, like, is there anybody you specifically look at there?
I mean, this game isn't really chock full of anyone like that. I mean, maybe like you go with, I mean, you could pay down for like Nick Boyle or something like that, and just hope for the touchdown, because he's the cheapest tight end, right? Yep. But I mean, there's really like nobody in the really cheap range. I mean, I think if you're going down, I mean, Dobbins probably offers the most upside, although I don't really know how much upside that is, quite frankly. Really, it's a game, like I said, I think you pay up for like two studs, and then you just kind of hit the other value range as far as like kind of like 2K and above. So, I mean, I'll throw out, maybe this might be a game where James Conner gets in the end zone. I mean, I think that's at least plausible. So, he's probably an okay play under 3K as well. Realistically, down there, I'd be looking at the running backs, I guess.
Yeah, it's a good call. For me, lines are about to lock. I'll let you know. Obviously, went with Lamar in the captain spot. I don't see why not. Like, I was going to maybe go Mark Andrews because he's also in my lineup. I did throw that dart at Nick Boyle. And I have Justin Tucker because, on brand with the kickers. And then I went Roethlisberger and Juju. Like, that's as stack heavy up top as I can. And then, like I said, if Tucker gets me anything, Boyle gets me anything, I'm decent there. But I don't think I could avoid Lamar. And I feel like he's going to be in at least, our free contest. He's got to be over 90% owned in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Lamar, it's going to be interesting to see for that classic contest you're mentioning, obviously with, the free crowns involved, what his ownership gets up to there. Deshaun Watson's involved too. So probably split it a little bit, but yeah, even Lamar against the Steelers. I mean, I'm not going to like fear the Steelers that much. I mean, they might cause a fumble or two. That's always an issue, but I don't think you necessarily have to worry too much about it. It's just who you stack them with. Like I said, I'd rather go cheap here with a guy like Boykin. So I do kind of like Juju maybe a little bit more as a captain's play here. Mm-hmm. It saves you money and it lets you get up to a few more players. So That's the last thing I'll say is, I mean, it's too late anyways, but you know, the lineup's a lock. Like you guys are already, all your decisions have been made. So, you know, we're all in this together now.
Yeah, and don't forget Lamar Jackson. He has got the superstar trait. He's got the trues, so he can't fumble when he's in the zone. He's 5+ 1 yard runs. He's gonna go nuts there. Knockout. He 1 tackle for a loss. So he's insane. He's got the escape artist, the jukebox, the tight out, the fast break, everything that could be great about a player. There's a reason he's on the cover. That's what you get from him as your superstar X factor in this one. And then Ronnie Stanley on your offensive line, Marlon Humphrey, the other one. Calais Campbell losing his superstar status as we head here into virtual. I forget where this game is. Is this in Pittsburgh?
Heinz Field?
Good old Heinz Field. I went crazy there. I didn't know if we were in Baltimore or in Pittsburgh. And either way, it doesn't matter. We're in Simland.
I have no idea. I think we're actually in Baltimore.
You know what?
Yeah, in Baltimore.
No longer. Neutral grounds. We're in Simland. Appreciate y'all being here. Smash that like on the way in. We have a great crew along with me and Moose. We got Drew, our producer. We got Daniel on the 1s and 2s. Asher and Zach in ops. We're in for a good one here. Again, standings in this division. Cincinnati leading through, they're in quote Group E. 1-0. They beat the Pittsburgh Steelers for us about 24-10. Baltimore also 1-0. They beat the Cleveland Browns 10-7. So that left the Browns and Pittsburgh in the 0-1 category. Need to make up some ground here for the Steelers. So we'll see if it all plays out. They will all get their last matchup in here. Already a flag. Way to start.
Oof. Yeah, rough start for Pittsburgh on the flag, but
yeah, it is, but we'll see.
Should be a better game than what we saw between these two teams, you know, a couple weeks ago anyways.
Yeah, that was the oddest Wednesday game and the only Wednesday game. See here, Roethlisberger, too much time.
Man.
There's Campbell saying, what are you taking traits away from me, bro?
Ben's just standing there. I mean, literally, he was just like, come sack me, guys.
Yeah, trying to make a play.
Seriously, come sack me.
I'll be over here near the end zone. Lamar, 86% owned, not as high as we thought. Roethlisberger, 55. Juju, 51. Deontay Johnson, 46. J.K. Dobbins at 42 to round out your top 5. So we get a second in forever. There's another flag on the play.
It's got to be holding, too. Maybe face mask. Nope.
No, holding, coming back.
Wow. Not gonna lie. Steelers, man. They're coming apart at the seams, just like in real life.
So here we go. Second and 23 from the 2-yard line. Gonna try again with the run. Gonna get stuffed quickly. So we'll get a 3rd and 22 from the 3-yard line. I'd love to see what they're gonna try to call here. I wonder if they're gonna go in the gun. Could be in for a safety.
Everybody in the chat.
Yeah, everyone giving shit.
A great blessed day.
Hopefully we make your day just that much better. Oh, just getting out of the end zone. Connor pushes his way to the 3-yard line. So a 4th and 22. Ugly start for the Pittsburgh Steelers. They'll punch it away. Baltimore will take over just a minute and a half into this one. Smash that like on your way, and we see you guys all coming in. Welcome into the happy hour. Jeff Ulrich, Jason Rossi. We see you, Nobby Roble, Robbie Noble, Bob Daddy, Robert, B. Kent, CJ, Chauncey, Joe, Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan, you got to be pumped if you're a true Star Wars guy. My lord, there was like 7,000 Star Wars related content being dropped by Disney this week. The next couple of years is going to be good for those Star Wars fans.
Yeah. It's pretty funny. I mean, they just went from like, oh yeah, we'll just make like the new movies and you know, maybe drop the other movie every couple of years to like, nah, it's like all Star Wars.
Yeah, it's if you were a Disney Plus subscriber before, you're like, it's kind of lame. Like, there's really nothing going on here. Cool to have all the old movies. Now it's literally everything Marvel, everything Star Wars. Just it's going to be an onslaught of content in 2021 into 2020. Actually, all the way to 2023. As these announcements, but 9 new shows.
I'm pretty excited for it, to be honest. Like, don't get me wrong. I like the stuff on Netflix too, but
yeah,
I'm like a superhero kind of Disney kind of guy as well. Like, I like a lot of that stuff. So
yeah, it's
gonna get more, and they gave me more. I mean, it's a rare company does that. So there you go.
No, it's fantastic, and for me, it'll give me more things to watch than watching Puppy Dog Pals for the 575th time. So it's what happens when you have kids, people. It's one thing my son gets just infatuated with, that and tots. So I get to expand we get to expand the horizons on Disney Plus as we have a 3rd and 2 here. Lamar Jackson in the eye. The give is to Ingram. A bumps through, getting close to the 48-yard line. I'm sorry, that's Dobbins. Check that. On his first run, he gets over 10 yards. Much more successful start to the drive than the Steelers for Baltimore.
Dobbins, one of those sort of lower-owned plays he probably could have taken a shot with. And it's still going to split carries, but he was so much cheaper that kind of made some sense.
Yeah, gets that third
start for Pittsburgh. So
yeah, and gets the 3rd down option. So they're like in a shotgun form. In an I formation. You think, oh, that's going to be Ingram, but no, Dobbins was the 3rd down, still getting those carries. So has a big opportunity here, and is the 5th highest owned player. And again, his cap wasn't too bad, especially if you're trying to stack, the QBs and Juju and some of the higher owned players.
There's Ingram. He's still there.
He is. 30 Helens agrees. Says, I also think you might pull a caveman club out of your beard. Say Captain Caveman Rossi. Okay. All right, the beard is. Someone said I like your beer. B-E-E. Sorry, B-E-R. I don't know. I think they might have said beard, or maybe someone's drinking a beer. Good to you.
B-E-E-R. Can I get a coffee? C-B-E. Australian episode of The Simpsons. I think that's an underrated one.
Oh, please, The Simpsons. It's funny at this point. I was talking with a friend about that. Like, what are again going back to give more love over here to Disney Plus, which is plugging them. All The Simpsons on there, and I was going through because they have I think they subcategorize them. Jeff, I don't know if you checked that out, but they could be like Christmas right now. They're highlighting on this over 30 some odd Christmas style episode.
Right. Actually, yeah, I saw that yesterday. Yeah, they did a Christmas collection of The Simpsons.
And then there's one called The Simpsons called it, with all the predictions you can Google.
Oh, really?
Yeah, many websites have that, but from Trump being the president of the United States to different things that have happened. But then there was one that was underrated episodes, and there was 100 in the category. Shows their catalog if you have 100 labeled underrated episodes.
There goes.
Yeah, he gets it down to the 13-yard line. Lamar Jackson, 17 yards on his first carry. Will he eclipse 300 yards like he did just, what was that? Just about under a month ago, right before Thanksgiving.
A month ago, yeah.
Yeah. United States Thanksgiving, that is.
Right. Thank you for clarifying that.
Listen, I got you. Canadian Christmas is the same as American Christmas and World's Christmas. I did double check that. As well as New Year's. You Canadians, you crazies up there.
We just actually have snow every year.
Yes. Is it snowing now?
Yes, it's very cold out here today.
Actually, a mild day in the.
We had a mild winter up until 2 days ago.
And it's not even winter.
True. That's the sad part.
We'll see how this year progresses. That's a nice run there. Get to the 5-yard line. Baltimore knocking on touchdown's door. You get the triple set closest to us. Lamar under center. I believe that's Ingram behind him. Drops back to pass.
Run, Lamar! Run!
Oh!
Wow.
What a tackle!
One-arm little tackle there by Bugs.
Yeah. Seriously, just listen, we're going to have to know his name after that. Just reached his arm out, snagged the best player in Madden 99 overall, the cover boy. As we mentioned, he's got this X-Factor superstar traits, and look at this. Runs just snagged. Looking like a shortstop there. Just ball going up the middle. Nope, I got it. Nice tackle.
Bugs, sorry, yeah. D. Not B. No, it is Bugs. How did I know this player? I think I know most of the linemen on Pittsburgh. I guess I don't. I don't know. I guess I'm an idiot. Anyways, third and three.
I don't think that makes you an idiot, by the way. We can come up with those reasons. Got it this time. Bugs, get out of here.
Get out of here, Bugs.
No one catches him that time. Lamar Jackson dives into the end zone for the first score. Gives you a little wiggle, a little dance, gets low. Look at those calf muscles. So there's your first score. You put Lamar owned an 88%. I forget who it was who said they faded both quarterbacks, but not a good way to start. Not a good start.
paid it. Well, if you paid it Ben, it's a good scene, but yeah. Although Ben should be throwing more here.
CJ, acting like my boss, which I appreciate, says, make sure you call out the Twitch people. I sure will, CJ. He says they're part of the fam too. The Twitch homies, I feel you. We're always with you. The strong and mighty, the calm, as I like to call them. They have good combos over there on Twitch. That's right, folks. If you're on YouTube, you can follow us on Twitch. You can also YouTube. You can subscribe there. Please do. Again, this part of the Madden, or the DraftKings Madden holiday tournament as we have. So Ravens right now 1-0, taking their early lead here. Buggs had 12 total tackles in his entire career. Isaiah Buggs, says our wonderful, astute producer, Drew. So 12 tackles total and just had the biggest tackle of his career in Simland.
Yeah, Lamar still scored. It's just a damn Kaufman says, I'm in Vancouver. What's this snow thing? Yeah, Vancouver, I just consider part of America. You guys are all like, think you're like above the rest of Canada in Vancouver. So Vancouver with your mild, rainy winters.
It's funny you say that. This is very random. When I was showering earlier, welcome to the vision. I was listening to, I'm a big wrestling fan, I was listening to Stone Cold Steve Austin talking about Canada, actually, and favorite cities to go.
Does he have his own podcast? Or?
He does, yes, he does. Like the Stone Cold Steve Austin show, or I actually don't know the name. It was a YouTube clip, because when I'm a big YouTube content guy, but just very quickly, he was talking about Vancouver. He says he loved going to Vancouver because it was the easiest city to like migrate into from the United States. Like right above Seattle, kind of like has that same Seattle vibe. So it's funny. That literally was listening to that like right before my 4 o'clock stream. So interesting that you basically saying the same thing, but you seem like you have a little chip on your shoulder about Vancouver.
I actually lived in Vancouver for a while. It's an awesome city. It costs you like your liver to live there, but it's a great city. And yeah, Seattle and Vancouver, like they're the same. I mean, they're very similar in like what's going on there and stuff. But it's definitely a cool place to live. But yeah, as far as Canada goes, it's like San Francisco there. Everything is through the roof, like the real estate, everything. So it's it's a little tough from that perspective. It's a great place to visit at the very least.
Oh, hey, listen, you would know. And also, Just a Damn Kaufman said, I just had it, but my eyes just went to. He says, yeah, that's why I live here, Moose. Mild winters. Yeah, winter actually kicks off, a little over a week from Monday. It's the official start.
Official winter start?
Yes.
Is that the day you're going to dye your beard?
I believe so. I've been discussing with Madison, just so you guys know, right, by the way, we have a 2nd and 9 here. Steelers, the shotgun snap. Oh, breaks through. Goes up the middle. What a run. Jalen Samuel, another guy on the Moose watch list, said, hey, this is right. The cheaper own. Go get him. Nice run there. Under 40 to go here in the first. He was captained in 2.6% as Jalen Samuel, owned in 28.5%. Like even people listening to you are in the same position where it's like, oh, I'm spending up for all these high price players. But, just so you guys know, this upcoming week, as part of this Madden holiday tournament, we will have your normal schedule as long as football and the pros do their job. We'll have 3 on Monday, 3 on Thursday, 6 Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, 2 on Saturday, because next Saturday kicks off the official start of the NFL Saturday games. There's some good ones there. I think it's a triple header, if I'm not mistaken. And also you have some college football title games, some championship games. So then after that, that's right. So then the 21st will be back as that final week. And I'm talking with Madison, figuring out the days and when I'm going to be on, because this puppy that you're about to see is going to go all white. It's going to look really weird. It's going to be very interesting. I've found different ways. I was going to originally dye it, but I think I found like a spray or something you can kind of massage in that will turn it white. Because some people warned me about dyeing my hair white. So
why? Like what's going to happen if you dye hair white?
Because then if I were to clean it up right after, it could actually have a little effect on the skin tone there.
Okay.
If I was going to keep it and then wash it out, like women or some men or whoever dye their hair, that's fine. But if I was actually going to shave it all off, there could be this could get a little funky, I guess. Not that this isn't funky.
Yeah.
More you know.
You don't want like a, for your face to turn yellow and then everyone will think like you have like liver failure or something. So that'd be pretty bad.
Any other year I would try for the sympathy and walk around with that. Not this year, not with everything that's going on.
That's true, right, yeah.
Not much statistically going on. Lamar Jackson has the rushing touchdown for you. Again, he was the highest owned in the contest. He's playing out for you thus far. It's Jeff Ulrich, Jason Rossi. We have producer Drew, Daniel, Asher, and Zach. All part of our team today. Roethlisberger has a receiver. Goes up and gets it. Nice grab there. Is that Deontay Johnson?
Yeah. Deontay, that was his first catch, so Pittsburgh moving the ball here. That's good. Yeah, Deontay 2 catches so far.
Nice. Getting it in there. He was, again, one of the top 5 owned in this contest. Deontay Johnson was the 4th highest owned. J.K. Dobbins right below him, and Smith, Juju right above him. Ben Roethlisberger takes a snap, has a receiver open across the middle. It's the running back. Gets it. Wow, nice move there. Gets him down to the 1-yard line.
Samuels just about got in. Probably going to bring Connor in now.
Yeah,
that's too bad for Jalen Samuels owners, though. That would have been big if he had snuck in there. Let's see if they give it to Connor. Or they go, oh, well, they're definitely going power formation. I think that's Juju there on the outside.
Yep, down closest to us. They're going to give it. Oh, no. Brick wall, man.
Back to the chopper, James Conner.
I'm going to go and no. Yeah, I'm just waiting for that. I don't know who owns the property to the Terminator. Is that a Disney thing? I feel like Disney just owns everything at this point, but
probably.
Their stuff. They'll probably have 19 Terminator shows. Paramount says Daniel or somebody in there. I apologize. Don't exactly know. There's going to be a run stuffed again. We've seen a lot since the this tournament started. A lot of running backs getting stuffed there at the 1-yard line, so it kind of hurts you a little bit. We'll see what they'll pull off here, Jeff, at the 3rd and goal. People shouting out Ebron, Juju. So a lot of Juju. Or DST. Harry. Just give me a pick or a touchdown to Juju.
How about not Connor this time? There we go.
He's got a man. He's open. It's a score. There it is. Eric Ebron with the touchdown to tie things up here in Simland in virtual Baltimore.
Double E. So there you go, folks. So, I mean, Eric Ebron can catch the ball because real Eric Ebron.
Oh, man.
Been just terrible lately.
It's interesting, Moose, because, being, a formerly closeted rooter for the Detroit Lions, Ebron dropped, when he did get the few and far in between opportunities there with Jim Caldwell as the coach at the time, he dropped a ton of passes. Then he kind of obviously revived his career with the Colts, kind of thought there was a good fit there, gets the job over here in Pittsburgh and starts off real well. But the last couple of weeks, he has dropped passes this year, but the past few weeks, it's obviously been on the, primetime schedule. A lot of people tuning in and just dropping wide open passes.
Yeah, he has been real bad the last 2 weeks. I mean, that's been the story with Ebron. He's a big athletic dude. He gets open, right? Like he's out there getting open, but he's I guess you could just say maybe like not that good a football player. I've always just had a dislike for him because of where he was taken in the draft. I mean, he was insanely overdrafted.
He was 10th, right? Was he 10th?
Yeah, it was like top 15 for sure. And so I've always just been like, I mean, from the get-go, like this guy did not deserve to be drafted up there. But as long as you're not relying on him too much, he can be valuable. As the Colts proved, right? But yeah.
Yeah. No, he was great with the Colts. That was such the interesting part. Like, you're like, oh, this guy could maybe get somewhere. Yeah, it was the 10th pick in 2014. I want to just take a quick peek at who was drafted right after.
There were some big names drafted around him too. Like, I know there was for sure.
I'll tell you. Let's see. I'll pull it up here. All right. So he was taken. Then Taylor Lewan was wait. First of all, what a draft, by the way. We could maybe go into this in a moment.
Yeah,
just
it was a draft. Yeah, that's the other thing.
We'll see this play, and then I'll give you who's taken after him. A lot of Pro Bowlers in this draft, for what it's worth. Another run there. Okay, so the draft went, just quickly, top of the draft, this is the Jadeveon Clowney, Greg Robinson, Blake Bortles, Sammy Watkins, Khalil Mack, Jake Matthews, Mike Evans, Justin Gilbert, too bad for him, Anthony Barr, Eric Ebron there at 10, so then Taylor Lewan, Odell Beckham, Aaron Donald, Kyle Fuller, Ryan Shazier, Zach Martin, C.J. Mosley. Those are 8 straight picks of Pro Bowl caliber. And I'm not, obviously, Eric Ebron has been a Pro Bowler, but it's not. Imagine any of those other players for Detroit, what that would have done.
Yeah, exactly. So
Yeah, that was
that's
Ford, Jason Verrett, Clinton Dix. It's gonna bounce around.
Yeah, it just doesn't mesh, right? Like Hebron is the guy that's like, yeah, that was a mistake.
There's Lamar taking off. Not a mistake to take. Look at this, just waiting for someone to show up. 4 minutes ago, he gets him down. Lamar up to 79 yards on the ground with the score.
I mean, look, he's not that far off 300 yards. So, I mean, maybe we will get it again. Who knows?
Just to give you a little a heads up on this one, too, the Cleveland Browns in this draft, this is always fun to do, in 2014, took Justin Gilbert, 9th overall. Yikes. Cornerback, thought they had something there. This is also the draft where they took Johnny Manziel. So I just listed, there's 18 out of 32 Pro Bowlers in the first round alone. And Cleveland had 2 picks. Neither one of those guys really made an impact aside from their names.
Who were the quarterbacks in the first round in that draft?
In the first round, quarterbacks, Blake Bortles, 3rd overall. The next quarterback would be Brandon Cooks, Johnny Manziel.
Okay.
And those are the 2 and then Teddy Bridgewater was the last pick of the first round by the Minnesota Vikings.
Right. Okay. Right. So it was, I remember that draft because everyone thought Cleveland was being smart because they were like, they might take him with the first pick or something. And Cleveland was like, no, we're not going to do that. And then everyone's like, oh, look how smart Cleveland is. They got Manziel and Gilbert. And it's like,
It's, and just, Derek Carr taken in this draft, by the way, 36th in the second round. And just, so there's a Pro Bowl, 2 Pro Bowl, Bortles, Manziel, Bridgewater, Carr, Jimmy Garoppolo later in this draft.
Garoppolo was in there. I thought so. Okay, right.
So those are
fumble
guys.
by Lamar, by the way. Steelers just got the ball back.
Not even going to pretend like I was looking at it there. But I'll pretend. Oh, what a hit! At the 5-yard line, the Steelers take over. Pat Johnson saying Manziel was almost a Cowboy. Everyone thought he was going to be a Cowboy, especially during that draft itself.
Yeah. Somebody talked old Jer out of it at the last second, I think.
Might have been the best thing they ever done. Or maybe it would have been one of those what ifs. Johnny Manziel, a Cowboy, could have been a whole different player, potentially.
I don't think so.
I'm trying. Also, just for argument's sake, while we're looking at it, running backs in that one. Remember this name, probably playing in the Sims now. Bishop Sankey was the first running back taken off the board.
I remember Bishop Sankey.
Yeah, what a name, by the way, coming out of Washington. Jeremy Hill had a little good run there for a while at LSU with the Bengals.
Had a couple of decent years, power back.
Yeah, Carlos Hyde still going strong for Seattle.
Carlos Hyde is at a decent career. He's a good football player. His injuries, he hasn't really gotten the right opportunities. He had 1,000 yards rushing last year with Houston, though.
He did.
That's a decent talk, too.
And he's somebody that I feel like after the 49ers, it didn't pan out that weird year with the transition from Kaepernick to Gabbard, and he was kind of becoming potentially a star running back with his under 2 minutes here, and the Steelers getting to the 39-yard line. Everyone's like, oh, he's done. And then he went to Houston in that last minute as he was cut, and had a good year for especially for what they thought they were going to get out of him. And then this year with Seattle's had a couple of good games when needed because that team's kind of just running back revolving door with injuries.
Yeah, absolutely. He kind of went to San Francisco at the wrong time. You're right. They were in transition. He got a little bit banged up, and they just moved on from him. So he was good in his rookie year too with them. When he was healthy. So yeah, he's had a decent career just from a longevity standpoint, I guess now.
Great incomplete there from Roethlisberger. Also in this draft, one of our favorite players combined, Jerick McKinnon. He was taken in this draft in the third round.
Yeah, I mean, another guy who had kind of a Carlos Hyde career. Just everyone was like, oh yeah, Minnesota's gonna make Jerick McKinnon their star running back, and they never did. Traded him, and then we finally got the opportunity he got.
Yeah, Devonta Freeman taken in this draft. Bishop Sankey sounds like a Catholic D3 school. It could have been.
Yeah, sure.
Then the only other ones to note, James White was taken in this draft as well in the 4th round by the Patriots. Nobody else that really jumps out. Alfred Blue, remember that name?
Alfred Blue, yeah.
So, interesting draft. Obviously, that's always fun. That's easy to kind of go back on, to look back, but especially when we talk about Eric Ebron, who scored again touchdowns here. Lamar rushing, does have the fumble in the last drive. Eric Ebron has the scores. We see another sack from this Ravens DST.
Yeah, Lamar almost at the rushing bonus too, if you're just tuning in. But yeah, he's got the touchdown. He's got one fumble though, and then like Jason said, Ebron's got the other touchdown. So Pittsburgh, weirdly enough, they've kind of been not controlling this game, but they have a chance to go ahead here. It's 3rd and 60, and then they're running the ball. So never mind. Scratch that. They're giving the ball back here.
And they will here, but no, it was a lot of passing opportunities. Again, this was what we said going into this one, especially from the Steelers side. Like James Conner, just like a good quality running back in the NFL, and Simland doesn't transition. Samuel may be the better play consistently, as we're seeing here. We did get the December updates here in Madden. As we mentioned, Calais Campbell was a superstar. X Factor now just has a couple of superstar traits. Some taken away. We'll see what Baltimore does with less than 40 on the clock. Has 2 timeouts. That's a heck of a punt, but bleeds into the end zone. Will be a touchback. So Baltimore will take over at the 20 with 37 seconds remaining. Lamar Jackson, as you said, teetering on the bonus in the rushing department. Here was the touchdown. So we'll see what they do here. Shout out who you need. You need him to pass the ball. Maybe Mark Andrews. Knock, knock. Screen pass there.
Pass to Dobbins.
Dobbins gets himself 11 yards there on that grab. Looked like he was going to be stopped short. As we have a moment here, I want to give another shout out. Smash that like. Sarah Fuller kicking an extra point for Vanderbilt today. The first female to score any points in Division 1A for college. Awesome, awesome story. Go check out that highlight. They didn't ever kick the field goal. I'm not going to critique that. Just thought it was interesting. When they kicked the field goal, she was not the kicker for that. I don't know. Yeah, I think it's because
I've been following that story to the letter, so I have no idea what's going on. But that does seem strange. But obviously, she kicked the extra point, so good for her. Who cares? Either way.
Yeah.
The kickoff she made a couple weeks ago was really good. People were like, "Oh, why is she not kicking it all the way down? That's terrible." It's like obviously they were trying to do that. Like she put it in the exact place they were trying to do. So.
Yeah, there was a lot of odd criticism because you heard the story, or if you didn't.
Very odd criticism. I don't even know what you criticize in this situation, but it's all odd.
Yeah, and the other thing was it's like let these stories be okay, and then she gave like a rah-rah speech at halftime or something, or after the game, as Lamar Jackson's gonna get sacked. A very rare sack against Lamar Jackson. Cam Hayward coming up, grabbing him. It's gonna probably be our last play here in the half.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. Definitely going to be the last play of the half. Out of timeouts. No timeouts. No sideline. No fun, Lamar. So.
Yeah, Lamar, we were about to, like we said, last time me and you teamed up on a Saturday, calling Lamar Jackson game. He broke all the records, had over 60 points. So far, still having a good start. The fumble hurts him. We're here at halftime. And again, we just mentioned that Sarah Fuller story. We're here knotted up at 7. Ben Roethlisberger to Eric Ebron is your score for the Steelers. You have Lamar Jackson diving into the end zone. Almost got knee to the face by, I think that might have been Kirkpatrick. But yeah, that's the score so far. 7's all. Get you some of the numbers here. Jeff Ulrich, Jason Rossi with you guys on a Saturday. Hope you're doing well. Having an awesome day. Getting ready for the holidays. Enjoying this Madden holiday tournament. I'll update some of the standings there. Roethlisberger. 89 yards so far, Moose. He's got the score, and most of those yards were in that last 2 drives. As that first drive was, ooh.
Yeah, pretty terrible, as we'd say. But yeah, they got off the mat a little bit. Still not really passing that much. Getting sacked a lot. So we'll see if we can get Juju going and some of those receivers. Because I guess Deontay Johnson's having an okay game, but the other guys, Washington's got a couple catches too.
Yeah, it's still just interesting. Dobbins with the most catches. This one 4. He's got 25 yards. Mentioned Washington, James Washington, 26 yards. Ebron's got the score and 21 yards on 2 grabs. Deontay Johnson, 2 grabs for 32 yards. And everybody else is kind of pedestrian numbers, including, look at that, Boykin getting in there. He's got your catch. He's another one of those kind of third throwy, not as expensive players. We're looking at this. Let me pull up the standings. I mentioned in this division, we have the Baltimore Ravens and Cincinnati, both 1-0, and then Cleveland and Pittsburgh 0-1, so this would be a big swing game there. Just so you know, earlier we wrapped up the second games for the Group A, but AFC East. Miami, Buffalo, New York, and New England, all 1-1 now. They're all knotted up. Philadelphia and the Giants, both 1-0. 2 teams from each division will make the playoffs in this. That will kick off at the end of next week. So Kansas City, Denver, both 1-0. Seattle, Arizona, Green Bay, and Chicago. Indianapolis, Jacksonville, Tampa Bay, and New Orleans. Those are all your undefeated teams thus far. We'll get here into quarter 3. Jeff, do you have a pick? Do you have a dog in this fight? Are you are you rooting for anybody in Simland?
Oh, it's a good question. I mean, I haven't done as many sims as normal, like over the past couple months, obviously with real football going on. But so like the last tournament, I mean, I definitely had like some kind of just like teams that I really liked and that I didn't like, just from doing so many of them like in a row over a short period of time. This one I'm coming in like a little fresher. I mean, I don't necessarily have like a huge team I'm like looking for specifically. I don't know. I mean, the teams that'll look good to me, like in the Sims, like Philly's looked okay, I guess, and to me. Dallas is like kind of still a powerhouse, even though in real life they're anything but. I still feel like it's probably just going to be like the Chiefs or a team like the Ravens that end up there. So, oh my God.
What a run. Yeah, okay. I feel you there. Yeah, he's got the bonus now.
I mean, what about you? Do you have any like hot takes on that? 'Cause I just really don't.
No, well, listen, I was a big Detroit guy coming into the year. I've said they're going to win this whole tournament here. They stink. They really do. They're just not good.
No, they're terrible. They're one of the worst Sims.
They really are. They lost 14-7 the other day. I was on that call. It was a tough one against the Green Bay Packers as Lamar again dances away. There's a flag on the play. It could be a face mask here.
I think it's a face mask.
Illegal hands.
Oh, no.
Coming back.
Take away Lamar's yards.
Willie Snead. The 4th, the 3rd, and the 5th wouldn't have done that. So we'll get a 1st and 5. Let's see. Oh, Lamar dances around, breaks the tackle. He's in the zone. Don't forget, he will not fumble when he's in the zone. He has more ability to break tackles.
Yeah, apparently he was so in the zone, he just wanted to, break a tackle for you. So
yeah, and just to wrap up my favorite, obviously I'm going to root for the Patriots because now somehow the Patriots not mathematically eliminated. They have 0.7 chance of still making the playoffs in reality, but I've turned in the Patriots going to make the playoffs banners that are all over my house. There's another tackle for a loss there on the RPO. So we got a 3rd and 4 here from the 42-yard line. Yeah, Thursday Night Football. It was a very sad state of affairs for most New England fans that still held out even a little bit of hope, even though it was going to be difficult, even if they did win out. I know it sounds crazy because there's so many, record-wise better teams in the AFC. They'd all have to lose, and they play each other, which is difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Pats they're pretty much done. I mean, I was a little scared. Like, I was a little surprised how many people were like really like, oh, the Pats. This is totally like the Pats are going to do this. Like, I get it. I mean, they wallop the Chargers, but like it's Chargers. And I mean, they've been pretty bad this year, right? So, and it was a home game. This one they were coming to LA. So, yeah, I don't want to be the guy like told you so like after the fact, but like I really wasn't shocked at the outcome of that game that much. Yeah, it's too bad. Cam Newton's been like a kind of a nice story, but he's kind of injured again too. So I don't know. I think the Pats they need to retool. They need to like reload, so to speak. They're like that like Call of Duty. They're out of ammo. Like they got to get some fresh blood in there, and I think they got to do good in the draft. So.
Yeah, just as a like diehard, as someone like that Chargers win, I said this on Sunday, the worst thing that ever happened because it really made you believe in something, and the offense just has not been good all year. Like there was those couple games where Cam, like the Seattle game where you said, ooh, something's going on here. Damian Harris has been a nice player, but offensively, their defense has been outstanding, but you can't sustain a winning, against a team, especially like the Rams who came in with Coach McVay, who believes, like, don't forget, the week before the Patriots played the Chargers, Anthony Lynn says, yeah, we're not making the playoffs this year. We're basically packing it in. Like, not word for word, but if you go back, there's a quote where he's like, yeah, we're not making the playoffs. We're just, like, going to go out there and do our best. Like, no coach can say that to a team, or especially in public, and believe that team's going to go out and perform. And that is scary stuff if you still have Chargers in your DFS or your fantasy lineups. Hopefully against Atlanta tomorrow, maybe there's something there. Herbert at least maybe try to win the Rookie of the Year, something.
Yeah.
But that scares me a lot. I think Atlanta's going to crush the Chargers tomorrow, personally.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't want anything to do with like relying on Chargers anymore, especially for, well, I mean, fantasy football is different. I don't mind taking a shot with Justin Herbert, like in a big GPP or something. But I mean, obviously, you're playing big GPPs. You're going for all or nothing anyways. So I do think there's a scenario where, like you said, pride and Justin Herbert's just such a good player, and he wants that offensive Rookie of the Year. And quite frankly, the team is so embarrassed. Like guys like Keenan Allen, Austin Eckler, these guys are veterans. They want to win, right? Like they put on a good show. So I think the Chargers probably come back. I'm not as convinced that also it's Atlanta we're talking about, right? So yeah, I agree. Like Atlanta has definitely been the better team over the past like 3 or 4 weeks. There's no question. But I kind of see that more as a spot where like if I was going to actually invest money in it, which I'm not, because like I said, not betting the Chargers the rest of the week, I would take the Chargers side. So that's the way I'm looking at it. It's one of those games where, for fantasy purposes, sure, I'll touch it, but like I'm not gonna. There's no chance I'm betting.
Yeah, as I said, I think the Chargers are going to get crushed, but I have Herbert in a fantasy season-long playoffs. I'm still rolling with him, even though he put up a nice 4.3 for me last week. But I just think it's something where like that team, there might just be a little something. Originally, obviously, big news out of that game. Julio Jones already, not going to be a part of this game. He was on a Friday saying he's not playing, which I don't know if I like that or not, because this is what happened last week. He didn't practice all week, still had 90 some odd yards, had a great game, but just not going to put him out there. So Russell Gage, like this, I think that's one of those games, and maybe this is something we can get into. As Lamar takes the snap from the 16, throws it, it's going to be incomplete. Lamar, we know how to do damage, buddy. It's on you with the leg. So we're going to see Tucker come out to break this 7-7 tie. But I think that's still a game, Chargers-Falcons. And I want to hear from you, because obviously this is the research you're doing. Your nose has been bleeding from putting all the numbers together. Your brain is just swollen with information. But I think that Chargers Atlanta also has, like, when I say blown out, I could see this being one of those like 45-28 game. Like I could see this being a very high scoring, like you said, maybe you giddy up a little bit, get those guys in lineup. Is there a matchup tomorrow, Jeff, that you look at that's like, hey, this could be the high scoring, throw a bunch of players in there or throw a couple darts because you just think it's going to be a very high scoring game?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Tampa Bay Minnesota game definitely is something you want like multiple pieces of. There's lots of ways you can go about it. Obviously, you got 3 receivers there with Tampa to think about. I really like Chris Godwin for sure. That's probably the guy be targeting the most from the Tampa side. The thing is, like, both those secondaries are, they're bad. Like they're bad to the point where like they'll cause the other side to have to pass more too, right? So at Tampa especially, like they're such a funnel defense right now that I think like everyone on Minnesota is in play. And I think fading Dalvin Cook is fine. Like I know he's going to be low owned, and I'm not saying he can't go off probably as a receiver either, but realistically, like the matchups you want are with Justin Jefferson and Thielen. So I really like Justin Jefferson. I like Godwin, but Irv Smith could be something if Rudolph sits and Smith is active. We got to wait on that news, I think. So Irv Smith as a mid-price play. And then on the other side, I mean, like I said, Godwin for me is like the guy I want the most of. He's got 9.5 targets over the last 2 games. Should be a faster-paced game. And Minnesota just as bad in the secondary. So 2 teams just terrible against wide receivers, and we got like 5 elite wide receivers in place.
Okay, yeah, I think that one too. So it's a little baby Falcons Chargers, that could be one. But yeah, good advice there. Vikings and Bucks. I'm trying to think of, like, there's also a lot of games. Like, there's something weird about Packers and Lions as well. Like, they always seem to play close games. I come to find out Packers fans fare the Lions, and being in Detroit, being in the fast track, that could be another one.
Yeah. Oh, no. Look, Aaron Rodgers is in a fantastic spot. I mean, I was talking earlier this morning. I think I'd rather have Aaron Rodgers than Patrick Mahomes this week. I'm not saying it's not close. It's very close, but it's a really good spot. If Detroit even just scores a few points, and Green Bay's defense is pretty good at allowing points, Rodgers could just go nuts there. He's having such a good year. There's just no pass rush. There's really no anything in Detroit. So, him and Devontae Adams could go nuclear, so to speak. It's a good spot for Aaron Jones, though, too. So, I love the Packers still, but they'll be heavily owned, but, you don't have to shy away from them either.
Yeah, a lot of the advice also with that game, people's no Kenny Golladay, by the way, again. So usually Kenny Golladay doesn't play. Lions, can be up and down, even though they had a nice win last week against the Bears. But yeah, that could be one of those games where you're down. Maybe the Packers go up, 2 scores, and Lions just throwing. Matthew Stafford, not shy to that. Earlier in the year, don't forget when Detroit was just blowing leads early in the game, they had like a 21, the 3 lead or something on the Packers in that early game, but.
Yeah, that's right. They jumped out to like a 14-0 lead or something.
Yeah, they did every week.
They ended up losing by like 30 points.
Yeah, that's what they do. That was Detroit football in 2020.
That is impressive.
Really.
Seriously, that is impressive.
I just love looking at my fantasy team very quickly when I was looking at this. I did pick up DeAndre Washington. People, with Gaskin going on the COVID list, don't know if I'm actually going to play him. Another guy, maybe DFS. That's kind of an interesting game. You got the Dolphins versus Chiefs. With the Dolphins now, I don't know what's really going to happen running back wise, but I don't know.
Dolphins versus Chiefs, yeah. Okay, so Gaskin's out, right?
He is. Yep.
Yeah. So is Breida out though?
That I wasn't 100% sure of. We can actually look that up. I know he was, one of those for not practicing scenarios the other day. Breida Santiero is if you just Google Breida, so don't just Google that. Put in Matt.
Oh, here we go. Okay.
While you're looking at, you got it.
Breida's on the COVID list.
Oh, so he also is on. So Breida.
So DeAndre Washington is their lead running back.
So we'll see. I may throw a dart with him. Lamar, by the way, in this one, he's got 104 on the ground as we head into the 4th. 1 score. He does have the fumble. Connor with 7 carries for 7 yards, no scores. It's a tough one there. Dobbins still 4 catches for 25. Boykin with 43. Snead's got 13 on 3 grabs. Just not a lot of stats in the passing department. 10-7, Baltimore over the Steelers. The touchdown for Eric Ebron. He's got 2 grabs for 21. So yeah, Dolphins. It says Dolphins pull. I like this headline. Dolphins pulling a Broncos QB situation at running back with Gaskins and Breida out. I wouldn't put DeAndre Washington in the. What was that kid's name again?
Yeah.
Exactly.
We've already forgotten. Forgotten.
Something Hill or
Hinton. Kendall Hinton.
Hinton. There you go. He was not at least these running backs. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, DeAndre Washington is a running back. I mean, he was actually the lead running back for the Raiders for a year, so he can definitely play a little. He'll be fine, quite frankly. And I'm not sure if they're going to need him more than just to take a couple carries because they're going to be behind that whole game. So
yeah, that's and it's one thing about this week. We're kind of mentioning some of these games, looking at it from a DFS and fantasy perspective, but a lot of these games are big time matchups. Both teams need wins. You mentioned Vikings, Buccaneers. Either one of those teams can afford a loss. Chiefs and Dolphins. The only reason you say with the Chiefs is they're now fighting for that one and only bye now. Dolphins obviously fighting for their playoff lives. You have the Cardinals and Giants. Who would have thought, go back 2 years and say, that's going to be a very interesting game in Week 15. Colts, Raiders. I thought there was one other one that stood out. Oh, Washington and 49ers. Eagles and Saints. And obviously Monday, Bills, the primetime games, good games this weekend. Steelers, Bills, and Ravens, Browns.
Yeah, no, exactly. We're into playoff time here, which is nice. I love it when we get down to this time of year. Just from a viewing perspective, it gets way more interesting. You kind of get through that mid-season lull where obviously we're all watching for fantasy purposes, but the game, football as a product is so much better when everything is on the line because it comes every play just becomes so magnified, right? Okay, it's week 10 and your team is 5-5. Who cares? Really that much? I mean, obviously if you're a hardcore fan, you care, but from a general perspective, the games just kind of sometimes come and go. But this week, yeah, we don't have too many games where it's not much is on the line here. That Atlanta Chargers one is one of them, but we got a lot of important games here. Like you said, Washington's got to hold court. The Raiders really desperately need a win, so they need to pull the upset. There's a ton of.
Yeah, they do, and like we said, and for the NFL and for all the networks and all that stuff you're hearing about future with flex scheduling, Mondays might come into play soon. Ravens, Browns on Monday night. Don't forget, folks, Browns 9 wins. 9 wins, not over the last 3 years, just this year. And then you have Steelers, Bills tomorrow night. Those are major games. Playoff seeding and just all teams alive. And speaking of that, we got a fantasy question for you. Stafford or Josh Allen this week? Stafford going against the ever-giving Green Bay defense inside the dome, and then Josh Allen going against Pittsburgh.
Yeah, so I'm at the point with Josh Allen now where you just start him every week, no matter what. They're passing a lot in Buffalo. They're passing effectively. They got good receivers. Gabriel Davis taking the John Brown role. I could not sit Josh Allen. I'm not I wouldn't sit him there. Maybe if you had Aaron Rodgers, you could sit him, but I'm not going to sit him for Stafford. It's a good game environment for Stafford potentially, but again, you use the word potentially, right? Like, there's no Galladay. What are you doing, Lamar? There's no Galladay. I mean, like it could easily just be Green Bay gets out 21-0, and then Stafford's just throwing checkdowns to carry on Johnson for 3 quarters. Like it could be ugly. So I think there's way more bust potential with Stafford there than probably people think. And you're kind of just overthinking yourself on Josh Allen. Look, Alex Smith put up 296 and a touchdown versus Pittsburgh last week. You telling me Josh Allen can't do a little bit better than that? And throwing some rushing yards, maybe a rushing touchdown? It's a big game for Buffalo, man. I know it's a big game for Pittsburgh, but Buffalo needs to cement this division.
Oh yeah, listen, this thing is they want to be.
The Fins are breathing down their neck. I know Miami's probably not going to win this week, but Buffalo can basically close them out here. So I mean. They want to win. Buffalo needs a scalp, so to speak. I know they beat Seattle, but they really need to kind of show the AFC, because they've lost to Kansas City a couple times now. They lost to Baltimore last year. Maybe Pittsburgh. You can start taking Buffalo seriously. So I think this is a game where Josh Allen plays well and Buffalo wins.
Yeah, another sack. It could this could be something where obviously the loss to Washington, is there a quote-unquote hangover to that at all for this Pittsburgh team? Is it, finally maybe they're able to breathe, and then does this kind of do with the Colts almost a decade ago now when the Colts lost their first game, and then they lost 3 out of the last 5? This does tend to happen at times. And obviously, this is a quality opponent in Buffalo. It's like you said, they need that signature win. Kind of like what we saw with the Browns last week. I know with different opponents, but the Browns, everyone's kind of where's their signature win? They don't play great. And then they just put a shellacking for 3 quarters on Tennessee before letting them kind of come back. But obviously got the win.
And I mean, the only scary thing to me about the Bills this week, and we're talking more of just a general win-loss, is that people are kind of high on the Bills now. But it's deserved, right? Because and I'm not sure if people are super high on the Bills, or it's more just they're fed up with Pittsburgh playing 2 bad games in a row. And no one's going to kind of trust them now against Buffalo. So I think it is a scenario Pittsburgh coming in off 2 weird weeks. I just don't know if they have the time to get everything kind of reset there. And I'm sure they will before the playoffs. But yeah, I think Buffalo hands them 2 losses in a row. So.
Yeah, so obviously Steelers here not playing great. It's still 10-7.
No.
They're getting stopped here. A check down pass. Connor not going to get it done, so they're going to punch it away with less than 3:20 left here in the 4th quarter. Jordan Lindenbaum says the Steelers' defense have been susceptible to big plays in the passing game all season. They are one of the best, but not unbeatable, and Allen has been pretty freaking good, and especially on some big plays. So maybe you and Jordan on the same wavelength. We'll see what happens a little over 26 hours from now. Also, Zach Morris's Trash has a question. Said, should I play Baltimore or Washington DST this weekend? Baltimore again Monday against Cleveland. Washington taking on, I just lost it, the 49ers.
That's a close call. I'm going to initially say I would lean Washington just because the Nick Mullins matchup. No, I mean, Mullins has been okay, but that dude can throw pick sixes with the best of them. So let me check here, though. I want to see what, because this is close. This one's intriguing to me.
Gotcha.
I actually do have Baltimore ranked higher. I don't know if I agree with that. I don't know if I'd do that. I think I'd go Washington. I mean, look, I'm not 100% sold on Cleveland, but at some point you got to give them respect. I just don't really love the way Baltimore has played just as a team. I mean, their defense has looked okay the last couple weeks, but they're not quite in the same flow. So, that's a tough one, man. I don't think you're gonna go super wrong there either way. Maybe. I don't know. I do have Baltimore ranked higher. I honestly don't know what I would do if I was in a season long and I had those 2 defenses, though. I might very well go with Washington. So sorry, I can't really give you a straight up answer there because I don't really have one, to be honest. I'll just say that, yeah, Baltimore for me ranks a little bit higher in pure projection.
Okay, see, that's a tough one. A lot of people like Dallas DST, like, should I play Dallas DST?
No, here, you guys want a hot take DST?
Yes,
Philly.
please.
The Eagles.
Whoa. Who do you got?
They're second in sacks in the year. They're second in sacks. Taysom Hill fumbles like once a game. He loses a fumble. Don't play Dallas. Dallas is terrible. I don't care who they're playing.
Yeah, they're playing Cincinnati.
Rossi's playing QB.
Sling it, man. Even at 4'6". Philadelphia. So you think Philadelphia over? What about 49ers taking on Washington? Like Philly over that?
Yeah. Alex Smith doesn't turn the ball over, man.
I know. This is making me real nervous because now I'm thinking I might be overthinking. I've been trying to roll with the 49ers, and last week it didn't work out against the Rams. It did, but I feel like they have the Rams number. Like, I just feel like they know how.
I'm very sold on Jalen Hurts. I'm very sold on the Eagles' defensive line at the very least being good, and I'm very sold that the whole team gets a jolt this week, and that the defensive line gets to Taysom Hill, and then Jalen Hurts moves the offense better, and I think they win straight up, and I think the defense has a big part of it because I think everyone there is just frustrated, and I think playing Jalen Hurts is going to alleviate a lot of those frustrations. So,
this is interesting to me because obviously you have a really good New Orleans defense as well. So,
well, here, look. I mean, do you have like? Are you legitimately stuck with a decision here? Or?
Oh yeah, I just picked up Philadelphia because I had the extra spot because my entire team is injured. I got David Johnson on the COVID list. Julio Jones is out. Galladay's out. Ahmed is out. I dropped Benny Snell because I kind of went with that for a little bit. But yeah, so defensive, just so you know, I have San Francisco and Philly right now because I have plenty of room to pick up players with these injuries. The other, like, quote unquote owners is we have a 4th and 3. Now, real quick, they're not kicking the field goal here. They're not going to roll a Tucker, so they're going to try to win this game. They're going to hand it off. Plenty of room to run all the way down to the 6-yard line. Mark Ingram hasn't had plenty of opportunities today, but makes the most out of that one. They are going to – there's no timeouts, by the way, left for Pittsburgh. So they really can just sit on this one, and that's going to be your ball game. Gutsy call at the end. High drama in division. They're going to take some knees. It's going to hurt Lamar just a little.
Yeah. Would have liked to see them run once more with Lamar, but I don't think we're going to get that, people. No timeouts for Pittsburgh. Sometimes they do something weird. Like
yeah, they'll run right here. Yeah, they're going to go like a run play here.
Yeah, like they often do that. So maybe get like an RPO and Lamar touchdown. That'd be funny.
Just to give you the very quickly on this defense thing, and then we'll get you out of here because you have the next game too. So Dallas is available. Cleveland against Baltimore. Tampa versus Minnesota, but we both agree I don't think that's a good call. Tennessee versus Jacksonville. Arizona Giants. Those are kind of the other available ones, and obviously I went with Philadelphia and 49ers as of now.
Tennessee's defense has been so bad. I just don't know if there's an upside there. So even against Jacksonville, Arizona is actually kind of interesting. It's Daniel Jones for a lot of the same reasons. They might be able to get to him. Oof. I'm gonna stick with my Philly call, man. Like you can trust it or not. I won't feel bad if you don't. But at the very least, if you play them, you can come back next Saturday and yell at me, or the next time we do one of these. So
I'll just blast you on Twitter, and I'll put it in a fleet, so it won't last too long. But I'll just say
look, I've made it known that the Eagles 2,200 on my play that I like Jalen Hurts. So you won't be the only one blasting me. Don't worry, like folks, I'm used to it. I make stupid calls all the time. So, but look, I like Mitch Trubisky. So
yeah, we both did, and you know what? We don't even talk about it. We don't have to end that way. Before we wrap up things here, a quick question because I want to make sure people. I know you and Tommy Freezepops will team up next, but Lamar or Taysom Hill? This is from Dustin. He says Taysom's been a great fill-in for Jackson while he's been garbage recently. I know he was good last week, but what do you think, Lamar? Do you go away from Lamar against Cleveland on Monday? Do you go with Taysom Hill against what you're just saying against vaunted Philadelphia defense?
I don't really like Taysom Hill this week. Again, I just don't think it's the best spot against teams with good D lines.
Yeah.
I think he's not as fluid a pocket passer. I know he can take off, but I just don't think he's quite settled like in terms of the pocket like that. So 2 of his games come against Atlanta. It's just not a good barometer. So I don't even mind Taysom Hill as a quarterback, but yeah, dude. You got to start Lamar. Come on, like
Okay, that's
the MVP.
yeah. He's the guy. And he showed
I
up
know he
last
hasn't been. I know he hasn't been the MVP this year. So I get it. I get the question, but no, for me, definitely Lamar. And if it was a better matchup for Taysom Hill, I'd actually entertain it. But no, I'd start Lamar this week for sure.
Speaking of Lamar, he had over 130 yards to score. He had a fumble. It was just 10-7. Not a lot of scoring here. Passing game was absolutely putrid. Neither quarterback hitting like 110, and Roethlisberger might have been right there. But who was your Krusty Koff player of the game in this one, Moose?
Dude, this is pretty ugly, to be honest, wasn't it? Like,
it was.
I guess just give it to Lamar because he hit the bonus. I mean, nobody else did anything on offense. Like, nobody. So let's give it to Lamar and let's get the heck out of here, I guess, and hope the next thing's better.
What about the Not My Kid award?
The LVP is everybody else. No, I mean, let's give the LVP to Juju Smith-Schuster because he was the other guy hyped up and he was quite frankly terrible. So it's the worst game I've seen. I've seen a lot of Steelers sims too. They are a little bit hit or miss, but Juju usually comes through no matter what. So it's a pretty bad game for him. Probably one of his worst. 3.3
for Juju Smith-Schuster.
Terrible.
Yikes. Yeah, Roethlisberger stunk. Everybody was bad. My lineup was terrible. Nick Boyle. Think about it. Juju Smith-Schuster only had 3.3 more than Nick Boyle. So that's why he gets the LVP. Coming up at the 8 o'clock Eastern, or 6 o'clock if you're lucky and live in different time zones. Bengals-Browns, that is going to be Moose teaming up with Tommy Freeze Pops. I'm going to be joined by Tommy at the Madden After Dark stream with Titans and Texans. Anything else? Oh, back-to-back Not My Kid awards for Juju. I told you he stinks, everybody. I've been saying it all year. It might have just been Simland. But on behalf of producer Drew, Daniel, our incredible ops team, we had Asher and Zach. Appreciate those guys. Any final thoughts, Moose, before we get the heck out of here?
No, man. I just hope everyone's being safe and stuff. And obviously we'll see you again in an hour. But no, hope everyone's having a good weekend. And if you got any questions for fantasy purposes, throw them in the chat for the next one. Tom and I will try and answer them best we can.
Yeah, he'll answer them great. Everybody load up Philadelphia. You've talked me into it so much that I think I'm going to go with it. Here's why. I'm going to end with this. Because I usually have my best defensive, when you're streaming defenses, it's those gutsier calls that usually pay off. And that's what it is. Like a couple weeks ago, San Francisco, it was like, they're not great, but hey, they put up like 30 points one week. That's all you need.
There's so much variance in defense too. But like
True.
I said, at least Philly gets pressure. You sacks, straight fumbles, all that stuff. So that's the last thing I'll say. But I'll try not to mention it on the next pod so I don't get Philly.
Tell
I'm
them
gonna have like 1 million fans. I'm gonna have 1 million tweets just tweeting me about Philly if they lose.
Well, as long as they don't give up a ton of points. All right, we'll be back. Moose and Tommy will have you in just about an hour for pregame. Go lock in those lineups. Go have yourselves a bathroom break. Grab some food. Moose and Tommy will have you. We'll catch you in a little bit. Drink some water. Smile. Say something positive on Twitter. We'll catch you guys soon.
We are pleased to be joined by Cowboys Vice President of Player Personnel, Will McClay, joining us here on the Dream Stream. Adam Kaufman with you. Will, how are you?
I'm doing great, man.
Well, appreciate you spending some time with us, obviously, as you get toward the final month of the NFL season. I know it's clearly been a disappointing season for Dallas. There's really no way around that. But what were the expectations going in, and all the optimism, obviously, after the hiring of Coach Mike McCarthy?
Well, the optimism was there and the optimism's still there. I mean, going through the challenges that we've gone through and that all teams have gone through in this pandemic and that we're all dealing with, it's just a unique set of challenges when you have a new coach come in and they don't get to spend time with the team and you're trying to figure out the roster and what fits and who fits where. Those are all challenges that we've had to go through. And, it's the NFL. We're paid to win games. We're not winning them, so we're disappointed.
You brought it up, and we'll talk a lot more about the season, obviously, but just living through the pandemic and still attempting to carry on business as usual, what kind of challenges has that presented?
It's been an interesting deal. It's something we've never dealt with before. It goes back to the draft and preparing for that. One of the things that we do is we dig and we find out information on players. We, find out who we like. We had to figure out a different way of doing that. And so throughout the course of this entire season, we've had to figure out different ways to make it all work. So it's been a challenge, and there's been some good things that have come out of it that'll benefit us down the long run. It hasn't benefited us, yet right now, but I feel confident in the process and what we're trying to do.
If you can expand on that, what kinds of good things? I think everyone's looking for a little bit of optimism, obviously, surrounding the pandemic.
The Zoom meetings, number one, an opportunity to interact with players in an extended deal. I mean, I think we're used to the old way of doing it where we sit in the combine or, at the school and gather information. We go to the all-star games and we visit with the players, and that's the extent of it. Well, we spend a lot of time talking to guys, learning more about them and having our own personal views about it. Because typically when you're scouting players, you're going to get information from a person about a person, and it all depends on, what frame of mind they're in. We spent more time with the individual so we could formulate our own opinions of the guys.
So do you see this whole situation really kind of reshaping the way the industry works, the way that your job and so many other jobs within football organizations work after, however long it takes after all of this is behind us?
Yeah. I mean, necessity is the mother of invention, or whatever the heck that saying is. And I think that we're always, the thing about football especially is that we're systematic. We do things the same way all the time. I mean, there's 32 teams and we all do all the same processes. And so it's how do you capitalize on the opportunities that you have now? And I think taking some of those things that we've learned and using what works best for us, and it's in each individual circumstance. But I do think that we found some things that really do help us. And one of the things, like talking to Coach McCarthy about players, the virtual part is something that we never thought about. You don't want to do it all the time, but it's also another way to reinforce and engage players. And these guys nowadays, it's the generation where you get on the iPad and you can do things through drawings and through animation and whatever to help enforce the learning too. So that's something else we figured out.
When Dak Prescott went down in the fifth game of the season, it was crushing for so many reasons. One, obviously, he's such a good guy, and that was so apparent, with the social media outreach in support of him after that injury. But also, statistically speaking, he was having such a ridiculous season. What were the expectations moving to a veteran like Andy Dalton at that point?
We felt good about Andy. It was a unique opportunity for us to get him at the time, because usually, when you're finding a backup quarterback, you usually don't get one that started as many games and had the success that he's had. So we felt like that, him coming in, didn't expect the injury, with Dak. We, feel like he's Superman, but it happened. And then Andy's able to come in and he's able to run the offense. He's seen things, he knows things, and you feel comfortable about that situation because you have a guy that can get the job done.
How's Andy felt about it? Just knowing that obviously the back end of the season over the last couple of months hasn't certainly gone to his expectations.
Yeah, but he's a competitor and he's always striving to get better. It's the game against Baltimore. It was a situation where, there's a defense that's, much ballyhooed, and we've got our third, fourth, fifth tackle. The offensive line's not what it's meant to be, but for him to be able to go out and execute that way and to drive the team, it shows his professionalism and why he's a starting quarterback level in the NFL.
How's Dak's rehab going?
It's going great. I see him every day. He's coming in, he's testing, he's doing all that. He's chomping at the bit. He's, ahead of schedule in a lot of respects with where we thought he would be.
With regard to both Dak and Mike McCarthy, owner Jerry Jones, Stephen, they've both spoken out pretty extensively in recent weeks about just the future of the organization. They've been emphatic. Mike McCarthy, he's back next year. Dak Prescott, he's our QB. He's the guy next year. What's the reaction internally when you obviously hear the media and others speculate otherwise?
Well, that's another great thing that's come out of this pandemic is the talking heads have a lot of things to talk about when they don't know everything. I'm excited about the opportunity to continue to work with this group and grow. And I think having Mike with his success and what he's all about, that's what you need from a team and an organization. Then you have your quarterback who is different than, he's different. And having those guys in the boat and know that you're moving forward with them, you can plan and we can get better and we can make this thing right. We want to make it right. We want to make Cowboys Nation and everybody else proud by building this thing the right way. And you've got to establish a plan and continue with that plan to see success.
I'm sure in some ways people don't really think about this, or fans don't think about this. The act of building, obviously, an NFL team is kind of strange in a sense that over the course of a season, you've got a month to go. Playoffs are still mathematically within reach. 4 games left, 2 games back, 2 in the division. So maybe it's a possibility. And obviously the coaches, the players, that's their focus. Someone in your role who's, concerned with player development and the draft, in some ways, even if the team were, top seed in the NFC, you're still kind of on to next year. You're thinking about the draft and college and who's going to come in and help us. So what's the focus internally right now, especially with regard to a playoff hunt?
Our objective is to win games. That's what we're paid to do. We want to win these games, and however it comes out, from a standpoint of standings and things of that nature, we want to win the football games. And then for planning for the future, you're always doing that. We're looking at contracts of guys who are up. We're preparing for the UFAs, the RFAs, getting ready for the draft. It's going to be an interesting draft process because there's a lot of information that we're going to have to find different ways to gather again this year. There's a number of teams that aren't playing, or they're going to play in the spring, or they only have 4 games that we're supposed to have 10. So that's going to be a unique set of circumstances that we're going to have to get through. But our objective is to build this team and continue to be strong.
Your guy over there, Nick Eatman, who, of course, has covered the team for the club's website the last couple of decades, a good friend of ours here on this program, joins us every single week talking about all things Cowboys. And I asked him just yesterday, what's the priority as it relates to the draft? In all likelihood, this team is going to get a very good, high first-round draft pick. What do you need? What's the focus? And he said, before I could even finish the question, he said, BA, badass. That's what we need, a guy who's going to come in and especially on the defensive side of the ball and just be a badass. I'll ask you, what's the priority?
Priority is the best football player that's available to us. And, so many, the draft, these people make a lot of money on the draft talking about it that don't know anything about every other team, the insides of the team. What you're trying to do, there's the argument of best player available, position of need. I think it's a combination of the two. We know we need to get better in a number of areas, and we want to find the best fit for us, the best player. We want to have impact. If we have an opportunity to pick high, you want a guy that's going to come in, especially when you pick that high. If we do get a chance to pick that high, you're looking for a difference maker type player.
With the expectation, obviously, that guys get healthy on the offensive line, Dak comes back, Zeke it's been a tough year for him, but Ezekiel Elliott returns to form. There's so much talent among the pass catchers. Is defense the priority?
Yeah, I would say when you look at our team, it's where, we think we have some things on the offensive side, and we want to continue to build the defense. We put resources on both sides of the ball. Now we've just got to mold the team in the way that we're looking to build within a new head coach and, trying to build that thing that way.
Draft aside, what are the offseason priorities for you? I know you ran down some of them, but what order of operation does everything go in for you?
Well, number one, we want to get our guys healthy. We've got the offseason to get our guys healthy, and we want to find difference makers. We have to find people that can do things that other people can't, and then do it at a consistent high level. We want to improve the defense. you're never one player away. And this year, as we've seen, you think you got a good offensive line and, things are going the right way, and then injuries happen. So not only do we want to get some guys that make a difference, but we also want to continue to build the depth, because you need 53, 70, 75, whatever number of players it takes to get to the promised land. I know Coach McCarthy's told the story before. When they won the Super Bowl, they went through 78 players. They took 78 players in that time. And so as you build this thing, you want to have depth.
He's the Cowboys Vice President of Player Personnel, a former AFL Coach of the Year as well. We haven't forgotten about that. Will McClay, thanks so much for joining us, sir.
Thanks, guys. Really appreciate it.
Hey, with Reed T. Fowler, I'm Adam Kaufman. We are taking a look at the Week 14 main slate in the NFL. This is brought to you by Irish Spring. Earn your shower. And that in mind, Reed, which top player is going to earn his shower this weekend? What do you think?
Keenan Allen, $7,700 against Atlanta Falcons. We know that they're a defense that funnels towards the pass. They've been strong against the run. And look, Keenan Allen has been wide receiver 4 overall in DraftKings scoring. And last week was a down week for the Chargers. He still saw 11 targets. He's seen 40 targets over the last 3 games. This guy's target share is amazing. And we saw the Saints with Taysom Hill and Mike Thomas have a good game in both matchups. Mike Thomas saw double-digit targets against his Falcons defense. I love stacking Keenan Allen with Justin Herbert.
So where's the value coming from?
DJ Chark, so same position, but DJ Chark at $5,300 against Tennessee. We saw what Tennessee's defense in that secondary gave up to the Cleveland Browns last week. Well, here comes DJ Chark and Glennon. Look, Mike Glennon is not a great quarterback, but what he does do is take shots down the field, maybe not as accurate as you would want it, but he takes shots, he takes gambles in terms of getting that ball down the field. DJ Chark is someone who saw 7 targets last game coming off of that injury the week prior. He is their number 1 guy. James Robinson is great, but you need to get DJ Chark going. He's at $5,300. I think he's underpriced this week, so give me DJ Chark.
Perfect. He is Reed. I am Adam, and those were this week's Fresh Plays brought to you by Irish Spring. The KFC Sunday Night Showdown Series continues. Steelers, Bills getting ready to battle here in Week 14 with Steve Buchanan. I'm Adam Kaufman. We're both here from DraftKings. And Bukes, two of the top teams in the NFL, obviously, and in that AFC. You got to look at Pittsburgh because there are just so many offensive weapons. In fact, whether it's Ebron, Johnson, Claypool, Juju Smith-Schuster, these guys are getting at least 7 targets per game over the last 7 weeks. So if you're looking for a KFC captain and James Conner coming back, where do you start?
Yeah, so it's been kind of hard to nail down which Steelers receiver specifically you want to get because, like you said, all these guys are getting all these targets. But I like Deontay Johnson here. He's leading the team overall target share at 21.8%. Hasn't seen less than 22% over the past 4 games. And then specifically, I like his matchup against cornerback Levi Wallace. He's allowing a 61.4% catch rate with 12.7 average yards per reception. So it's hard to nail down which one you want to use, but at least based off the matchup against a tough Bills secondary, Johnson's the guy you want to take a look at.
It's always tempting to try and get both quarterbacks into your lineup for a showdown slate. It would be really difficult to do that. But is Josh Allen a guy you feel like you need to get in coming off the 4-touchdown game against the Niners?
I mean, of course, the ownership is going to be there because of that matchup, but like he's so vastly different than Ben Roethlisberger. You have that rushing capability that he can give you. He can rush in for a touchdown. He's done that multiple times already this season. So the skill set between the two is not even close. So I know it's tough to fit in Allen because of how expensive he is, but he would be a scary, scary fade in this game, even against a very tough Steelers secondary. So you got to do it. You got to bite the bullet. Josh Allen has got to be in your lineup somewhere for this game.
Bukes, you're the best. Thanks, buddy. Do not forget to feed your whole crew with KFC's $20 fill-up. Choose between original recipe, extra crispy chicken, or crispy tenders. Get all the home-style sides you need. Drive-thrus are open or get contactless delivery at KFC.com.
All righty. Welcome back, folks. Hope you had a good dinner, a good walk around the block, or maybe you just sat in front of the TV. It doesn't matter. You're back. You're with us. It's Tom Carroll and I bringing you home here for the first one primetime game and then Madden After Dark. But you get my point. 2 evening games. You know, the late night crew is in effect here. So I'm Jeff Ulrich, obviously. He's Tom Carroll joining me. I've just made like a weekend thing now for Tom and I. I like it. We got the Bengals. We got the Browns, and we got some Madden Stream football. So, Tom, right off the bat, man, how you doing?
I'm doing well. We get the Battle of Ohio here in prime time. And, yeah, I like this little Saturday tradition we have of the Moose and Freeze Pops. It sort of becomes like the fantasy football hour, right? I'm just going to pepper you with questions again. I loved that last weekend. If you guys got them, throw them in the YouTube chat. We got a fantasy expert here with us, and I personally am going to use his brain to pick my lineup for tomorrow, so you guys should do the same. Speaking of lineups, Jeff, I got one in the free contest.
Okay.
Set up in the DK Sim fam here. Okay?
Go for
Nick
it.
Chubb in the captain spot.
Okay.
He's a beast. $13,200 there in the captain spot. Then I got the kicker, Randy Bullock. He was my punt play at the end of my my lineup here, as well as Austin Hooper, both in the $4,000 range. Then I grabbed both quarterbacks, Baker, Burrow, and I got myself AJ Green. So here's the thing about this particular matchup. Sorry, I just hit my laptop, so my screen probably just shook for you guys. I didn't feel overly confident about anyone other than Nick Chubb. So I just went with guys who I liked personally as players. Does that make sense?
That's pretty much what I do every week. No, I'm just kidding.
There you go.
No, for the sim, the free roll, I mean, you can definitely do that. But my thing with this game is, Tom, I haven't seen these two teams play much. Like, even in the old sims, I didn't get to see Cincinnati and Cleveland play much at all. I think, like, even in the 100 games I did for Madden 2020, I probably saw Cleveland like once. So I'm not as familiar with these teams as I am with the other ones. So definitely be relying on you a little bit more. I'm probably going to get some of the numbers wrong too, because they're not as familiar. But I'm looking forward to seeing Joe Burrow. Actually, I think I did see the Bengals one of the first 2021 games we did. We switched the games was with Joe Burrow, so that was kind of. I remember that the Bengals didn't do much because they were going up against the Ravens or something. It was a tough matchup, but we'll see how Burrow's progressed here, and then I get still see Odell Beckham in Simland, which he was a beast in the last game, where he could be. It was very boom or bust, but when he went off, he went off. So we'll see how that goes, and then like you said, you got Nick Chubb in here as well. So I'm kind of pumped to call this game just from that perspective, but I don't have any hot takes as far as rostering stuff goes. I mean, I think that maybe playing like Burrow at captain might be interesting. He's averaging 18 points per sim, but there's no real huge stud here. I mean, even Chubb, he's doing okay, but he's still only like averaging under 12 points per sim. So no real stud sticks out. Maybe time to go quarterback and captain. We'll see.
Yeah, I like how you're getting out in front of this thing. You're like, look, I don't know anything about either of these teams. Don't hold me to anything I'm about to say. It's smart. Get out in front of it. And honestly, I don't think I've done any Bengals games. I think I've done one Browns game. It was with Emerson a few weeks ago. Went into overtime. It was crazy finish. One of the best sims I've ever done. So I'm going to be of the mind that, hey, the Browns are involved. Going to be an exciting sim.
The Browns have had some exciting sims too. I think they were involved in a couple real high-scoring games in the old sims too. So Odell Beckham tends to just go nuts every now and then, and again, I mean, they're very strange team, the Browns, in these sims, because they can be bad too. I've seen them be terrible, but haven't seen them in a while, so I'm kind of looking forward to it. We'll see what happens. All the Emerson games tend to just have these crazy overtime endings. He's always anxious to go eat. I think that's why. I think the sim knows that. And so it tries to keep him at his desk or his table, whatever he's using these days, as long as possible, because it knows, it can feel his hunger, his desire to get away from the sim. So that's my theory on that, because I've done a couple crazy overtime games with Emerson as well. We'll see what we get here. Maybe we'll get a little crazy here too.
That's what I want. Give me crazy. It's Saturday night.
I mean, the last game, Yeah, definitely. The last game we did definitely wasn't crazy. It was actually pretty boring. It was 10-7 both.
Oof.
It was over in about 53 minutes was the only good thing. But
oh wow, there you go.
I think we'll get a little bit better action this time. We got, Burrow, like I said, a decent quarterback, and the Browns can score quickly. So let's go. But yeah, happy to have you guys joining us. Hit that like button, guys. We're up over 300. Let's get to 400. Let's just do it. Let's just go and do it. Let's get up to 400. Wow, that'd be cool. I know you guys can do it. I know you know how and where the like button is. You've heard me say it where it is a million times. So hit that like button for Tom. It's Saturday. We've both chosen that this is the way we're going to spend our lives doing Madden stuff, which is actually great, to be honest. But
hell yeah,
let's go.
We love it. Hey, Jason Johnson on YouTube saying he's got Baker at captain, Odell and Higgins with Hooper and Tyler Boyd and Chubb. And my punt play was the Browns defense. Interesting.
That is.
I did not like either defense enough to have them in my lineup. But again, I haven't really had either one of these teams too much, so I was sort of flying blind as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, there's no huge stud. Like there's no Dalvin Cook or Kamara or something like that where it's just like, okay, this guy's gonna get points. He's a real easy captain spot. You get a little handoff to Tyler Boyd off the bat there. There's a little end around. So, all right, Tyler Boyd on the board. That's a nice start. Try and grab his ownership percentages. But Boyd definitely was involved last week in the real game. I mean, had a long touchdown, then got thrown out. That's a pretty eventful week.
Yeah, didn't necessarily love that as a Devontae Parker owner, as he was tossed in that one as well. So
right, that's right. Yeah,
didn't love that. By the way, I got to give you some credit. You told me to start Jarvis Landry. I did so, and he had a big day. So
that's true.
Thank you.
It was the Cleveland passing stuff with Baker and Jarvis was like my one good call last week. I wish more stuff had gone well because my Jarvis-Baker lineup was terrible outside of those two. So kind of disappointing when you hit a guy who has 4 touchdowns in 1 half and you still can't manage to cash. There's Joe Mixon. A little rush, 3 yards.
Joe Mixon's a talented guy.
He is. I don't really love the way they've used him in Cleveland. Just not enough in the passing game. Although him getting hurt this year isn't helping things either. So
yeah,
he's pretty durable.
No, I think totally. And I think if you're a Bengals fan, you got to be excited for the future with Mixon, young guy. Yeah, he's dealing with injuries, but he's got talent if he's healthy. And Burrow, obviously. I mean, he's looked great this year up until the injury.
I really hope Joe Burrow comes back beginning of next season. Like we're not. Like it doesn't linger for 8 months into or like 4 months into next year or something like that. I just, I hope it doesn't end up being a situation like that. Hopefully he's young enough, comes back from it clean. But, that was a bad one. That was ugly to watch. Holy cow!
It really, really was. I think that was one where I saw it once and I was like, I'm good.
Yeah,
don't need to see it again.
Really, don't need to see that again. Yeah.
One thing I like that ESPN and other networks have been doing on these gross injuries is they'll blur out the injury. So they'll show the play, but then they'll blur out the area where the gross thing happens. So you're able to kind of see the play, but don't have to witness the gross part. I really like that they've decided that that's a route to go because, a lot of these times you don't want to see what happened, but you do kind of. So it's a great little medium, right? It's like a car crash. You shouldn't be watching, but you kind of want to see what happened.
Yeah, absolutely. I know a dude broke his leg when in a rugby practice when I was younger, and it was a sight. There were kids crying. Let's just put it that way.
Oh God, brutal. And hey, guys, make sure you throw your fantasy questions into the YouTube and Twitch chats. What's up, Twitch fam? We know you're out here. Jeff is one of the best in the biz. He's downplaying himself from whatever he told you guys last week. He made me a fantasy winner last week with telling me to start Jarvis Landry. So I respect his fantasy knowledge, and you guys should too. Ask us some questions. We'll get you answers. And Obi-Wan on YouTube keeps saying this, so I'm going to sing it so he stops. Or maybe he's just going to keep doing it the whole night. Oh, Tommy boy, the pipes are calling. There you go. I think I gave him what he wanted.
Hey, you gotta give the fans what they want. I mean,
This is what we're here for.
I mean, when I do games with Glash, people just ask for the accents, right? So it's the same kind of deal,
Oh, really? Was he breaking out our Southie masshole accent today?
No, I mean, no, when just from before, but when Glash and I do things, it's the whole sim is just us doing stupid voices basically because we both have the maturity level of a 10-year-old. So
I have heard that you do. Oh man, I'm blanking on the accent. First of all, I never pegged you for an accent/voices guy. Oh, you do a good Scottish accent, is what I'm told. Irish, Scottish.
It's Irish. It's Irish, Tom. I can speak a little Scottish as well, but really.
Okay. Oh, Christ be
It all
Jesus.
stems from James O'Shaughnessy being on the Jaguars and me doing every Jaguars game, Tom.
Oh, James O'Shaughnessy. You do not know that I have quite the history there with James O'Shaughnessy.
What is it?
Incredible. So he, now you're like, oh, what happened? No, I did a Jaguars game earlier this week, and I had him as my punt play, and he scored a late touchdown, and I freaked out.
Yeah, because he's like the tight end too there now.
Right, exactly.
There's Gio Bernard, by the way, stealing Joe Mixon's touchdown. So he started Gio. You're happy, folks. He didn't steal it, though. It was stolen. A stolen touchdown.
How does it feel? You stole it.
Oh, wait. Is that Mixon? I'm sorry.
that's
I got
Joe
my numbers
Mixon.
mixed up. That is, I told you.
I
look, again, I told you that was going to happen. And that was Joe Mixon because apparently I got the numbers mixed up. So
I got a quick point on Gio here.
Is Gio 26?
25, I believe.
25. Okay. At least he was a 20. So I have them.
There you go. Yeah, not so bad. So I was looking through. I was looking through the app, DraftKings app, to make my lineup tonight, and I saw the mustache that Gio Bernard has in his picture.
Right.
Oh my God, legendary mustache! Did not realize that was a thing. Gio Bernard, at least in that picture, incredible stash.
Yeah, it almost feels like that's why the Bengals are keeping him around because his mustache is so fantastic, right?
Yeah, you got to just keep him around for the swagger. Hey, we got a question here for you on Twitch, Jeff.
Okay, go for it.
Tight end question. Evan Ingram or Hunter Henry?
Oh, I'm going Hunter Henry. Definitely like that matchup with Atlanta. I think that Herbert bounces back in a big way. And look, I like Evan Ingram, but I just don't trust anything to do with the Giants offense, like any week at this point. Darius Slayton's a nothing. Evan Ingram's had like one good game. Got to go Hunter Henry, I think.
Yeah, and it's too bad because Evan Ingram is so good, but that offense is just so inconsistent. He's a guy that maybe on his next team, if he doesn't stay with the Giants for his whole career, is going to be a guy that you should look towards in the fantasy world. Or, hey, maybe next year with Daniel Jones, they'll just figure out, how to make him work and everyone's healthy and it'll be a go because he's still young, too.
Yeah, absolutely. Evan Ingram, I'm basically a wide receiver playing tight end. And
totally.
If the roles were reversed, I'd take Ingram. Like if Ingram was on the Chargers, I'd take Ingram. It's just the matchup. And I think Ingram probably is like the more athletic player between the two. Henry's a very similar player though. But
Henry's huge.
I'll take Ingram over him in like straight up. It's just he's got Herbert, he's got the Atlanta. Yeah, it's just too much in favor of Henry.
Quan Chapo on Twitch, another T, different T, on Twitch, asking Gio or McKissick?
Gio or McKissick, hey? Yeah, I definitely, I think I'd lean McKissick there for sure. He might be slightly more popular, but, I don't think he's going to be so popular that he's going to be like the highest owned player or anything like that. And realistically, he's playing 70% of the snaps a lot of games. He's basically a wide receiver playing running back right now. He's only getting like 6 or 8 carries, but, anywhere from 6 to 10 targets every game. It's insane. If he ever finds the end zone, he's going to be a smash play one week. So, yeah, 4,900 on DraftKings, too cheap. And even in a season long, I'd still play over Gio.
Makes sense. I think that makes total sense because with the Bengals, they got Brandon Allen at quarterback right now, right? It's too dicey.
Yeah, you don't know if they're going to move the ball. And I know it's Dallas, so you probably will see some more regular ball movement than usual this week. But I still won't trust that situation. I'd rather trust Alex Smith and, like I said, and his 6 to 8 targets to McKissick every week.
All right, we're over on Twitch here again for a question from Beast of Bourbon asking Henry and Aaron Jones. So I'm guessing they are either going between Derrick Henry or Aaron Jones. If you have both of those guys on your team, you're probably pretty good. You probably want to start both of them if you can. But I guess if you have to pick one, Jeff, you're going with Derrick Henry or Aaron Jones.
Yeah, that one's close. But again, especially on DraftKings, I think I'd take Aaron Jones. He's over $1,000 cheaper. He'd probably get like a few less touches than Derrick Henry, but realistically, Aaron Jones's fantasy points per touches over his career is massive, and by that I just mean he scores a lot of fantasy points per touch because he scores a lot of touchdowns, and he's got a little bit more of the pass game work too as well, so he can get you along like pass play, obviously. So I think in this matchup for Detroit, I know they both are really good matchups, but I'd lean Aaron Jones slightly. You get the savings. Derrick Henry's a fine play too, though. He's tuned Jacksonville in a couple times in his career. Could definitely happen again this week.
So kind of a boring first quarter if you were looking for a ton of offense. Bengals really controlling the pace there early on. Haven't seen a ton of the Browns.
Boyd 3 catches, Burrow 27 yards, Mayfield 24 yards. So yeah, it was pretty muted first quarter. We did get a touchdown, and again, it was Mixon. I thought it was Gio Bernard, but it was not. So
we had some people confused too. Wait, who scored? Who scored?
Yeah. It was Mixon.
Joe Mixon.
Sorry, guys. Again, I did say from the start I was going to mix up numbers because I've not seen
him
play.
He got ahead of it.
It was Mixon, Jordan Lindenbaum. I apologize if you were still under the impression. It was Gio. I called it wrong.
Evan Kirkpatrick on YouTube asking, pick one, Clyde, Hunt, or Gio. Half-point PPR.
Yeah, I think I'd go Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Hunt, you can't really trust him with Chubb playing so well. And then Gio, again, we just talked about the upside issues. I'd lean CEH. I think that's actually a pretty good matchup. The Dolphins are good defense, but you can run against them. And I think the Chiefs could be up big in that game. So this is a run, by the way. I'm not going to say who it is. It was Mixon. Okay. Mixon up to 44 yards, 6 rushes.
On YouTube, if the Thunder don't get you, saying, but Jeff, thing is, Devontae Adams and Tonyan are getting so many of the touchdowns.
Oh, yeah,
that's
absolutely.
In reference to Aaron Jones.
Absolutely, man. And look, Aaron Jones is a riskier play than Derrick Henry. That's what I alluded to with like the lack of the less touches. But again, we're talking about a price difference. I think I can't look away from the matchup. Like last time Aaron Jones played Detroit, he scored like 48 points. It's going to happen again, but that is kind of what these explosive backs against Detroit do. Like Dalvin Cook went nuts against them too, right? So I do kind of feel like it's going to be an Aaron Jones week. I don't really want it to be an Aaron Jones week because I don't have any of them in my remaining best ball lineups. I have Devontae Adams, but I'm kind of leaning towards thinking it's probably going to be an Aaron Jones week. Realistically, I think Aaron Jones and Derrick Henry are both great plays. I think I actually prefer both those guys over Austin Eckler at 7,100. That's one thing I'll say, but or however much he was. I think he's 7,100. I can't remember off the top of my head, but yeah, Henry, Jones, they're both monster plays this week. I'd slightly lean Jones for the savings.
P. Fooligan on Twitch asking, Jeff, who is your best value play at running back tomorrow? Who are some of them? Just give them a few.
Yeah, I mean, running back, we don't have like a ton of straight up just great values, to be honest. McKissick is like 4,900, definitely probably the top for me. I just went over why, obviously, so I won't rehash that. I'm not even sure who I'd consider under there. I do not like Duke Johnson. The main carry running back for Houston never gets carries, like more than like 12 carries, and they're playing Chicago, which run defense, like you can pass them a little right now. They're a little banged up, but there's still a tough matchup for a rusher. And like after that, I mean, like you can play Todd Gurley, no thanks. maybe Chase Edmonds does something this week. Like it's kind of barren. I mean, the play, honestly, I mean, Dwayne Washington at 4K. Yeah, I'm gonna have to think a little bit on that, but he might be in play here. I mean, he's probably gonna be playing the whole game. It's Kansas City, who's not the greatest rush defense, and plus probably gonna be getting some checkdowns later in the game. So I actually would not be shocked if Dwayne Washington just kind of showed up with like a decent game of 4K. It's risky.
Oh, hey,
again,
Dwayne Washington.
What's that?
Nice. Oh, hey, Dwayne Washington. Nice to see you.
Yeah. Yeah. Did I say Dwayne Washington? I don't mean Dwayne Washington. I mean, who do I mean?
I'm not sure.
DeAndre Washington. Sorry, DeAndre Washington. God, Dwayne Washington is the third stringer for the Saints, and DeAndre Washington is the backup for Miami, who's going to be starting. DeAndre Washington.
There you go.
Sorry, guys. I always get those two mixed up. I hate the fact Dwayne Washington is still in the league because it always screws me up. But DeAndre Washington starting for the Miami Dolphins because all the other guys are on COVID. He's just going to get the work, right? So at 4K, he's in play. But realistically, like between him and McKissick, there's not McKissick. There's not much else in play. I think McKissick is the best value. Washington probably in play for like a good GPP pump.
Yeah, I agree with you on McKissick over Washington, and purely because I think Kansas City is going to. I think it's going to be a good game in Miami, but I also think that there's more of a chance of Kansas City taking a big lead over the Dolphins, which means they're going to start running the ball less. So at that point alone, I think McKissick is the way to go. We have a question here on Twitch from 2K Gamer 08. Noah Fant or Evan Ingram?
Ooh, yeah, that's a tough one. I think I'd actually Fant. It's a good matchup. Carolina doesn't defend tight end well. They're allowing a lot of pass yards. Yeah, I actually say for sure I'd say Fant there. I think he might come through with a big game this week. It wouldn't shock me. He's a really athletic dude too. It feels like at some point before the end of the year he's going to go. Yeah, I just feel like he's got a 100-yard touchdown game in him at some point, and it could be this week. So, yeah, I'd lean Fant there. I think I like the upside better.
On Twitch here, Royce Camaro. I think I got that right. Yep, there we go. Royce Camaro on Twitch asking, Clyde Edwards-Helaire or Ronald Jones?
That's an interesting one. I do like the way Ronald Jones is trending. Like, he's clearly the better back there, and I think obviously the coaches are still giving him some run. It's not the greatest matchup. It was Ronald Jones or CEH, right?
Correct.
Yeah, I would actually lean Jones there. For this reason, I think Tampa is going to tune in Minnesota. Minnesota hasn't been good the last 3 weeks. They barely beat Jacksonville. Realistically, they could have lost all 3 of their last games. I think Tampa is still playing okay.
Coming off a bye, too.
Yeah, coming off a bye. So I think you might see Jones actually get more carries there than people think. So give me Jones. Not like super confident in either of those guys, but yeah, I'd take Jones. Jones has shown too, like his upside is good. He's playing well. It's just from week to week, obviously he's got Fournette to deal with too. So.
Here's a question or a statement here from Quan Chapo on Twitch. Jeff, you can give your take on it. I have a feeling about Miles Sanders could get a lot of dump offs with Philly starting Hurts against a tough defense. What do you think?
Yeah, so there was Mixon though. Mixon's getting going here just for people watching the game.
Your boy.
Yeah, he's my boy now after I screwed up his name on the first touchdown. But he's getting going.
Trying to prove you wrong.
Out near midfield. I'm not Gio. I don't have a mustache. So here's the thing with Hurts and Miles Sanders. Rushing quarterbacks are generally death for their running back. All you have to do is look at Alvin Kamara over the last couple games, right, with Taysom Hill. It doesn't typically lead to more dump-offs. It leads to more rushes for the quarterback, which is like instead of dump-offs, right? So like a pocket QB would generally dump off more. A guy like Jalen Hurts is going to look to run more. I think it's actually bad for Sanders. Now, look, every QB is different. It's not necessarily going to work out that way, but Jalen Hurts is basically a running back playing quarterback. Dude was a massive runner in college, and he's built like basically a bowling ball. So I would say no to that. I really don't like Miles Sanders at all this week. I think if you're going to play anyone from Philly, first of all, playing Hurts is fine. I think at 5,100, just because of his rushing upside. But then I would just pair him with like Jalen Reagor, because he's 4,400. Hurts can definitely pass the ball a bit too, as we saw in college. Go for that home run play. He's really cheap, Jalen Reagor. 4,400, playing over 70% of the snaps. So don't go for volume necessarily. Just go for like the big play dude. I think him and Reagor are going to have some good connection.
Okay, so I know you just dumped all over Miles Sanders, but we have a question. Miles Sanders or Chris Carson?
Oh, yeah, definitely Chris Carson. And that's not all me being negative on Miles Sanders. That's me liking Chris Carson, too, this week. Another week healthy, wasn't on the injury report. Pete Carroll loves him. And look, 14 point, whatever they are, pay favorites against the Jets this week. Like, it's a massive spot. It's a good spot for Chris Carson.
On YouTube from Paul Wellens, cheap DFS receiver, MVS, Gallup, or Chad Henson? And what about Barber at 4,400 for a cheap running?
Yeah, so, okay, I guess he could play Barber. Barber, you're playing for like a very specific game script, but look, he's not going to catch passes, and San Francisco's still been really good against the run this year. Like, they still are very good run defense. I wouldn't want, I will have zero interest in paying Barber. Personally, there is a game script where it could work out, and like I said, he falls in the end zone maybe even twice. Is he going to get in, Boyd?
Oh!
Joey Burrow and Tyler Boyd there, folks. Little interruption to our conversation there, but that was a nice play. Nice drive by Joe Burrow to get him down. Joe Mixon a little rush. Finish it off with Tyler Boyd. So get those two, you're in luck.
There you go. Tyler Boyd having a nice game so far.
Yeah, and then back to the Peyton Barber thing. So for me, he's not really an option. And then the other one, we're asking about cheap receivers. So Gallup, MVS, and Hanson, hey, for Houston, I assume. MVS, basically the third wheel, maybe even the fourth wheel. You're basically just looking for a long home run play. I'm generally don't like MVS anyways, so I'm not gonna play him.
He's a good guy to have in your lineup for Simland.
Yeah, exactly right. Who was the other dude we were talking about? Hanson and
then they asked about a cheap running back. It was MVS Gallup.
Gallup, yeah. Again, I don't want to trust anyone on Dallas. Hanson is, look, if Cooks and Kiki Kuti sit out, Hanson is their number one wide receiver. So yeah, he's in play, man. I mean, he absolutely is in play. I think I'd almost prefer maybe if Kuti was active just to take some heat off him, but like Hanson at 3,900 is definitely in play this week if those two other guys sit. He might even be in play if they don't sit, or if just one of them play, because they're so thin at wide receiver right now. It's ridiculous. The guy I actually like is Brashad Perriman, though. Crowder looks like he missed practice Friday. I don't think he's going to play. He might even been ruled out already. I just missed it. I haven't checked the news updates for a couple hours. And then, Denzel Mims is out. Who else is Darnold going to throw to? And again, we got the Seattle secondary.
He needs to throw to somebody.
Seattle secondary on tap. I could definitely see Brashad Perriman getting loose here. So I'm not saying the Jets are going to even keep it close, but there should be lots of throwing late in the game.
Right, and there's going to
Perriman, I think, more than all those guys. I do like the Hanson play too, though. I'm not really big on either of those other dudes, though, MVS or Gallup.
The Jets might stink, but they still need to run plays, right? So there needs to be someone getting touches.
Perriman has shown like his upside is still there. I mean, he had like a 30-point game a couple weeks ago. And again, we got the perfect scenario here against Seattle, who when Seattle gets up by 3 touchdowns, they're like, well, this is boring. Let's make it interesting on defense.
Right.
And just do nothing. So it's a good spot for him, I think.
Hey, the Jets are pounding on the door for that first win, right? They should have won last week. Coming off of that tough loss, maybe they have a little bit of confidence in the locker room. Maybe they went the other way and they're like, look, we almost beat the Raiders, who are in the mix for the playoffs here. Now we're going up against the Seattle secondary and a Seattle defense that has been historically bad for that franchise. I don't know. Maybe the Jets sniff out a win this week. I'm not going to say it officially. I'm not going to make it my official pick, my lock of the week, but I would not be shocked if New York won tomorrow. I wouldn't. How about that?
Okay. All right, that is beyond a hot take.
Think about it. Seattle has been trending in the wrong direction, my friend.
It's true. We've
been saying it for weeks.
I agree with you on that point. Like, Seattle has not looked good in a while. I don't know if they've looked good all season. They've just rode a lot of good plays by Russell
Wilson and DK Metcalf, baby.
Good God, if the game against the Jets is even close, though, man, that's like, I don't know.
I would not be shocked, man.
I can't get on that level with you, Tom, but I definitely understand where you're coming from, because the Seahawks have not looked good. I agree, and at the very least, the Jets made it competitive last week, right?
And look, the Jets, they suck, right? But there hasn't been that many winless teams in the history of the NFL. There's been a lot of really, really, really bad teams, but there's been 2 0-16 teams, I believe. You could correct me if I'm wrong. The 08 Lions and whatever year the Browns did that with Hugh Jackson before Baker Mayfield got there. So it's not that common. So I'm just looking for a spot here. When are the Jets going to get that first win? They're coming off their best game of the season. Well, maybe second best, one of their best. They should have beaten the Patriots too, in all honesty. So
yeah, they should have beat the Patriots.
They really should have. The Patriots suck. That hurts me to say, but they suck. I don't know, man. Maybe I'm just on a Saturday night high right now. I'm just feeling good in the primetime slot. But
the weekend air.
Hey, if the Jets win tomorrow, I'm gonna come back and find this clip. I'm gonna post it everywhere until people
I'll be sure
give me credit.
Give you some credit on Twitter if that happens. Is the only dude who saw it.
That's right.
I don't disagree with the fact that like Seattle right now is like they got to get it a little bit together for the playoffs here. They're going to be a one and done. Mixon with 58 yards there in the first half, guys, with a touchdown. Tyler Boyd 4 catches, 37 yards and a touchdown. AJ Green 3 catches, 23 yards. Hunt 3 catches, 34 yards. Beckham 1 catch, 9 yards. I don't know where Jarvis Landry is. He ain't on the score sheet. Higgins 1 catch, Gio 1 catch. So not much going on for the Cleveland dudes. That is faux show. We got Boyd and Mixon carrying the load here right now. Burrow's played okay, but realistically, not an offensive explosion by any stretch of the imagination. Cincy just kind of playing keep away right now, and Cleveland being Cleveland, I guess.
Cleveland is Clevelanding in the
I can't believe sense. I can't get my head around Cleveland 9-3. 9-3.
So I was talking with our producer before the game about this. I think that we haven't been giving Cleveland enough credit. And I know you and I broke down their schedule the last time we were together. We're like, this is why they have this record.
Yeah.
But man, I don't know. I had a week of self-reflection. And I think I have been too hard on the Cleveland Browns. And this is why I love the NFL, right? We can have these swings in emotion. Every game carries a lot of weight. Their running game is so good. Nick Chubb healthy with Kareem Hunt as a number 2 is crazy good. Kareem Hunt should be a starting running back in the NFL when it comes to talent. If all the stuff that happened to him and with him, self-inflicted, if that doesn't happen, he's still in Kansas City as the RB1 with one of the best offenses in the history of the NFL. And maybe they're even better than they are now. So for him to be an RB2 on a team that has a guy like Chubb, who is one of the, 5-6 best running backs in the league, that's elite company right there.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, Kevin Stefanski is a really good head coach, right? So
totally,
I think he's definitely running the team kind of the way he wants, and I think a lot of Minnesota's success over the last couple of years has been on the heels of his sort of OCing and stuff like that. So yeah, absolutely. No, I don't disagree. I kind of like Cleveland early in the year, and people are like, well, they're not that good, and realistically, like they didn't really have any solid wins. So I kind of agree with that take early in the year, but you're right. I mean, at some point, like you've got to start giving a team credit.
And I think a lot of the resentment and sort of hesitance to buy into the 2020 Browns is being born out of the fact that the 2019 Browns didn't live up to the hype.
Yeah, they made a lot of people, including me.
Yeah, totally. A lot of really smart dudes, yourself included, thought the Browns were going to win 10 games next year.
Yeah,
last year.
I think Kevin Stefanski is what people thought Freddie Kitchens was going to be. Like realistically.
Yeah. And Freddie Kitchens was atrociously bad.
Yeah, exactly. It really is like that simple. I think. I really do think so.
I also like the fact that Stefanski is taking the ball out of Baker's hands. We saw him do this at times with Kirk Cousins last year.
Oh, totally.
Dalvin Cook would, run all over the place. You'd look at the box score. Kirk Cousins will have like 8 completions or something ridiculous like that. It was like 8 yards in a cloud of dust, or 3 yards in a cloud of dust, I should say, type of offense they ran sometimes in Minnesota. He's brought that to Cleveland because Baker's a lot like, I'm not going to say skill level like Favre, but like Favre in the sense that he's a gunslinger. He's going to just throw that thing all over the place because he trusts himself more than he should. And Stefanski says, hey, look, I got 2 extremely talented running backs. Let's use those to our advantage. So I think he's playing it perfectly this season.
I'll tell you, the chat is not buying into your Jets take, but that's pretty good.
Hey,
pretty standard.
I'll walk alone on that.
Vince was asking Godwin over Jefferson and Thielen. Man, I would probably rank those 3. If again, it's no salary or a factor or anything, I would probably go say Jefferson, Godwin, Thielen. But realistically, I love that Tampa Minnesota game. I like all 3 of those receivers. Those would be the 3 receivers I'd really want to target. But that's probably how I'd rank them there, Vince. Jefferson, Godwin, and then Thielen. The one thing about Godwin is he's a lot cheaper than Jefferson. Jefferson's up to 7,400. Oh, okay, little Baker run. You can deal with that.
Baker.
Yards. That's good. That's their best play of the Sims. So getting things done, getting a little points for you.
Chris Collins on YouTube said, I like Taysom Hill tomorrow. Rodgers' price was moved too high for my liking. What do you think about that, Jeff?
Well, here's my hot take of the week. I think the Eagles are going to win straight up.
Whoa.
And I do not like Taysom Hill. I said this on the last pod with Rossi. Took him a while to get there, but I kind of convinced him at the end. Well, Baker got it back. Baker, one good run and then a fumble. Look, the Philly D-line is good. Second in sacks in the league. Taysom Hill fumbles a lot. He hasn't really seen necessarily a team with great pressure yet. He's played who has he played? He's played Atlanta twice, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then he's played the Broncos without a QB.
Correct.
In a game they were never, ever, ever threatening to lose. So, he's really gone up against no one. Mm-hmm. And this Philly defensive front is going to be different, I think, than anything he's faced. I think it's going to give him issues. And I think Jalen Hurts at QB is going to keep their offense on the field longer. It's going to be good for their defense. So I'm picking Philly straight up. I do not like Taysom Hill. I think if you're going in that range, you either go to Kirk Cousins or you pay up for Herbert. It's not that I don't like Taysom Hill for fantasy. I actually kind of like him a little bit. I like the rushing QB.
You're saying from a wins-loss perspective.
From a wins-loss perspective, exactly. I don't hate the move to Taysom Hill. I just don't like him this week. I love it. I would rather play Jalen Hurts in that game.
I love it. Hey, cheaper. We got hot takes tonight, baby. Yeah. Jets are winning. Eagles are winning. Yeah. I love it.
So, but yeah, Jalen Hurts, realistically, who's the better QB here? Jalen Hurts almost won the Heisman. He is a running back playing quarterback, just like Taysom Hill, and he's $1,100 cheaper. Why wouldn't you just play Jalen Hurts?
And he can throw the ball.
Yeah, he can throw. That's right. I mean, he is, like I said, he just won the Heisman. You don't win the Heisman playing QB, just running. Although
he lost 2 games in college.
Yeah, you do a lot of running in the college game, but he can throw. I think he's more Russell Wilson than Taysom Hill, Jalen Hurts. But we'll see.
No doubt.
We gotta see more of him. I'm just saying that's my early take on him. So.
Taysom Hill is a fullback playing quarterback.
Exactly. Yeah. So.
Jason Johnson on YouTube saying his sleeper pick for this week is Devin Singletary. I would argue that Devin Singletary isn't a sleeper pick anymore because the Bears are just gonna use him constantly.
Oh, are you talking about Montgomery or Singletary?
I got my Montgomery. I got my Aries confused. Devin Singletary. Okay, that's different. I had Montgomery on the brain. Montgomery's
going to get used because they got no.
He's going to get touches because Trubisky is Trubisky, right? Sorry, got my running backs confused there. Devin Singletary of Buffalo is this man's sleeper pick.
That'll be interesting. He might have to do it through the pass because going up against Pittsburgh, basically the best rush defense in the league or top 3. But I do like.
That's why he's a sleeper, Jeff.
I do like Buffalo in that game. So I mean,
do
It
too.
could happen. I like Devin Singletary as a player. I kind of wish they'd use him a bit better in Washington or in Buffalo, excuse me. But that is again another running back whose quarterback is very mobile, and he loses touchdowns. He loses touches because of it. He doesn't get as many dump offs. The running quarterbacks don't dump off as much.
I like Singletary and Montgomery. How about that? We got a question
That's the way
here.
you cover yourself. Yeah.
Exactly. On YouTube here, the Thunder Don't Get Ya asks, Logan Thomas as a bargain tight end.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or was last week a fluke?
No, I don't think it was a fluke. He's been getting targets all year. He's been okay. He's definitely developed into that team's tight end one. 3,300. I was a little shocked at his price, to be honest.
Alex Smith loves tight ends. There was a streak where the Chiefs, it was almost like 2 full seasons where no receivers for the Chiefs caught touchdowns. Do you remember when that was going on?
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Ooh, that was
what a weird time for the Kansas City
I forgot
Chiefs.
about that. Everyone was like, we haven't thrown it to a wide receiver since like 2000.
In like years, yeah. And look, Alex Smith has a history of loving tight ends. I mean, remember when Alex Smith started becoming a viable player under Harbaugh with San Francisco, Vernon Davis became a viable player after being considered a bust for a while, right? Oh my God, AJ Green breaking the tackle. First down for the Bengals. CEH on YouTube asking, Jeff, do you like any Colts for Sunday?
Do I like any Colts? I like Jonathan Taylor. Really solid runner, obviously 7 yards per carry last week. A really good matchup against Vegas. Yeah, absolutely. I don't mind. I like Jonathan Taylor. The only concern is workload, but it should be in a spot where they're ahead, getting worked in the pass game a bit too. So Myles Garrett on side.
Remember to keep sending in those fantasy picks, questions, who you think the sleepers are going to be. Just keep them coming, baby. We got one of the foremost experts on board. What do we got going on in this sim, by the way? We're going to get a Bengals touchdown here or what?
Oh my God, this is like, I don't know if it's the same guy in the chat telling me that Hurts over Taysom Hill is like the worst play ever, but same guy from this morning. I love it, man. You're back.
I'm being told on Twitch that my Tom's got hot pockets for not hot takes. Nice. Love
There's Gio Bernard, little dump off pass, 125 yards for Joe Burrow. All right, folks, who do we need to get going here in the last quarter? 4th and 14.
Why don't I take a look at my lineup here?
I think getting a first down. So Cleveland, or Cincy pulling away, excuse me. Baker, Odell, do anything. We can see it going here, Thomas.
Yeah, another boring game for you here on a Saturday, huh?
Oh, that's all right.
Hey, I'm up to 28th in my contest here. Randy Bullock getting a field goal, helping my cause.
I mean, just to answer a question, Jonathan, top play for tomorrow. I mean, look, if you're just going, again, we're just going by pure points projections. It's got to be like the Packers skill players, right? Like you got to think Devontae Adams is just going to go nuts again. The targets are there every game. The matchup is great again. The only thing that could hold Devontae Adams back is probably just Detroit getting like 90 yards in the game, which is possible, but that'd be like the top play. I'd rather pay up for Devontae Adams this week than Dalvin Cook, excuse me, just because of the matchup. But that's that would be it.
Kyle Desmet on YouTube asking Moss or Singletary for Sunday night.
I'd probably go Singletary for the PPR points. I mean, look, I don't want either of those guys going up against the Pittsburgh defense, but like we just said, I mean, Singletary is definitely the more PPR back, and we could be getting a few more passes, dump offs just because of that. But I don't like either of those dudes against Pittsburgh. If I'd take one though, I'd take Singletary.
Chris Collins saying that they like Dalton tomorrow versus Cincinnati. Do you like Andy Dalton in the revenge game?
Do I like Andy Dalton and the revenge? I just don't like anything to do with the Cowboys. I mean, I'm usually about narratives, but like I'm just so I don't even. Oh, is he gonna go? He's gone. There's Odell. This is what he does.
The house,
man. He lulls you to sleep and then he just catches the slant and he's gone. That was the hashtag easy button. The only other guy who does this in that game that good is Tyreek, obviously, but. Okay, that'll wake you up. There's a little eye-opener for the Sim fam there.
This is a ball game.
17-10 game now.
There we go. We needed that. We needed to get excited about this one.
All right.
Got some stats here for you.
Exciting way to end the third quarter. Maybe we'll get a real back and forth fourth quarter. Baker Mayfield 142 yards. It was only his 12th pass, but it went for a touchdown. Joe Burrow 14 passes, 13 of 14 though, 125 yards and a tutty. Actually, Baker's not even playing that poorly. It just feels like they just haven't had the ball much since he's been moving it well too on the ground with Mixon up to 81 yards. So we'll see if he can get the bonus with a touchdown. Chubb 39 yards on the ground. Nobody else really doing much there. Baker had that one run. Boyd still stuck on 4 catches. AJ Green up to 457. I guess you can watch that. Odell 2 catches, 78 yards though now and a touchdown. So he's definitely vaulted himself into like the captain spot conversation. Higgins, 1 catch. Well, Landry's got 2 catches for 4 yards, so he's made an appearance. But
welcome to the Sim.
Yeah, welcome to the party, pal. Thanks for showing up.
Yeah, I think OBJ is definitely in the conversation now for captain, MVP, whatever you want to call it. He's the guy that you got to keep an eye on. You also need to look to him to possibly get the bonus here now at 78 yards going into the fourth quarter. And the Browns being down a touchdown, probably going to be throwing the ball around. So I'm going to early prediction OBJ gets the bonus.
Yeah, I like that call. And if we do get the bonus, it'll be big because that means we'll have a tie game. We'll get a lot of excitement down the stretch. So let's get positive, folks. Let's hit the like button together. Let's all give the Sim a like. That'll really let's turn this into a positive Saturday. I know the last Sim was boring and apparently the one before that was too, but we can really make this Sim great again. We all do that. So hit the like. Tell me who you need. And yeah, throw out any more questions if you want. You can criticize my picks. I really don't care.
Well, here's a question for you, Jeff. They're torn between taking Seattle or Tennessee for their survivor pool this week. So Tennessee obviously has the Jaguars. They're in Jacksonville for that one. And Seattle is hosting the New York Jets. Jags 1-11, Jets 0-12. So they're trying to decide, hey, is this the week that I use my Seattle card, or is this the week I use my Tennessee card? Which do you feel more confident gets the win on Sunday?
I mean, you've thrown us all off with this Jets take, Tom.
That's right.
I guess I'll say Tennessee.
Got the people thinking.
I guess I'll say Tennessee. I don't think the upset's going to happen, but Tennessee's like Jacksonville is. They're pretty bad. Like I actually think Jacksonville's a worse team than the Jets, which sounds funny to say because the Jets are so ridiculously, just terrible at everying, closing out games. But I actually think Jacksonville is like an overall worse team. So, they got Mike Glennon at quarterback.
Yeah, it's brutal.
For the love of God, like it's pretty dire in Jacksonville too. So. I actually wouldn't even. I don't really have a hot take either way, but I actually see less of a chance of Tennessee losing than Seattle. So
Mike Glennon has a long neck. Does he not? That dude has the longest neck of any quarterback I've ever seen. Give that neck a good look on Sunday. Long neck.
Out there, he's a tall dude. And look, he hasn't played that terribly. I'm not trying to necessarily tear him down or anything. He's been serviceable. Jacksonville was competitive last week, but I just feel like Tennessee can just run right. I just feel like Tennessee is going to win that game by a lot. Is that another handoff to Tyler Boyd? That was a handoff. Another rush there for Tyler Boyd. He got 25 rush yards. Yeah. I feel like Jacksonville had their kind of moment last week. I feel like it's really going to turn around for them this week in a bad way. I mean, so, but realistically, I'm not really too worried about either of those teams.
Our producer Andrew sending along a picture of Mike Glennon to confirm my long neck theory. Gotta check that out, Jeff. It is incredibly long.
Yeah, it's a good question too. It's just a damn cough, man. Why is Doug Marrone playing Glennon over Minshew? I actually don't know that question, but the answer to that question. But I think it's just I honestly don't think the franchise wants to win any more games, and B, I mean I just don't think the franchise is really a believer in Gardner Minshew anymore. So they just don't really care if they play him or not.
On Twitch, do I play D. Washington or G. Bernard tomorrow from Winter Bold on Twitch?
Yeah. The Steve Washington news broke pretty late for me. Like I'm just kind of tuning into it. But the more I think about it, I mean, I'm kind of liking it, to be honest. He should catch some passes out there. Gio against Dallas is pretty good, though, too. He just has not done anything. And now you got Brandon out. You know what? I'm going to say Washington. I'm not like in love with either of these guys. Should probably just play McKissick, but if we're talking DFS, but I actually think Washington, especially if you're taking price into the consideration, is probably the more interesting play for me.
We got a question from YouTube from Charles Carter. In need of that expert advice, 3 of these: Connor, Carson, Eckler, Gallman. Nobody has the Merton Hanks neck.
Okay, you're definitely playing Carson and Eckler. Like there's not even a question there. And the other ones were Gallman and
Connor. I think I'd go Gallman.
God, Gallman has been getting really consistent work, and I do kind of like the spot for Connor because the Bills' rush defense has actually been pretty bad, and I feel like they're going to give him the work this week. But oh boy,
want me to flip a coin?
Gallman or Connor here?
Here we go. Heads for Connor.
Okay, heads
tails
for
Gallman. Wood and nickel. And we got heads. Connor it is.
I think you go
Gallman.
I think you go against the coin. And you
I do too. I think you go Gallman.
First premonition. Go Tom's first instinct, which was Gallman. That should have been.
Don't listen to the wood and nickel.
You know what? James Conner's terrible. Just play Gallman.
Wow. I don't think James Conner is terrible.
He kind of is, though. He's not.
No,
he's pretty slow. He's kind of like Davis.
But he's shifty. He gets in the end zone. At least he did at the beginning of the season.
One good run, and everyone just, everyone who picked him up as their backup to Le'Veon Bell, like the year Le'Veon Bell held out, and everyone who had him there as the backup was just so overjoyed that year. And now I think a lot of those people just like have such a good memory of him that they just love him. Ooh!
Oh, touchdown, Boyd!
Tyler Boyd doing his best to break this late. Little rush yards, second touchdown.
I think Boyd's going to be our MVP of the game here if things kind of stay as is. Jordan Lindenbaum making a good point.
Connor's come back from COVID. That's true.
Yeah, be nice to him. He had COVID.
Yeah, I really like the way Gallman has looked running the ball. I do too. And the matchup isn't even that bad. This week against Arizona, it's probably better than it was last week. It's so hard for me to buy into a Giants offensive player, but really, Gallman is he's it. He's the lead back there. You should treat him as such.
HJD on YouTube saying, how do you guys feel about Tim Patrick?
I don't mind Tim Patrick. He's been the far more productive receiver than Jerry Jeudy. Worked well with Drew Lock. He's like a poor man's version of Cortland Sutton. He's a big dude, can go up and get it, work over smaller cornerbacks. It's a good matchup against Carolina, who don't have shutdown cornerbacks. I don't even hate a Drew Lock.
A Drew Lock stack?
Tim Patrick stack this week. Yeah, Drew Lock's 5,100 on DraftKings. I mean, Tim Patrick's 40 something. But yeah, I don't mind Tim Patrick at all as a standalone play.
All right. I like that. Throwing out the Drew Lock. See, we got hot takes tonight, people. But you're just saying the value of Drew Lock is worth looking at.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm not saying like start him over Aaron Rodgers or something insane like that.
Right.
But yeah, from a DraftKings perspective.
Oh, Baker.
5,100. He's the same price as Jalen Hurts. I mean, look, I'd probably still rather roster Jalen Hurts, but they're both in play.
That was a brutal play there by Baker. Looked like he was going to take off, went back in the pocket, and got destroyed. This is why Baker Mayfield is who he is in the NFL right now. Just hand the ball off, Baker. Keep your team out of trouble. Vince Stevenson on YouTube saying, Gage or DJ Chark? Wait, before you give that answer, Jeff, I'll give you some time to think about it because I have to obviously sing DJ Chark's name. DJ Chark do 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 DJ Chark do 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 DJ Chark do 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 DJ Chark. Okay, now you can give your answer.
Well, after that performance, I guess I have to go with DJ Chark. Yeah, I would still play DJ Chark. I really like him as a player. I know the season's been pretty much a disappointment, but God, I mean, the problem with the Atlanta backups are they have about 10 of them, and you just never really know which one of them is going to catch the ball when like Julio or Ridley are out, right? So, I mean, Ryan hasn't even been that good. I think Ryan's got like one touchdown pass in the last 5 games or something insane like that. Like he's not been playing well. So, yeah, I don't really want to play DJ Chark like that much right now. But I mean, I don't really know what other option you have. At the very least, Chark gives you that big playability, right? Like he can get behind a defense and potentially break one for you. Gage, you need the volume, and if he doesn't find the end zone, and like Brandon Powell or whatever is Brendan Powell, whoever, or Blake, Christian Blake finds the end zone instead, like you're really out of luck. So
yeah, that was really disappointing for people that own certain members of the Falcons.
Go. Did he score last week?
Well, what I'm saying is that Calvin Ridley sick catch he had, but they said he didn't like get his feet down or whatever it was.
Oh right. Yes.
Oh God, that burned me. That burned me good. Hey, CEH on YouTube has asked both you and myself about love for T.Y. Hilton going into tomorrow. What do you think? T.Y. gonna have a big week?
T.Y. I mean, I
believe it's David Njoku.
I'm pretty sure I'm wrong, but
it looks like David Njoku.
I think Njoku's like 86 or something, isn't he?
It's Higgins.
It's Higgins. Yes. Okay. There we go.
We don't know the numbers.
At least I was self-aware that time. I mean, look, when I don't do a team for a while, the numbers get all screwed.
I've done the Browns once, so I'm going to give myself a pass.
Anyways, Rashard Higgins there on the touchdown, folks. 24-17. We got 1 minute left, so we could get an onside kick here. Could happen.
It could.
What was the last question you asked me, Tom?
That's a good question. Let's go ahead and find that. We were talking about the Falcons. It was DJ Chark versus Russell Gage.
Oh, right, yeah. So, yeah, for me, it'd be Chark. Yeah.
Oh, and then we asked you if we thought T.Y. Hilton was going to have a big Sunday.
Oh, yeah, that's the one. Yeah, T.Y. Hilton. Look, it's not a bad matchup against the Raiders. I mean, he's looked a lot better, right? So, I can't outright, sit here and be like, yeah, there's no chance or anything like that. I guess we're all just like a little bit shell-shocked from T.Y. Hilton because he did so poorly at the start of the year. But I mean, 11 targets in his last game, like 2 touchdowns in a row. Like, is this finally, like, are we getting the Rivers connection here?
Mm-hmm.
Good matchup, man. Like the Raiders the Raiders defense in general has been really poor the last 3 weeks. I mentioned Jonathan Taylor being the play, but maybe they just throw to T.Y. a bunch again. Like, it's not unplausible. I think at 5,100 at the very least, he's probably in play for like GPPs and stuff like that this week. He's still really cheap.
Michael Acosta on YouTube is calling for a coin flip on players, so I have to give him that, right? So we got the wooden nickel here. Heads is for Dobbins. Tails for Ty Johnson. Here we go. Heads. Dobbins. There you go, Michael. Dobbins. Freaking Dobbins. Oh, yeah. I remember playing against Dobbins in JV. He was one of the best junior varsity players I've ever played against.
He was a wicked athlete.
Athlete. Adding syllables.
3rd and 2. I guess they need to first down to replace things. Pass? Oh, they're going to complete it. Did you get a touchdown? Oh, no.
Oh.
Boyd was going for the trifecta there. He wanted it. He wanted it for you fantasy owners. Tyler Boyd was out there, but...
definitely making his mark on this one.
Yeah, he is. Having a great game. T.Y. Hilton definitely projecting with, like, much ownership. This is an interesting play. Could happen. You're probably going to need the Raiders to keep things close-ish for him to get a bunch of targets. But like I said, everyone. I really liked T.Y. Hilton at the start of the year. T.Y. Hilton is definitely one of my worst calls of the season long from a draft perspective. But there was a reason we liked it. Rivers throws to the little shifty slot guys like Keenan Allen a million times a game. I don't know, man. Maybe it's finally starting to happen or something.
Totally. And Phillip Rivers loves to sling the rock around too, so.
Oh, yeah. He'd love to throw it 50 times a game.
Hell yeah.
Shot put it 50 times a game. God, his throwing motion is terrible. It's so bad.
It really does look like a shot put. That's a great call.
Oh, completely looks like a shot
Did you ever throw shot put?
Did I?
Yeah.
I've tried it before. I mean, I've got the worst body type for shot put you could potentially ever put together, but I have tried it. I know the motion. You hold it by your chin and you just launch. You do a little spin.
I did it in middle school, I think for only 1 year.
Yeah.
I did the field version of track and field. I think it was just in 7th grade.
The field version, yeah. I had to do the track version.
Definitely couldn't do track. No.
You're wimpy and you look anemic, so go with the runners.
Not built for track, but they'd still make us do the opening warm-up laps and stuff. I hated it. I was really, I'm here to throw people, okay? And shot put I was decent at, but we had the javelin thing, but it was sort of like a mini javelin for middle schoolers, and it was incredibly hard to throw. But shot put I wasn't bad at. Discus, awful.
Discus. We weren't our school was too budget for discus, but anyways, Mixon just missed the bonus, 96 yards. That's unfortunate. He did get in the end zone, so he had over 15 points. Chubb 39 yards, bust. Burrow added a little rush there, so he had 24 yards too. Boyd had that 25-yard rush too, so he was a pretty big play. 7 catches, 75 yards, 2 tutties for Boyd, so he's definitely in the mix for the player of the game. There's Odell Beckham, 3 catches, 123 yards and a touchdown. So he did hit the bonus only on 3 catches. That is a hilariously Odell Beckham kind of stat line for these Sims. There's Higgins, 3 catches, 37 yards. And yes, the touchdown that I finally did credit him with after confusing him for 4 different players. We the Donovan Peoples-Jones had a catch. That's interesting.
One of the best names in the NFL, Donovan Peoples-Jones.
Yeah, people forget about him. He was taken, in that that heavy receiver kind of area.
Yeah,
dropped
absolutely
last week. Not great.
I'm giving the MVP to my man Boyd. Cincinnati entitles him to 1 free soft serve ice cream cone at Lion's Choice Roast Beef. This wooden nickel does if he's ever here in St. Louis. So he gets my Krusty Kaufman MVP award.
How many of those nickels do you have, man? I mean, just giving them out left and right. Look at
dude. Let's see.
Sugar Dad Tom. We're gonna have to.
We got nickels for days.
Oh my God! It's raining in here. All right, making it rain as we go here on Prime.
We got nickels for days, baby. And for my babysitter Billy, not my kid award. We are going to give that one to my man Nick Chubb, who I thought was going to have an opportunity to have a big game here, but it didn't happen. Was not good. Really a non-factor. So not my kid, not my problem.
Okay. There you have it.
I'm going to pick up some wooden nickels.
there's Thomas. He's picking up the wooden nickels. That's perfect. This is like the perfect segue. I'm going to go through the schedule here. Obviously, we only got one game left on the sched tonight. Titans at Texans. Rossi's coming back. He probably just had his Santa old man nap, so he'll be all powered up. He's back with Tom for Titans and Texans. Then tomorrow, folks, this is where you really got to listen. You got to subscribe to the DK channel. You got to tune in 11 a.m. Eastern. We got the Sweat, Emerson, and Jesse, me, some other guys you might want to listen to too, mainly me. It starts at 11 Eastern. It'll take you right up for NFL Lock. Then you got Leaderboard Live the rest of the day Sunday. So we're covering the real NFL tomorrow. Then we're back Monday with the regular schedule. We got 3 Sims in the morning. And you know the deal. And then the Monday Night Football stuff and the Sweat in there too. So subscribe to that DK channel, guys. Hit the like on the way out. But most importantly, folks, you guys have yourselves a great night. Because I enjoy hanging out on these Saturday sessions. I enjoy talking to you guys. Even if y'all hate my advice or just, whatever, I still appreciate the questions and giving it to you. So fun hanging out for me, guys. Have a great rest of the Sim family. Sim nights, excuse me. We'll talk to you again soon, guys.
Don't sleep on the Jets.
Vikings at the Bucks.
Bucks.
The Bucks coming off a bye week. There's a sense of urgency now. Yeah. The number one run defense in football. They're going to take Dalvin Cook, and I think they're going to neutralize him in this game.
Yeah, and then Kirk Cousins is going to have to try to win. Now, Justin Jefferson and Adam Thielen are balling right now. But I think the matchups and the way the Bucks play, it's going to be too much for this Vikings defense.
Yeah, I'm going Bucks 24-17. Cardinals at Giants. Cardinals reeling. Giants are rolling. Listen, the Cardinals haven't won a game against a team not named the New York Jets when Kyler hasn't run for more than 60 yards. And he's not running right now. Daniel Jones probably going to be back for the G-Man. I know you hate him. But I
don't hate him. I just think he's a turnover machine. And I know you're going to pick the Giants here because they're hot right now and they just won in Seattle. But I think the Cardinals realize that the playoffs are slowly slipping out of their hands. This is a game they're going to get back. They need to target Hopkins a little bit more. And he's not going against Jalen Ramsey. So I like the Cardinals in this one to bounce back.
All right, I'm going Giants 27-23. Chiefs, Dolphins.
Chiefs.
Yeah, Fins are good, but they're not there yet. They're not going to be able to go toe-to-toe. Tua is not going to be able to keep up, I don't think, with this pace that Patrick Mahomes, and then in terms of just putting up points on the board.
Yeah, another thing, too, you got to remember the schedule. I mean, the Dolphins' schedule has been very good to them, to say the least. They had the fourth-place schedule, so they played well. They've earned the right to be 8-4, but they're going to see what a Super Bowl contending team is, a Super Bowl defending team is here in the Chiefs. I just believe there's too much firepower on that offense for them.
Yeah, that Finns defense is good at creating turnovers, but I think Tua is going to give some back to them in that game. So, yeah, I'm going Kansas City 30-21. Colts 8-4 at the Raiders 7-5. Huge game with playoff implications.
Man.
One of these teams is not going to be in the postseason.
One of them.
Maybe both of them, but they're two pretty good football teams. Here's what I believe. I think the Raiders are too banged up on the back end of that defense. I think the Colts, even though Phillip Rivers is playing with that turf toe, it's the one guy that I don't think matters in the entire NFL because he doesn't move anyway.
Exactly.
He's been slinging it lately. And T.Y. Hilton's giving him a little help
Derek
too.
Carr's been playing lights out. Darren Waller had a huge game against the Jets to help them come back and try to win that one, and obviously Henry Ruggs showed up. But I think the Raiders, like you said, they're too banged up on the offensive line. Running back's hurt. We don't know how he's going to be. The safeties on the back end, Abrams banged. It's just too many injuries to overcome, I think, for this one game. So the Raiders are going to have to try to find a way to get back after this.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a high-scoring game. I'm going Indy 36-31 in that one. And finally,
I'll take the Colts as well.
Steelers at Bills, Sunday Night Football. Pittsburgh coming off two crummy games. They lose to Washington. They barely beat kind of the JV squad for the Ravens. I'm fighting this recency bias here after just seeing the Bills play as well as they did, and I'm fighting it hard, so I'm going Steelers here in a nip and tuck affair, 26-24.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the Bills. I like what they've been doing offensively and defensively. They've been a bend, don't break, but they tackle well. They get pressure on the quarterback, and to be honest, I just think Josh Allen's a better quarterback than Ben Roethlisberger right now.
Wow. Well, I think James Conner is going to help a ton. They haven't been able to run the ball at all the last couple of games, and I think, to me, that's going to be the difference in this one for Pittsburgh.
Hey, with Reed T. Fowler, I'm Adam Kaufman. We are taking a look at the Week 14 main slate in the NFL. This is brought to you by Irish Spring. Earn your shower. And that in mind, Reed, which top player is going to earn his shower this weekend? What do you think?
Keenan Allen, $7,700 against Atlanta Falcons. We know that they're a defense that funnels towards the pass. They've been strong against the run. And look, Keenan Allen has been wide receiver 4 overall in DraftKings scoring. And last week was a down week for the Chargers. He still saw 11 targets. He's seen 40 targets over the last 3 games. This guy's target share is amazing. And we saw the Saints with Taysom Hill and Mike Thomas have a good game in both matchups. Mike Thomas saw double-digit targets against his Falcons defense. I love stacking Keenan Allen with Justin Herbert.
So where's the value coming from?
DJ Chark. So same position, but DJ Chark at $5,300 against Tennessee. We saw what Tennessee's defense in that secondary gave up to the Cleveland Browns last week. Well, here comes DJ Chark and Glenn. And look, Mike Glenn is not a great quarterback, but what he does do is take shots down the field. Maybe not as accurate as you would want it, but he takes shots. He takes gambles in terms of getting that ball down the field. DJ Chark is someone who saw 7 targets last game coming off of that injury the week prior. He is their number one guy. James Robinson is great, but you need to get DJ Chark going. He's at $5,300. I think he's underpriced this week, so give me DJ Chark.
Perfect. He is Reed. I am Adam, and those were this week's Fresh Plays brought to you by Irish Spring.
Guys, let's just get right into what's coming up this week in the NFL. I'm going to start off here with my favorite bet of the week, and you guys can react to it. But this line has already been moving. I'm shocked at where it's at still. But the Washington football team +3 against the San Francisco 49ers. Like, are we not respecting this team that just defeated the Steelers last week? Are we not respecting this team that defensively, and I still believe this, is one of the most underrated defensive teams in the league right now? They come into this game 6-4 against the spread as underdogs, covering by an average margin of 5.2 points. And you got the 49ers, who are 2-4 against the spread as favorites and are failing to cover by an average of 6 points. And then let's not even get into how much pressure Nick Mullins has been feeling since he's been under quarterback. 37% of his dropbacks. Now he has to go after this Washington football team defensive line. Joe, I know you're a smart guy. You must like this bet, correct?
No, actually. All right. So here's the deal, right? This has really been big lately, and I'll probably get into it in a bit when it comes to college basketball, but recency biased, right? The way that Washington has played, they start to improve. They win on Thanksgiving. They win last week. Yep. They just beat the 11-0 team. So there's a lot of recency bias, right? The 49ers have been a really good team. They lost. I mean, I shouldn't say really good, but they've been pretty good against the spread this year. But they lost last week to a good Buffalo team. I'll give you trends. You guys can take them for whatever they're worth, because this year with COVID, some of these things don't even matter anymore. Yeah. But the road team in the last 6 meetings here, 4-1-1. The Washington football team, 2-0-2 against the spread the last 4 games in San Francisco. But the biggest trend to me is the under at 4-1 in the last 5 meetings. So when you look at these teams, low scoring game, right? Teams that like to run the football. We don't know the injury status yet of what's happening with Washington, but 43 looks like a low number. Yeah. And when you see a low number like that, generally it stays low. And the only other thing I'll say is San Francisco has struggled at home this year, even though they're not at home, they're in Arizona. So keep that in mind as well.
All right. Just going to see if I can get another guest on, because this is not already starting off too well. Julian, what do you think about this one?
Yeah, it's a good number. It is recency bias, but I don't necessarily dislike it as much as Joe, because Washington, just go back to when they put Alex Smith into the mix and he kind of got his feet wet. He's been pretty good for this team. He's been what Alex Smith has always been. He doesn't make those massive mistakes that just kill you. He keeps you in games, and San Francisco is not a team that, runs away with games with Nick Mullins at quarterback. They're similar teams. They're, like Joe said, they're going to play defense. They're going to run the ball.
Right.
So I don't know if I'm going to make a play on the game. If you made me, I would probably lean with you. I would take the underdog because I think it's going to be tough for either team to run away with this game. But yeah, I'm looking more at the under with these low scoring games that stay low. Like Joe said, Nick Mullins and Alex Smith are going to air it out and kill you and get the over here. I just see both teams running. Both teams are great defensively. Neither quarterback jumps out at all to make big plays. They're going to take some sacks, good defensive lines, even with San Francisco banged up. And it's somehow a big game. San Francisco's playing to try and sneak into a wild card spot. Washington's still playing to get the division their only way in, obviously. I think that if I were to play this game, I would go to the under over taking a side, but I would just play the underdog if you force me to take a side.
All right, so I'm very curious what Joe's on this week, because I thought that he would like that one, because it's not just a trend for me. I think that Washington is a vastly underrated team, but I want to know what Joe's on this week. So Joe, what is your favorite bet for this upcoming week in the NFL?
Oh, well, so listen, the favorite bet of the week is something I have been successful with, but I think what you should start doing now is, for this year in particular, look at the underdogs first, right? Like, what stands out to you? Philadelphia makes a quarterback change. Do you like them at 7? Would you want to back Detroit at 7.5 off their win last week? How about Atlanta? After the thrashing of the Chargers, is Cleveland worth a look? We're going to talk about recency bias. So I'm going to start there. I think Baltimore beats Cleveland this week. Cleveland's at home. We saw them have that great outing in the first half last week. Let's not forget what they did what they did in that second half there. I'm going Baltimore over Cleveland as a 1-point favorite. Yep. I just think Baltimore has to get it going. They're on the cusp of being a playoff team. Cleveland, listen, they've had a good run, right? They've looked good. I think Baker Mayfield comes back down. And not to mention they're on national television here. I'm going to fade Baker Mayfield at home, and I like Baltimore. A low number. Give me Baltimore -1 as my play of the week.
So here's the thing, too, that you look at, too, especially with the Browns. I mean, you want to talk about recency bias. Look at the teams that they have faced over the past 4 weeks. It's just bad secondary after bad secondary after bad secondary. The Texans, the Eagles, the Jaguars, and the Titans, all teams that you can throw on. And we know the Browns like to run because they have that unbelievable tandem with Nick Chubb and Kareem Hunt. But if they've needed to throw, they are not facing teams that are going to resist them from throwing. So I agree with you. This line is kind of crazy to me that Baltimore is only favored by 1. They came out of the gate from all their COVID issues. Wasn't really much of an issue, I don't think. Lamar Jackson looked great when he ran in for that touchdown. Obviously, COVID affects people differently, but Jackson looked like he was ready to go. I do agree with you, Joe. I think that's an excellent line as well.
I'll just say one more thing, too. The line. Cleveland should be favored. Right? Yeah. They after what happened, both teams won, both teams covered, but Cleveland should be a legit favor here. So Vegas obviously is looking at it as good run defense versus a good running team. So just looking at the line alone, that's what I'm looking at.
And I'm still not totally convinced. I mean, Baltimore still could be the better overall team here. They've had plenty of hiccups this season, but they're favored slightly on the road here, and that tells us something. Just from a DK Sportsbook perspective, as we shoot this on Thursday, the -1 is -112 for Baltimore, and the money line's -114. So I don't know, too close there, but
bet them both.
Avoid the push, avoid the 1-point push, lay the 2 cents of juice, and let's take the money line here. But yeah, we're 3 for 3 on this one. It's Baltimore. Baltimore is more desperate. Baltimore needs this one more. I'm sure the Ravens feel like I had that Thanksgiving game circled for a while. Give me Baltimore plus 170 on the money line or whatever it was in Pittsburgh at the time when it was a 3.5, 4-point spread. And then the game's played almost a week later, and Baltimore's missing 25% of its roster, including the quarterback. And that one was just doomed from the start, even though Baltimore did pull out the cover. So the Ravens need to make up some ground here. solidify a wild card spot and bring some momentum into the postseason, because they're going to be playing some tough games, probably on the road, if they're going to get to where they want to get in the AFC. So Cleveland is, skating on a little bit of a high, and they have not been higher this season than they are now. There's not a better time to say that the Browns are going to regress than right now, when they're red hot and coming off a massive victory, which, even though they were never in, jeopardy of losing that game, they stalled in the second half. They were up huge, and Tennessee came all the way back to the point that they were never going to win, but they made it like a one possession game. So the Browns can certainly, puke all over themselves, as we're used to the Cleveland Browns doing in their history. So this is a huge game. We know what happened the first time around in this matchup. Baltimore absolutely beat them down in week 1. I do like the Ravens on Monday Night Football here.
And just real quick, too, from a DFS perspective, Baker Mayfield is likely going to be, a popular play if you're doing the Thursday through Monday slate, because obviously, what he's done over the past few games. But this is just such a bad spot for him, especially when you have the full slate of games open, because like I said, Baker Mayfield has faced so many bad secondaries over basically the past month. And now you're facing a drastically different secondary here with the Ravens. So I think that's something to be leery about too. If you're playing that full Thursday to Monday slate, it's just kind of be careful there of Baker Mayfield. I know his numbers have been extraordinary over the past month, but this is not the matchup I think you want to target Baker Mayfield.
The KFC Sunday Night Showdown series continues. Steelers-Bills getting ready to battle here in Week 14 with Steve Buchanan. I'm Adam Kaufman. We're both here from DraftKings. And Bukes, two of the top teams in the NFL, obviously, and in that AFC. You got to look at Pittsburgh because there are just so many offensive weapons. In fact, whether it's Ebron, Johnson, Claypool, Juju Smith-Schuster, these guys are getting at least 7 targets per game over the last 7 weeks. So if you're looking for a KFC captain and James Conner coming back, where do you start?
Yeah, so it's been kind of hard to nail down which Steelers receiver specifically you want to get because, like you said, all these guys are getting all these targets. But I like Deontay Johnson here. He's leading the team overall target share at 21.8%. Hasn't seen less than 22% over the past 4 games. And then specifically, I like his matchup against cornerback Levi Wallace. He's allowing a 61.4% catch rate with 12.7 average yards per reception. So it's hard to nail down which one you want to use, but at least based off the matchup against a tough Bills secondary, Johnson's the guy you want to take a look at.
It's always tempting to try and get both quarterbacks into your lineup for a showdown slate. it would be really difficult to do that. But is Josh Allen a guy you feel like you need to get in coming off the 4-touchdown game against the Niners?
I mean, of course, the ownership is going to be there because of that matchup, but like he's so vastly different than Ben Roethlisberger. You have that rushing capability that he can give you. He can rush in for a touchdown. He's done that multiple times already this season. So the skill set between the two is not even close. So I know it's tough to fit in Allen because of how expensive he is, but he would be a scary, scary fade in this game, even against a very tough Steelers secondary. So you got to do it. You got to bite the bullet. Josh Allen has got to be in your lineup somewhere for this game.
Bukes, you're the best. Thanks, buddy. Do not forget to feed your whole crew with KFC's $20 fill-up. Choose between original recipe, extra crispy chicken, or crispy tenders. Get all the home-style sides you need. Drive-thrus are open or get contactless delivery at KFC.com.
Oh, 'twas the night before week 14, and all through the house, not a creature was stirring, except for Tom Carroll, Jason Rossi, and the DK Sim fam. What's good, everybody? Tom, what's up, my man?
What's up? We're getting closer to Christmas here, Rossi. I am in the holiday spirit. Got my Christmas red on. My loft is all decorated beautifully by my fiance. Just feeling real Christmassy today. There you go.
There's a little like Christmas thing there. You see it?
Yeah.
Look at this shirt. Look at this shirt.
It's got the Santa. Oh my God, that's incredible.
Yeah, this was my dad's girlfriend trying to butter me up when she came into the life. Well, we could talk about weird stuff like family stuff another time. But no, yeah, dude, tomorrow starts like the 12 days of Christmas. And for all of our Hanukkah brothers and sisters, it's Hanukkah right now. This is great. Yeah, light that candle. Is this night 3, I believe?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, where you can tell we're very up on our times. I have a lot of Jewish family and friends, so they've been, that's a heck of a thing as well. But, obviously traditional Christmas guy. Kaufman, Laheim to Kaufman. I texted him the other day. He told me he's not a big celebrator, but
his kids get to celebrate both.
Awesome.
That's incredible.
Awesome. Those kids probably already are spoiled, but that's even better.
Yeah, I was so jealous of those kids.
Yeah, I kind of want to be one, except for Kaufman being my dad. But anyways, tonight we got ourselves a dream stream. We're going to wrap it up with a good one, in my opinion. Well, team-wise, fingers crossed that it is a good one. We got Tennessee, Houston. Tom, I saw you tweet out the old hashtag stack them kickers and part of your lineup. Who do you like in this one? Not only did you draft, but who do you like? What do you feel when it comes to this game?
So in real life, obviously the Texans aren't very good, but in Simland, you got Deshaun Watson, one of the best players in the game. So this is going to be a good one because you got Derrick Henry on the other side, one of the best players in the NFL, both in Simland and in real life. Look, I went with A.J. Brown as my captain. I did it a few days ago with the Titans as well. I just think there's so much value there to have a wide receiver 1 as your captain at $9,300. So I threw him in there. Brandon Cooks at $9,200. Both kickers, my man Fairbairn and Gostowski. Then I had to get myself Derrick Henry and Deshaun Watson. So adding A.J. Brown as my captain allowed me to get Henry, Watson, and Cooks in my lineup, along with my kicker stack, which is probably going to screw me. But to get all of these high-end guys, the kicker stack made sense.
I dig it. 113 people in the DK friends and family. It's Madden After Dark. Oh, we're going to go to Club Madden, by the way, at halftime. If you don't know what that is, get ready. Did we do Madden? Have we done a Madden?
I don't know what Club Madden is, and I'm super excited.
Drew once yelled at me during one, so I know what not to do, but we're going to have some fun during it.
Yes.
I actually went a similar route with you. His lineups are going to be locking momentarily. I said Corey Davis, though. I put him in the captain spot. He was a little more costly at 10-8. Going with Randall Cobb, Ferkster, because he was only $1,000 and just fingers
crossed.
Great
name, too.
Sure is. Just be careful saying it. Derrick Henry, I can't avoid him. Tannehill and Deshaun Watson. So I went with the QBs, went with the receiver on both sides. Got to go with Derrick Henry, see if the man beast can just bulldoze his way into some.
No kicker stack.
I didn't do. I didn't even have one kicker. I didn't have money. Wow. I didn't have money for a kicker.
Well, my thought was indoors.
Yeah, dude, you're right.
Maybe get a 50-yarder or two in there.
Ooh, that'd be nice. Yeah, I went kickers earlier. Didn't work out for the Baltimore game. What was the final of the game with you and Moose?
The Bengals ended up beating the Browns. The
Bengals are
2-0.
The Bengals are 2-0 in Simland. Right. It's wild. It's all part of this holiday tournament that we're doing. It's amazing. We're doing this every single day up until the 28th will be the Simper Bowl 2.0, at least the holiday version. So that's a big advantage. It's basically Cincinnati's locked and loaded to make to make the tournament, the playoffs. So 2 teams from each division will make the playoffs. So that is absolutely huge. 24-17. What a freaking win. So in this one, just to let you know, Houston versus Tennessee. I'm stalling because I'm trying to find that exact division because they're in groupings.
Are you a hardliner Houston or Houston? Like, do you drop the H? You're a silent H guy with the Houston?
Don't you dare try to call it. I will say things 17 different ways, but I think I most of the time say, yeah, probably Houston, not
okay.
Houston.
See, I wasn't calling out because I kind of sit on the fence with that one because anytime you could drop a letter at the beginning of a word, I think it's interesting and you should go ahead and do it. don't get a lot of opportunities to do that in life. So if you're a Houston guy, I respect the hell out of him.
It's Carol and Jason Rossi with you. We got producer Drew with us, Daniel on the 1s and 2s. We got a great crew of Zach and Asher on the ops team. As producer Drew told me, the Bengals and the Ravens, both 2-0 in that AFC South, North, should I say, grouping. We call them different groups, but now we will see, just so you know, Tennessee and Houston, both 0-1. So this is huge in the standings. Indianapolis and Jacksonville both 1-0 will pick up their play come Monday. Also on Monday. Huge. I think I dropped the H more than I think about it now.
There you go.
Hugh Hefner. I call him Hugh Hefner. Hugh Grant. Huge. Oh boy, now this is what's gonna happen.
This is gonna be a theme tonight. No, it's harder to do with a name, I feel like. With a word, it's okay, but Hugh Grant, no, doesn't work. But huge definitely works.
Well, either way, I'm saying it. So yes, both 0-1 here. So we will see. Also Monday there'll be another holiday special of the day. There's an offer every day with Sims. Earlier Pittsburgh was unsuccessful. Daniel, huge in our private Slack. So they were unsuccessful. Hopefully we'll give you another opportunity to win 500 of crowns. Keep a lookout on that. Also check out for all offers at the DraftKings lobby for tomorrow's big game, slate of games. I'm sure you and the Moose were talking some fantasy, some strategy. If you guys have questions, drop them in here. No better than the two big old brains you got here along with our crew. So here we go. Houston will take over, start the game here from the 25, puts the man in motion. Deshaun with those beautiful looking red jerseys. Take his sweet time to snap this one. Putting him back in motion. Look at this. What is this, high school football? Takes a snap, drops back, going to take off. He's got the superstar trait. Makes a move. He's going to be stopped shy of a first down, a 9-yard run to kick us off.
I love kicking it off that way, right? Because now Deshaun is going to be versatile as hell this whole game.
Sure is. We got a wrestling reference from Malone in here saying we look like the Viking Raiders. Those are more modern day wrestlers. I wouldn't say we're not as those are some really jacked, like beefy.
Oh yeah, I'm not jacked.
No. More beef. Like there's a little bit of jackness in all the beef, but it's an interception.
Oh!
Deshaun Watson throws the pick.
Wow. I'm taking my praise back.
Yeah, it's all it took for Houston to turn the ball over.
Unreal. Here we go. Tannehill with great field position here. Take a look at his stats.
Yeah, we'll see here. Derrick Henry. This is great field position to put them in, as you mentioned. So at the 46-yard line, Tannehill will go under center, double tight end set. Give us to Henry. Busts up the middle, pounds his way for a gain of 7 yards.
That's Derrick Henry for you, baby. 5 to 7 yards a carry.
Stunk last week. Stunk out loud against the Cleveland Browns, but it was more game script. He did fumble as well.
Yeah, and it was tough. It was tough for the Titans to really ground and pound as they were playing from behind,
It was also a week where there's an incompletion from Tannehill. It was another interesting note because during the whole week, Mike Vrabel was like, got to get the ball to Derrick Henry in the passing game. Got to get the ball to Derrick Henry in the passing game. And they had every opportunity to do so, and not so much. Tomorrow, these Tennessee Titans, I think you want to maybe look at them in your DFS lineups going against the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yeah, we had a question on the YouTube chat earlier about Survivor Pool. The YouTube.
Oh, what a move! Is that
Corey Davis?
Give me so! Wait, I'm not getting too excited. Show me 84. I can't see it still. Oh, it is, baby.
There's
what a way
your
to start.
boy.
41-yard touchdown. Corey Davis, if you're one of the geniuses to toss him in that captain spot, you're handsome and you are looking good. He was owned in 37% of leagues. I don't care how much he was owned here in our Family and Friends League because that makes me smile.
Wow. I am upset that the wrong Titans receiver caught a touchdown there.
Could be real quick shout-outs. I wanted to hear you said there was a question, though, on the old YouTube.
Yeah, so obviously the Jaguars and Titans are playing tomorrow. The Jets and the Seahawks are playing tomorrow. And someone on YouTube was trying to decide either the Seahawks or Titans in their survivor pool, which they were going to choose. Were they going to short the Jaguars, or were they going to short the Jets. And I made the bold claim that I think this is the week the Jets get win number 1. They've been knocking on the door, and the Seahawks have been trending in the wrong direction. I'm picking the Jets tomorrow.
I think you're absolutely insane. I understand where like the trending. If you're on an elevator, one's going down, one's going up. The Jets have knocked on victory's door a couple of times. The last week was just an embarrassment, but for good reasons. If you're a Jets
new
fan.
Voice in the room, get Greg Williams out of there.
Yeah, new voice. It was Greg Williams is like, all right, what do you want me to do? Blitz him? Yeah, all right, I got you. And they're like, Greg Williams, why is he still able to coach?
Guy gets jobs, man. Who knows? He just keeps getting jobs.
Seriously. But anyways, I would say you're insane for the fact that I think too good of a coach, Pete Carroll, is not going to let that happen. They're slipping. The NFC is so wild. Deshaun Watson, all he's got is yards on the ground so far. He's up to a whopping 12 yards and has the interceptions. His stats are looking yucky. But he like the NFC is so mid-pack. Like there's no like breakaway. Well, I guess you could say the Saints. Obviously, the Rams winning, that's going to be tough. Like I don't think Seattle could look themselves in the mirror, or you know, because they have to. Now they're basically fighting for a wild card.
Win.
It is, and you can't lose to the Jets in December. I don't see it. If I was to pick, and I never like to tell people what to do with their survival because I never beat the past week 3. But I would feel much more confident in a very ticked off Mike Vrabel, who always is down for a fight in the middle of a field himself. He does the drills with his team. There's not a team that I think loves their coach more than the two teams we're talking about here. I think I'd rally behind the Titans because I think Mike Glennon, for what that's worth, it's a nice little story there in Jacksonville, but nope, they ain't winning.
Let's go, baby. Jets, Jets.
A part of me wants them to win because I think it would be hilarious to see them not get that number 1 pick now as a bitter Patriots fans. We're going to get a face mask here against Tennessee.
I'm also of the mind that it's really hard to go winless in the NFL. It doesn't happen often.
I'm going to pause this. We're going to bring in Kenny Ducey real quick because Obi-Wan wants to know what Kenny Ducey's take on the Jets is this weekend. You ready for it? Kenny, come on in. Come on in, Kenny. Hey, yeah, I think the Jets are going to be great. I love the Jets, but they should lose. The Jets should lose. Thanks, Kenny. That was Kenny jumping in. And there's a big play down the middle of the field. Deshaun Watson. Hits in Brandon Cooks is in your lineup. It's nice of Kenny to stop by.
Kenny wants the Jets to lose, huh?
Hold on, let me just double check again. Yeah, I don't want them to win again. We got to get Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence with the first overall pick. Kenny, all right. Appreciate it, man. Seems very calm today.
You should drink coffee or something.
Yeah, I think he does. I think Kenny does every so often. So here we go is a run to the side there. Yeah, if you didn't know, I have great impersonations here. I couldn't believe that. People are like, that's not Kenny Ducey?
Well, thank God Kenny was off mic because that would have destroyed your microphone.
Sure would have, just like it destroys his several times a day. And he has the audacity every so often to say, I think I'm going to get a new mic. Oh, I love you, Kenny. I know you're not listening. I know you're not coughing. That's going to, like, skim through this later. You're all sensitive. Also, if you do want to hear from Kenny, in reality, he'll be on the Sweat tomorrow, starting at, I think, 11 o'clock. Because there's a big run over the side. David Johnson not playing tomorrow, put on the COVID list, which is a little strange. There were some weird reports. There was some personal stuff going on. He missed practice, Romeo Crennel said on Thursday. By Thursday evening, they put him on the COVID list. Or it might have been Friday, it might have been yesterday. But yeah, they shut him down.
Maybe that was the personal stuff he was going through. He had COVID.
Yeah, it was just a weird way of wording it. Is there's going to be a run. He bounces, not going to get there. We're going to set up a 4th and goal. Will they go for it here?
I'm sorry, I do not respond to my name when the T is not involved. Looks like we're going for it.
Maybe that was the reason why. Let's see. All right, so we got 4 wide. Oh, the give underneath. Is that Duke?
Yeah, shy.
Duke not going to get there. Risky call there, but this is when you're desperate in the Madden tournament. These teams know what is at stake. Both 0-1. You lose this game, I don't think you have a chance to make the playoffs. Yeah, it would take a mere miracle. And like
it's a tough climb. Yeah, and Harold Landry with the stop there, former Boston College defensive end, underachiever at Boston College, no doubt, has had a nice little pro career so far. But one of those guys that pro scouts constantly at BC were like, oh, he's the guy. And as a BC fan, I'm sitting there going, okay, then let's make some plays, Harold. Didn't do that. So perpetually upset Boston College fan checking in.
I was just going to say, sounds personal. As we get a 2nd and 6. Oh, ugly pass from Tannehill. 2:46 left here in the first quarter. People yelling. Kenny was yelling. He's excited. He doesn't want the Jets to win. He said he threw almost a near party. He went crazy when the Jets had lost last week. I just don't like that feeling. Like, as a Patriots fan now, like, yeah, and would I mind them going 6-10 and hopefully getting a top 10 pick? No, but I don't think I can watch games and be like, oh, I hope they lose. I just can't. I'm not used to that. That's not in my DNA. There's a nice catch by your boy, A.J. Brown.
I'll take it. Okay, I agree with you. It would be a weird feeling, although it's something I've been calling for since the Chiefs game, pretty much. But granted, like, I say that, but do I mean it? I don't really know. But then I think about this. In the 06-07 NBA season, I was openly rooting for the Celtics to lose basketball games because I wanted Greg Oden or Kevin Durant.
Yeah, oh, big run here up the sideline. Derrick Henry, over 30 yards now on the ground. Now, obviously, Tom, I think we're talking apples and oranges, but you have a chance at the tippity top. I agree. And I know what you're saying. Kansas City at the time, Patriots would have been 1-2, because they just beat the Raiders, right?
Yeah, whatever the hell it was.
They would have been 2-2.
Bad record. Yeah. They could have been in the conversation for a horrible record at that point.
For me, at that point in the season, there's another run for Derrick Henry breaking a tackle. Hasn't even lit up that X Factor superstar yet, but only a matter of time with these runs and these broken tackles. Yeah,
people were bullish on them because of the Seattle game. I get it.
Well, that and honestly, that Kansas City game, they were right there. They got Hoyered at the half where he didn't get any points because of a dumb play.
Awful.
And like you just had this belief, like, okay, Cam will come back, and then they played the Broncos after a delay, and that was literally the loss that made you go,
Yeah, like that was awful.
Yep,
and that's also the loss that made me say, oh, Drew Lock's pretty bad too, huh?
Drew Lock had the greatest first drive I've ever seen against the Patriots. He was throwing straight bullets and then threw like the dumbest interceptions the rest of the way, and that's kind of just Drew Lock for you, unfortunately.
But that's how you know the Pats are not a good team, right? Like the Broncos literally couldn't get it in the end zone, and the Patriots just still couldn't do anything.
No, but it's still just the part of this conversation we're having. Like whatever team you're rooting for, just being fans of the Patriots as we're winding down here in the first. 7-0 Tennessee. It was a 41-yard touchdown grab for Corey Davis from Ryan Tannehill after a Deshaun Watson interception. Duke Johnson was stopped at the 1-yard line as well. Some drama going on here. But like watching your team that's won, like has been in the AFC Championship game, what is it, 9 out of the last 10 years aside from the last year?
Right.
And then now it's like, oh yeah, well, let's turn this to be a stink team. And there's that Jonnu Smith coming down the middle of the field. Finds the tight end. That's going to wrap up the first quarter. Nice quarter for the Titans as they're threatening again in the red zone. I just think that's what's been really hard for me, Tom. Like I can't like turn on like they play.
I get it. I totally get it.
Like the Dolphins next week. Like no, we didn't. Even though I'm used to losing to the Dolphins in December as a Patriots fan, so maybe that one won't be weird. But like Bills and then the Jets. That is. I hope it's an 0-15 Jets team against a 6 and at the time 9 Patriots, and somehow we just lay down and let them win, and then Jacksonville gets the first overall pick. That would be so sweet.
So if they both end with 1 loss, how does it work?
We'd have to the tiebreaker.
1 win, I should say.
Yeah, we'd have to figure that out at that point because there's so many variables over the next 3 weeks. But
yeah,
let's just hope it happens because it'll be fun. Tannehill in this game get 83 yards, Tom. 1 touchdown, again, to mention to Corey Davis. Deshaun Watson, just 42 yards, 2 completions. There's the guy, though, Derrick Henry, 44 yards on the ground. David Johnson's got 10 yards on the ground. Deshaun, 11. He also has the interception, as I mentioned, so not doing hot. Let's take a quick look at the family and friends here. Oh, sitting in 7th place, I think.
Wow.
Think.
Henry is leading the holiday season in rushing so far. So, and we're seeing that here early, 44 yards in the first quarter. So, early favorite for the captain of the game, the MVP of the game, the Krusty Cough MVP award or whatever we call it. But winning a wooden nickel is the most important thing.
Well, that's what it's about. Thank you to Daniel letting us know the stats are updated through. So Asher and Zach, our proverbial caps are off to you. There was a weird pass for Daniel, but breaking through, it looks like Derrick Henry's like, hey, buddy, here you go. Give him a nice at the stat sheet. Yeah, right now.
Gotta love a nice weird pass.
Yeah, hey, it makes it work. Currently in 7th place. Oh, just dropped to 8th. But in 1st place is Payne. Has like a gajillion more points than everybody else. I've never seen such a spread, like 9 more points. Jonnu Smith and the captain, Corey Davis, Derrick Henry, Tannehill, Cobb, and the Titans DST.
I am currently in 88th. I've had such a bad run on these.
It always goes that way, and then you'll figure one. You'll just have one good one, and it will change everything. Creature from the Glash Lagoon says, I'm in 28th at Jason Rossi, but I'm hungry for the top spot. Dropping the old H right there. See, it's a thing. I want to give a shout. CEH, we see you in there. Mockingjay, Robbie Noble, Steven. My name is Jeff. Pat Thompson, Jordan Lindenbaum. Hashtag Team Always Here. We appreciate you all joining us for Madden After Dark. There's a stuff on the run from Derrick Henry at 47 yards still. So 4th and 4. Will we see another aggressive call here, Tom?
Is it Mike Vrabel involved? Then yeah.
That's a tough one. 4th and 4, though. That's they're going to kick it. There you go. Here we
help
go.
My lineup out.
Back them kickers.
Ghostface Killer.
Boom. Got it.
Wu-Tang. I love it.
So Mockingjay also saying Gaskin test positive for COVID. Dolphins getting blown out tomorrow. I don't care if Gaskin was in there or not. I don't care if they had Britt. I don't care if they had Dan Marino. You're going up against Kansas City right now, who there's blood in the water for that first overall spot now with just one team getting a bye after the loss by the Steelers. And the Steelers play the Bills tomorrow night. I don't care who the Dolphins are rolling out. I think Kansas City, big time, big win tomorrow.
I like it. Yeah, I mean, look, KC is always liable to go off, right? That offense is just so explosive. It's impressive, man. I find myself wanting to watch the Chiefs more than I want to watch the Patriots this season. Like, I am more excited for Chiefs games than I am Pats games. Yeah. I'll say it.
Excuse me, sorry. Hold on, let me get it's Kenny. Kenny, what do you think about that? What is he, crazy? Is he crazy? I don't know, Kenny. That's crazy.
I go into Patriots games more like, how are we going to lose this week?
Jeez, man.
It's brutal, man.
But there's been so many, like I said this earlier, but that Chargers win last week was like the worst thing that ever happened because it really started to think they were a good team and just offensively was just embarrassingly bad.
Yeah. Reality just hit us right in the face on Thursday. It was awful.
Speaking about, you got Chiefs, we're talking Patriots, we're talking some football, a couple dudes. But let's look at week 14 real quick, Tom. When you get a second, pull up the schedule. What are the games?
I got it right here.
I know you're in the St. Louis market. I don't know what your local games will be. But with that being said, what are the games that you were like excited for? I can tell you here in the New England market, there's going to be Vikings, Buccaneers on because they always put Brady games on.
Of course.
But any of these games that you say, you know what, if you have the time tomorrow, whatever your day may be, while having leaderboard live here in DraftKings on your second screen, what are the games you're really like, I want to watch this game and see this? What would those games be?
Well, you mentioned it. I'm excited to see Vikings Buccaneers because I think the Vikings have been trending in the right direction. I believe they've won 5 of their last 6. I love watching Dalvin Cook. And then obviously my man Brady. And Koff said this yesterday, and I hadn't heard it yet. The Gronkaneers. And maybe I'm alone in not having heard that. But that's a game I'm excited for. Bucks coming off a bye. It's sort of a must-win for both teams. I think you're going to get, bunch of dudes going crazy hard on Sunday down there in Tampa Bay. I'm also really curious to watch Cardinals at Giants because the Giants are a team that are trending in the right direction as well. I believe they've won 4 straight. They could have won their last 8 games or so. Wayne Gallman has been a ton of fun to watch. And the Cardinals are a team that needs to kind of get back on the schneid here. Kyler Murray at one point was an MVP candidate, and now the last few weeks they can't seem to get anything right. So I'll be curious to see if the Giants can continue to ascend or if the Cardinals are going to continue to descend here. And then finally, I'm curious to watch this Saints-Eagles game because I want to see Jalen Hurts get a real shot at starting. I want to see if the kid's got it. And I know first start, probably not fair, but Jeff last sim sort of got me excited for the Eagles.
Defense. He's got that defense. He thinks that Jalen Hurts is going to come in and re-spark the organization.
Well, he doesn't. He also is shorting Taysom Hill, too. He doesn't think Taysom's very good as far as wins and losses go. And from a fantasy perspective, that's a different story. But he feels as though Jalen Hurts could come in and get a dub. So I'd be excited to watch that because I loved watching him play in college, both at Alabama and Oklahoma.
Tennessee will be taken back over here. Talking a little slate tomorrow. A lot of games that mean a lot. Obviously, Bills and Steelers, I think that's going to be a good one too, but that nationally.
Totally.
Seen. The other game that interests me, and I don't think I'm going to get it locally because I assume the 4 o'clock will probably get. Actually, I don't know. No, they're not going to put this, but Colts Raiders, because those are 2 teams that are right in that, like, are we good? Are we not good? Like, the Raiders are slipping in the wrong direction. Colts kind of like have this great defense. Can they put it all together? Starting to play well. I just feel like that's going to be a fun game in Las Vegas, indoors. I think we could see a lot of points there if you're looking at your DFS lineups. I think, yes, the Colts defense could be good. I'm not talking about the Raiders running the ball. I think throwing the ball. I'm going to have my eye on that one because basically that's a playoff game to me. That's what the type of game we're going to see wild card weekend. The other game that I think will be of interest, we were talking a little bit about, aside from the ones you mentioned, because I couldn't agree more with all of them, is Washington and the 49ers, just again to see what this Washington team, are they going to be the team? They're not necessarily fun to watch. I'm not going to pretend, except for Alex Smith being such a great story, but like they find ways that watching that defense just feast on opposing quarterbacks.
Really fun front seven. Really fun.
And you don't get to say that a lot about a lot of teams. Same thing with the Eagles. Great defensive front. So, there's going to be a lot of reasons to check some of these games out aside from just playoff implications. But there's not a lot of there's only a few games I would say aside from fantasy and DFS because everything matters. But Cowboys, Bengals, don't have any interest. Aside, Andy Dalton revenge game? No thanks.
Right. And I'm not going to watch a single second of Texans, Bears. I'm not going to watch a single second of Broncos, Panthers.
No.
Actually, Falcons Chargers might end up being fun. Both of those teams are always in fun games, right? Even though they both lost a lot, it's always exciting.
Yeah, well, the Chargers, aside from last week, have been one of the more fun teams. And to watch Justin Herbert play is
awesome.
A lot of fun. He really is. It's been a lot of excitement with these rookies. Even we were talking Titans, Jacksonville. It's much Jacksonville's been a fun team to watch. They're scrappy. They got James Robinson, who should be getting more love for Rookie of the Year. We said Mike Lennon being their quarterback. They played it feels like there's so many ups and downs with that team. Is we get a completion here to the 8-yard line.
Shout out Twitch fam. CJ calling us out on YouTube for not shouting out Twitch fam. What's up, Twitch? What's up?
CJ, take it easy on us, all right?
Those are my people. Easy. I love Twitch.
You a Twitcher? Do Twitch?
No, not really. Not outside of these Sims, but
I got you.
I stand for Twitch.
There's a throw to the end zone. Has a receiver over, but it's just thrown away from Tannehill. Feeling the pressure coming off that left side of the line.
Upset in college basketball. Mizzou Tigers moved to 5-0 as they beat number 6 Illinois Fighting Illini. They get their second loss of the season. Mizzou, legit squad this year. Xavier Pinson coming back, veteran point guard, beating their traditional rival, Illinois.
Yeah, big W. College basketball in the fold. At the 1, does he get in? Looks like he did, but they're stop him at the 1-yard line. Ball must have not crossed the proverbial breaking the plane of the end zone at the 1-yard line here, 3rd and goal. We've seen people get stuffed. If there's one guy I have a lot of faith in punching this one in, it's big Derrick Henry. Load him up here. Derrick Henry's been great this year. In reality, there's been a lot of different ways they've scored from the 1-yard line. Johnny Smith has a rushing touchdown. Corey Davis screens. Tannehill, but the give. Oh, it's play action. As a receiver, it is a touchdown. Is that Bergster? Who is it? I actually don't even know his number. Oh, no.
Swain.
What? Who had him? I'm waiting for Drew to just tell me how he, I gotta, hold on. Let me look at this. Let me look. He sent us the numbers. Swain is owned. I can't even, he's actually above Ferkster at 3.9%.
That just hurts. That hurts everybody. No one wants that.
No, we thought Ferkster. Who doesn't just want to say the name Ferkster all day long?
Yeah.
Tannehill's second touchdown. He's owned at 32.9% is Tannehill. Derrick Henry, that 83% owned, looking for a score there. Still, no score there. So we are 57 seconds away from going to halftime. We will be entering into Club Madden. Tom will be rocking the numbers.
I love it.
You just wait, dude. I might have you turn off your lights. You might have to be involved.
Turn off my lights. Okay.
Yeah, we'll see. Do you have like a cell phone near you?
I do have a cell phone near me.
All right, maybe I might have you use your cell phone light to just light your face during Club Madden.
Okay, I'm into it.
And just so Daniel, Ops, you guys do your normal thing. Don't keep us on any longer than we have to be, because people are going to be like, "What is going on?" If you haven't been to Club Madden before, you will enjoy it. It's the Madden After Dark. Especially it's a Saturday night. We're all cooped inside, staying safe. Hopefully in about 6 months from now, it'll be a whole different world according to the news. But you can Google what that all means. But we are going to get some here. We're going to pretend like we're all out together. Raise a cup of blackberry with apple cider vinegar tea for good digestion.
I've got water here.
There you
Let's
go,
see if
baby.
you guys can hear it.
You did not. What? That sounded like something else, but it was water. I did see it. So we'll see what the Titans can do here from the 31-yard line. Jason Rossi, Tom Carroll with you. Rooster Drew, Daniel on the 1s and 2s, and that's a bullet pass completion for Deshaun Watson. 48 seconds remaining. They called their first timeout of the half. 2 remaining. 17 zip. Tennessee touchdowns for Corey Davis and for Swain.
Not sure if you guys heard it, but we had a tugboat sighting a few moments ago. Tugboat's loud in the background, so apologies to anyone that bothered, or congratulations to those who have wanted to hear it. We are down by the Mississippi River here. Oh, do we get a touchdown?
Going all the way! Talk about the Mississippi tugboat me to the end zone. That is a touchdown, Brandon Cooks.
That's going to help my lineup, baby. Yeah.
What a play, tugboat. I thought you were talking about the old WWE wrestler. We were talking about real tugboats, and we're talking about the game is simulated, but the drama is real. And look at Cooks showing off that speed.
The league leader in receiving during this holiday season, Brandon Cooks. He's got burst, man. You get him the ball in open space, he'll get to the end zone.
Sure will.
That's one of those things that he does well. Brandon Cooks, baby. Love that. Love that for my lineup. PAT is good. 17-7 as we inch closer to halftime.
So that's a big score there for Houston. Keeping themselves alive. Big for the lineup. Smash that like if you see what you're seeing here. Enjoying these Madden Sims. Appreciate you all being here with us. We're not going nowhere. We do have some updates on some scheduling stuff to be determined of the week of Christmas. But just to let you know, this coming week, you got 3 on Monday, full slate Tuesday, Wednesday, 3 on Thursday, full slate on Friday, and then just 2 next Saturday because the NFL has a triple header next week as part of your Week 15. I know the Bucks play on Saturday, so we'll just keep you updated on that. And then the week of, when we hit the playoffs for this tournament, that Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, obviously the holiday on Friday. I don't know what we're doing Christmas Eve just yet, but you will all be informed. Be patient, stay tuned. Again, shout out to Asher and to Zach flying on the ops right now. We'll see. Well, what do you think they're going to do here, Tom? You think they're going to try some aggressive? Tannehill already with 159 through the air. 2 timeouts in 37 seconds.
I think we're going to get some aggression here. We love Mike Vrabel, one of the more aggressive coaches in the NFL. And we see it!
Interception! He's gonna take it to the 7-yard line.
Wow. And this is exactly why we don't see aggressive plays before half. Is just what you saw right there. The bad interception throw by Ryan Tannehill. Brutal pick there. As Texans can now get right back in this one.
And they
punch it in.
Wow, that was quick. They've scored 2 touchdowns. That is Duke Johnson Jr.
Wow.
In the matter of 15 seconds, they have scored 2 touchdowns. This thing was 17-0. We're thinking, all right, Tennessee's going to walk their way. Brother Phil's dropping trash in the chat, talking smack. And now look at this game. Before we even get to Club Madden, the highlight of the night is still to come. But look at this. We're going into it all ready to go. Make sure you get your favorite libation of choice. Like I said, Tom's got the water. I got the blackberry apple green. What is this? Apple cider vinegar tea.
Ooh, that sounds good, I guess.
It's mediocre. It's mediocre, but it says it helps with digestion.
There you go.
I'm like an old lady. Give me some prunes too. So yeah, if you guys went with Cooks or you threw the dart with Duke, you're feeling good. Duke was stuffed at the 1-yard line earlier in the half, Tom, and that time not going to be denied from 7 yards out.
Okay, here's a question for you, Rossi. Does Tennessee come out aggressive here? 27 seconds, 2 timeouts.
No. After that is right here is what we see. This is what I like to call bad football play. Now, I'm not saying Tennessee's a bad team, but, again, watching football over the years, you see teams do that when they're feeling a little high and mighty. They're up. Okay, they give up the score. Let's try to get back. Like, that is what you see a lot with these teams, maybe coaches, offensive. Like, they should have probably noticed they're up 10. I believe they get the ball back as well at the end. They do. They get the ball back at the next half. Like, maybe you're not that team, but we'll see. 27 seconds.
I have vaulted into second place with the Brandon Cooks touchdown.
Oh, my God. Look at you. It's 62 points. I am
Is that A.J. Brown?
Oh, my Lord. Down the sideline. Call the timeout.
Oh, my God. That's huge for me.
This Tom, it is all.
And then if we get a Gostowski field goal, oh, my God. That's huge.
It was in 7th. I plummeted to 39th. Tommy Freeze flop.
Oh, my God.
Look at him. Look at him chilling there in that number 2 spot. He's only 3 points behind the lead. And you know what would help you? A Gostowski field goal.
Oh, Ghostface Killer. Wu-Tang.
Play action. The give, the catch. Looks like that is Janu. They're going to call the timeout and probably kick the field goal here. So you're looking at around a 40 question mark field goal.
Yeah.
You're in first place right now. You are in first place.
Let's go.
Oh, my good Lord.
By the way, if you love college football, right now, USC, UCLA, great game. 35-30 with 10 minutes left in the fourth quarter.
38-yarder. Gostowski's good.
Ghostface Killer.
Add the
Wu-Tang.
The hashtag stack them kickers paying off right now in your leading lineup. Tommy Freeze Pops. He's got the captain of A.J. Brown. Where did A.J. Brown get all these points? Deshaun Watson, Derrick Henry, Cooks, Fairbairn, and Gostkowski. Seriously, A.J. Brown has 37 points?
Incredible.
Wow. What's he done?
He had that big catch, man. That helped me out big time.
I understand, but 37 points in the captain? Jeez.
Oh, yes. And Derrick Henry, one of the low point mans on my team, really. Second to last as far as point totals. So I'm feeling really good heading into the second half. I normally feel awful about my lineup, so I'm going to embrace the positivity here.
Yeah, by the way, Congo Cap said, didn't Ferkser score a TD? No, I just said his name too many times. It was Schwain who did.
All right, so I'm gonna get ready here.
Yeah, here we go. Well, we'll see. Actually, the way this game's going, we probably could get some more points here. It's Deshaun Watson in the gun, 4 wide. Let's get Duke Johnson next to him. 3-man rush. Throws the ball deep into a crowd. That ball is going to be incomplete, and we are going to head to the half. Tommy Freeze Pop will give you the numbers, and we are going to head to Club Madden. Oh, look at you. You're doing my job. I like it. Yeah, keep going. I don't think we're on camera yet, but when we are. There we go.
Yeah, it's Club Madden in this on a Saturday night. It's Madden After Dark. Ryan Tannehill, 14 for 18, 213, 2 touchdowns. Early favorite for the captain. Deshaun Watson, 8 for 10 for 141. 2 touchdowns for him as well. If you have both quarterbacks like I do, you're feeling good. Derrick Henry, 7 attempts, 44 yards. That's what he had at the end of the first quarter. So, yeah, that's surprising, but can still get the bonus. What do you think? AJ Brown, 6 catches, 113 yards.
Son of a gun. 113. That son of a gun.
That's
more
why
to
he's there, baby.
Get more to the other guy who scored for you. Get it to Corey Davis.
Brandon Cooks, 3 catches, 91 yards, a touchdown. That was huge for me and everyone with Cooks. Duke Johnson, 2 catches, 6 yards, but he's got a touchdown. So he's a factor in the passing game as well.
Club Madden, baby. I hope everyone's partying like we are. Wherever you are, however you feel. I hope this is bringing some positive experience into your world.
Your boy, Corey Davis, 1 touchdown, but he's only got 1 catch, 41 yards.
I'll take it,
Here we
though.
go now.
It's a 10 spot. That's a 10 spot. I'm still feeling good here as we'll get here and get ready for the third quarter. Club Madden is in full effect. It is the holiday season. It's Tommy Friesbach. It's Jason Rossi. It's a candle. We got Drew, our producer, our guy Asher and Zach on ops, and Daniel on the 1s and 2s, and you, DK Sim fam. Give it up.
Remix.
Put your drinks in the air.
Hey, show me some kicking stats. I want to see my man Gostowski.
Here it is.
Give me that. Give me that. Ghostface Killer.
2
field goals attempts. 2 for 2. 100%. 38-yard long. Let's go. We're getting ready for the start of the third quarter here in Club Madden. Yeah.
All right, we're welcome back here. We're getting into the third quarter. We're coming out of Club Madden, distracting all the producers and stats and ops team. This happens every single time. I will get a hate text later, but I am okay with it. DK Simfam, smash that like button. Appreciate you. Midwest Heather says, rave. Lisa, being all serious, she goes, no, I just need Humphreys. Wham to come out of nowhere and bam, a touchdown. What is happening when you put the announcers in a lockdown? GD, right, Jeff? That's where this all started from, Jeff. That's where this all started from.
My fiance in the other room saying, Thomas, we are not into club. Please stop into club. We are trying to sleep into club. And then sent me a massive amount of gifts portraying the exact same message. Look, if you're not crying in the club on a Saturday night, then are you really having a good time?
Listen, I've made plenty of girls cry in the club, and it's only because I was asking if they wanted to hang out.
Please go away from me.
Yeah. Mockingjay said, this is why these two are my favorites. Appreciate that. What's the score, Riley? Oh, what the stick in the mud. Have they ever been to a club, says Rob? Yeah, no. Rob, I have. Rob, I'll be honest with you, I have. And guess what? What we just were in was the best club ever. We're all sitting on our couches.
Stink.
Yeah, and they cost too much money. It's too hoity-toity. The drinks are too expensive. This blackberry apple cider vinegar tea was like $5.
Get
for
out of here with that.
50 little tabs. So I'm feeling good. No, appreciate you all. Smash that like. It's me and Tommy Freespub having some fun.
By the way, some breaking news here for soccer fans. The Columbus Crew winning the Major League Soccer Cup tonight. MLS Cup won by the Columbus Crew of Columbus, Ohio.
Congratulations to the Crew of Columbus Soccer. Way to kick them balls and bring yourself a championship in this weird year. I look forward to the WWE title belt you'll be displaying on your Twitter soon.
I wonder if they'll have a parade.
I don't think so, because no other sports team has. Maybe they'll have like a walk around. They can come into Club Mad and we could do it for them. We could do a virtual. I could bring this thing to championship levels.
Totally. I'll be there. That can't be too far of a drive from St. Louis.
No, you're fine. I was doing it from Zoom, so you can drive. Craig Coffin asked, seriously, Jason Ross, is that football plastic, or can you actually play catch with it all night? You can't play catch.
That's a good question.
It's a speaker. It's the Gronk speaker from Brookstone a couple years ago.
Oh, yeah,
so
yeah.
You can actually like spike it, throw it around, play with the boys at the beach.
Nice.
So yeah, it's a really actually it's pretty sweet. I'll be honest.
That's awesome.
And
it holds up well. Good sound quality.
Yeah, pretty decent. Pretty decent. It's good in like a bathroom and like a small room that like can echo.
Sure.
You know, that's where I do most of my partying nowadays, in the shower. So, but yeah, you can bring it to like a beach, outdoors. It's a solid for what you're getting, if that makes sense. Like, it's not like the best Bluetooth speaker I would say out there, but it's the most fun.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can play catch with it, so that's a win for me.
Rob Ball says, so you're the one keeping Brookstone in business. Brookstone's a goat store when you got nothing to do.
Totally.
Right. Always that and like Spencer's Gifts. So you go from like wacky weird stuff to like really expensive stuff. Like, I kind of want this.
You're right.
But I'm not going to get it.
Yeah, when it was cool to go to the mall in high school with your friends and just walk around, you wander into a Brookstone and then you just hang out in those massage chairs for a while. I'm guilty. Providence Place Mall, about 15 years old, hanging out in a Brookstone.
Yeah.
Like, that sounds like a Saturday in February for me as a middle schooler.
Yeah,
sophomore in high school, whatever.
Little pretzel from Pretzel Time in your hand.
Oh, Auntie Annie's is the way to go. Oh, Derrick Henry with the move.
Derrick Henry makes a move there at the 12, gets down to the 7-yard line. He's up to 65 yards on the ground. He is in the zone. The bulldozer has been unlocked, so beware. He is going to be breaking some tackles.
He's a beast. First and goal. We're going to hear some Derrick Henry bouncing off guys.
Got the bench set.
Bumbling.
Man in motion. That's Humphrey. Oh, the give.
Wow. Oh. A vulture try by Humphreys there.
That would have really made me depressed. I'm going to blow out this candle because this is the end of the night here in the Rossi household, so I don't want to forget. So we have a 20-14 game right now. The lead is due to 2 Stephen Gostkowski field goals. It was 17-0 with 8 seconds remaining. There's the give to Derrick Henry. He's going to breaks the first tackle. Cannot break the second. Yeah, this game has been wild. It was 17-0 after a Corey Davis and then a touchdown to Schwein. 2 touchdowns for Tannehill. Then field goal by Gostkowski. 17-zip, 48 seconds remaining in the half. A touchdown pass from Deshaun Watson to Brandon Cooks for 60-plus yards. An interception from Tannehill. Quick score by Duke Johnson Jr. Another field goal before the half ended by Tennessee, so 20-14. And here's a touchdown pass to Derrick Henry. Getting one coming out of the backfield. That is the 3rd touchdown pass for Ryan Tannehill, the first receiving touchdown for the leading rusher in this holiday tournament.
Vrabel's jacked up on the sidelines.
Do you think Vrabel could tackle Henry right now?
Yeah. Vrabel is a monster, dude. That guy, eats children for breakfast. Oh, 2-point conversion from the Titans.
Humpty, I think it was Lisa looking for the Humpty man to do his thing, do the hump, but he gets you a score there. It's a 2-pointer. So that is a big one there.
Do the Humpty hump. Do the Humpty hump.
And actually this week on our Pop Culture Pile Driver podcast, we did the Music of 1990, a 30-year retrospective. And you can vote on which song Billy and I, put 2 songs each into, we call the jukebox. It'll be a song that represents 1990. Humpty Dance was from 1990, is in the voting. So that's that's step by step by New Kids, Enjoy the Silence from Depeche Mode, and We Didn't Start the Fire from Billy Joel.
So those were the 4?
Those are 4 we chose. So obviously on Twitter, you can only vote for 4. So if you want to vote on that, you can follow at Jason D. Rossi.
I love the versatility there. I love Depeche Mode getting in the mix.
Well, that was, so my 2 was Depeche Mode and the Billy Joel, We Didn't Start the Fire. Not his best song by any means. Not like 1990 was such a weird transitional year of music.
Right.
Wilson Phillips' Hold On from Bridesmaids was the number 1
good song though
of the year. Oh yeah, jam. Just weird year. Not this game. This game isn't weird. This game's stacked of points. But yeah, if you so choose, if you're sitting on the old Twitter machine, you want to throw a vote in. I just retweeted that. If you are a podcast listener, check out
my vote now.
Yeah, let me retweet it officially.
I am now down to 5th in the contest. Robert Janelle's calling me out on YouTube. I see you, Robert. I'm going to come back here.
Oh, Robert, we see it, and we know what you're up to. It's been retweeted. You can also check out... I was going to call it That Damn Nation, but I know I'm saying it wrong now.
No, yeah, you're saying it like Who Dat Nation, like the Saints, but it's really Great Dane Nation.
Yeah, Great Dane Nation. Thank you.
With my man Morton the Great Dane Anderson as my co-host. We had Chris Berman on this week.
Dude, you guys have great guests. Like literally unbelievable guests. So if you obviously enjoy what we're doing here, you can support Tommy Freeze Pops over there. Please
he was great, man. He was awesome. Especially, I mean, if you grew up a sports fan and you're about Rossi and I's age, I mean, Chris Berman is iconic, and he really defines sort of the sports highlight biz. He's in the Pro Football Hall of Fame as a broadcaster. Just so much fun, and him and Morton have been friends for 40 years, so it was fun to hear those two just riff. Really good time. Chris Berman on Great Dane Nation. Check it out on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your favorite podcasts. Rumbling, stumbling, bumbling, back. Whoop!
And he must have dropped some. I have not listened. I listened to the Irvin one. That guy, I'm telling you, Michael Irvin's the best interview.
Incredible.
He's all over sports. He was on after Thursday night. You'll see him tomorrow morning on the NFL Network. We have a 3rd and 12 here. Actually, that's a question, Tommy. As a guy, probably watches some pre-games, like, do you have like a go-to pre-game show, or do you just flip around? Do you have any legions?
Mm-hmm. I always flip around because I kind of like bits and pieces of each. Anytime Rob Riggle is on my screen, I turn it immediately. So definitely don't like when that happens on Fox. ESPN, I used to like the crew they had back in the day when Tom Jackson was involved, and Keyshawn and Ditka. That was really my go-to, like the OG Sunday NFL countdown crew they had in there for a while. Chris Carter, that when obviously Boomer was hosting then. So that was the one that I really liked. CBS doesn't really do it for me, but I find myself watching it quite a bit because the Pats play on CBS so much. Just a lot of boring dudes on CBS.
Not a Boomer and Cowher.
No, I don't need Boomer Esiason and Phil Simms. It's redundant. Give me one of them. They're the same guy.
I'll tell you, a good one that I like to tune into in the early morning. You have that NFL has like a kind of a weird show. I don't know what it's called, like something about the numbers. But CBS Sports has a good one called The Other Pregame Show. I just really enjoy it. I really like the crew that they have there. You got London Fletcher on there. I'm not going to remember all the names off the hand. They have a good fantasy segment with my guy Jeff Radcliffe, who's a great follow. But that's a show that I don't know why, like, it's just so different from all the others. Obviously, NFL Network is just top notch. I love, Rich Eisen. I love Mike Irvin, Kurt Warner. Mooch is on there, who's become such a likable. Like, I didn't like him coaching. Like, I just used to. Oh, what a dink! But no, I love him. In these games.
Mooch is great.
That's it. Oh, look at this. It's a Twitch over at P. Hooligan says, Tom, who is Morton's EPL team?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I saw that, and honestly, I don't know the answer, but he is a massive soccer fan. Being a guy growing up in Denmark, huge soccer dude. Anyone that's basically not from America is a massive soccer fan. So I unfortunately don't know the answer to that because I'm not a soccer guy. It's not that I don't like it. I didn't grow up as a fan of any particular team, so I never really got into it. Yes, I know the Revs play in New England, just never really got into it. So when Morton and I kind of talk off air, we talk about football, you know, like it just hasn't come up in convo. But I will get that information and I will report back.
Tune into the podcast. Maybe he'll drop it there.
Maybe we'll talk about it on the pod. After the NFL season ends, we are going to differentiate with guests. We're talking with Bill Murray about coming on the podcast. We're talking with Tom Izzo from Michigan State.
Yes.
So got a few buns in the oven on that one. Bill Burr. So
great interview.
You're gonna hear some non-NFL guys on the pod after the season ends.
Well, in that quarter, we got 8 points, all from the Titans. They got the touchdown, the pass to Derrick Henry, the 83% ownership it was asked. So Tannehill, 3 scores so far. Did he have the bonus in that quarter as well? He's got to be close. As we have ourselves, he's at 304. So yes, the bonus for Tannehill, the bonus for AJ Brown, the bonus because you get to see me and Tom Carroll here.
That's a bonus for everybody. I'm now in 9th, so I'm steadily dropping, as is the trend anytime I'm in a contest. A field goal from either team would be really helpful for me. But, you know, this is what happens. This is why you should fade me. Anytime you see me tweet out my lineup, it's so you guys can fade me.
I got 2 goose eggs. That's really holding my lineup down here. I got Randall Cobb, who hasn't smelled the ball. Fertzer, who's just fun to say, but he stinks. Tannehill's doing good for me. You know, Watson's doing his job. Henry and Corey Davis, but AJ Brown's been the story here from the reception-wise. 6 for 113. Jonnu, 6 for 63. Brandon Cooks, 3 for 91. Derrick Henry, 3 for 22. 3 catches for Derrick Henry. He's got a touchdown as well as Cooks. The other touchdown, look at Schwain's got 2 for 20. Fuller, 2 for 33. Humphreys getting in there, 2 for 35. Corey Davis just still that lone catch for 41 points in the score. And give me a little something else there, Corey, please.
I am just seeing now that our producer, Daniel, sent over a video. I'm assuming that, that's Madden in the club. Gonna have to watch that later. That was a lot of fun. First time in the club, lived up to the hype.
Yeah, baby. That's what it's all about. It's about the people here. I saw a cough with a mustache earlier. He's not doing that for himself. He ain't doing that for his wife, and he definitely isn't doing that for his neighbors because they'd be calling the cops on him. He did that for the Sim fan. Madden After Dark, Club Madden. It's for you guys. We love being here.
My hair's all messed up because of the club because I was head bobbing, so we're just going to mess it up more.
Too many Appletinis over there for Tom. But honestly, like, we love doing this stuff. We love having fun with you guys. We do a lot of joking. You can hate on us, love us, follow us, disrespect us, whatever you do. Bring that energy in your world, but we're trying to bring that positive vibes. It's Saturday night, big slate of football, playoffs if you're in fantasy, DFS. Hopefully you're going to win $1 million tomorrow. Hopefully we're broadcasting to a millionaire right now, Tom.
Hell yeah.
That'd be cool. Maybe somebody already is a millionaire. What do I know? There's over 550 of you over on YouTube, a gajillion and a half of you on Twitch, and millions of you watching throughout the universe. We have a 3rd and 17. Check down to Derrick Henry.
Rossi, I don't know about you, but in my year-long fantasy situation, I have 2 teams. I have a bye in both of them. One because I'm in 2nd place and I'm the highest scoring team, and one because I'm in 9th out of 10 and I have a terrible team. So I have a bye until the consolation playoffs begin next week. I've got a bye on both levels.
Well, I like the first one. Hopefully it's a big cash league. I am in 7th place out of we 8 teams make the playoffs. We don't do the bye system in our league, but either way I'd be playing. So I have a few decisions to be made actually for my lineup. And I'm going to sweat it out. I'll probably just make some decisions in the morning, receiver-wise. Julio out, Kenny Golladay out. Thanks, Kenny. Appreciate the season, pal. David Johnson.
Yeah, what a stinker for that guy.
Oh my gosh. So right now the big question, Tom, is we get a completion here. It's going to be a first down. And I think this is a question that a lot of people are asking, DFS-wise as well. We're talking about that Colts versus Vegas game. T.Y. Hilton's become a player again. 2 straight weeks scores, or 100-yard receiving. He's had big games recently. Right now, here's the eligible. I at least have 4 to potentially play. Kiki QT, who had a nice game last week. Don't know if that's going to replicate again, but at Chicago. I got Alan Lazard. I got Antonio Brown, Robbie Anderson, T.Y. Hilton. There's going to be a bomb deep. It's incomplete. I got at least a minimum of 3 out of 5. Might play 4. I might go with DeAndre. Like I just been a little bit.
You've got some decisions to make here. What I will say is I'm feeling the TY.
I know.
I think they're starting to figure each other out. You know, it's sort of like Rivers and TY were like, you know, when you bring a new dog into the house and the dog that's been there for a while sort of doesn't want to be friends with it right away. They're sort of just sniffing each other and keeping their distance. Sometimes they'll bark at each other, but they're not really friends. And then, you know, a few weeks later, they're sleeping on each other. And that's how I feel like Phillip Rivers and T.Y. Hilton have been, because T.Y. has been the unquestioned leader of that team for a few years now. And you bring in Phillip Rivers, he's an alpha dog. He's your captain immediately. You know, he's going to the Hall of Fame at some point. Maybe not first ballot, but he'll get in. So,
are you kidding me? Everyone gets in the Hall of Fame at this point.
Right, at some point, right. So I think it just took them some time to figure out the chemistry, but I like T.Y., man. I'd throw him in there.
It's going to be really hard for me not to play him, just seeing the way things have gone. I think QT might be like the one I might not go with again. I just think Chicago, it's going to be tough. I'm going to make some decisions, and I hate making decisions. Like, I don't think I can play Antonio Brown. He could have one of those awesome games, but I just think that's putting a lot of faith in a guy. Robbie Anderson's been great. I feel like he has, it's going to be tough. Running back-wise, my team is, do I play DeAndre Washington tomorrow? Is he worth it?
I mean, Jeff was high on him because he thinks he's going to get touches.
Yeah, but it's Kansas City. Like, what are those touches going to look like?
That's what I was saying, too, because, like, there's always a chance Kansas City can be up by 21 by half, and Miami's going to be forced to throw the ball a lot. So, yeah, it's dicey, but he's going to get looks at least early from what Jeff is thinking. We got an upset in college football as LSU takes down Florida. Florida was undefeated.
6. No, they had one loss.
They were sixth with one loss.
Yes.
And they were in the conversation for college football playoff spot, and no longer, as LSU, who's having a bad season, wins 37-34.
Big win for LSU. You know, obviously a lot of the guys went on to the pros. We're seeing them, well, one of them toast the leg. First overall pick, that being Joe Burrow. But, a lot of them playing on Sundays and, big transition year. But that's a big signature win. That's great for the coach staff. Recruiting season is right upon us. As there's a deep ball. Where is he throwing that? Intercepted.
Picked.
That's not good. That's a big interception. That's going to almost put this game into real tough position for the Houston Texans to come back. But they also did score 14 points in the matter of a dog's nap or a dog taking a crap. I don't really know what a nap is. Naps seem like it'd be pretty long, but it was quick. So we'll see. They got to make a stop here. 7-yard line. Tannehill in the gun. Throws it as a receiver. It is caught. It is
your man, Corey Davis.
Welcome back, Corey. Good to see you.
Only his third catch. Let's give my man A.J. Brown here a deep touchdown.
He's good. He's gotten his. I did see a question here, fantasy question. So who y'all got? Gio, Le'Veon, Johnson from the Jets. It's Ty Johnson. Sanders or Mostert. 1 point PPR. Need 2 of these players. There's a run. A catch after. Ooh, look at this.
I'd go Sanders and Mostert without thinking too much about it.
Yeah,
definitely wouldn't start Le'Veon.
Gio's an interesting one, for the Bengals going against the Cowboys. But yeah, if Sanders, maybe if you're gonna go with this, Jalen Hurts starts rallying the troops, making them feel good. The touches, he'll probably be a safety net. That's why I'm gonna go with Goddard
like
still.
Sanders.
Let's go with Sanders and Mostert. I agree with Mostert for the most part. Actually, I don't know. That defensive front for the Skins.
Yeah, for Washington football team.
Whoops. They put money in the jar. I'm actually going to say Gio. I like Gio tomorrow.
Okay.
And I would go
I'm just hesitant to play a Bengal.
You should be.
By the way, I just saw the highlight for the end of that LSU-Florida game. Florida had a chance to tie it up with a field goal at the end. Incredibly foggy down at the Swamp. Kicker probably could not even see the uprights.
Oh, no.
And they missed the field goal, and LSU gets the victory with no time left. So we could have gotten college OT, which I love personally. I don't know about you. I love
it's
college.
the best. It really is one of the best, but I'm going to say
fun.
I get really sad when I see a college player miss a field goal at the end of a game. I don't know
Yeah,
what it
it's
is.
a bummer.
It's depressing a little bit because it's like, this is just a dude who like everyone probably like picks on a little bit.
Yeah, and he's a kid, you know.
Yeah, and
I
it's
know
like,
you and I aren't that much older per se, but like you know how old you were at that time and how immature you probably were.
Well,
like I was.
Yeah, I just think of that locker room, and it's like these guys, like they're not getting paid, and there's quotation marks there. But you know, like those, like that poor kid is like probably not really like close with all the team. Like some teams are close with that kicker because he's not. I'm sure he's no Pat McAfee, that kicker.
Yeah,
but, like,
right.
That's a tough one.
College kickers always dicey.
Yeah, that stinks. But hey, whatever. See you later.
I'm now in 10th.
I'm just not even looking anymore. One thing also, did you see earlier the end of the I believe it was Ball State Western Michigan game? Did you see that? All right, I'm not even going to say it. If SimFam, after this is over, we're winding down this sim. Just Google that, YouTube it, go on your app
now
of
I'm
choice.
excited.
Remember when the band came on the field? Remember that famous?
Oh, yeah.
All right, it's the Stanford band. Like, it's like that, but better. And you'll have to watch it.
That's incredible.
That's the biggest tease I could do. It's one of
That's an amazing tease, and it's Maction.
Yes. It's
Love
the
Maction.
crazy. It's easily the craziest ending in the history of Mac football, and you have to watch it. It's jaw-dropping, insane ending, and there's all sorts of drama. You have to watch the whole clip. Obviously, it'll probably be on Twitter somewhere. It won't take.
Yeah.
long.
Oh man, I'm excited.
It's crazy. Just crazy.
Ball State, home of David Letterman. Went to college there. Ball State.
Yeah, the only reason I know that is because I'm a Howard Stern guy, and that's where he wanted to do when he does that Netflix show now. He's like, "Oh, come to Ball State for me to interview you," and Howard Stern's like, "No,
no, absolutely not." Yeah, that's a good show. I like what is it? Up Next or My Next Guest.
My Next Guest.
Like
yeah, the one with he had one with Bruce Springsteen. He had one with was it Barack Obama?
He's done with Barack. I don't know if he's done with Michelle, but I know he did one with Barack.
Obviously, Kim Kardashian got a lot of views. He did one with Kanye.
Yeah,
it's done a good amount, and he has various guests, so it's not all just like super. He had some like
Lizzo.
Oh, he did Lizzo, really? Okay.
Yeah, she was great. Why man great till he gotta be great?
I won't lie. I fancy myself some Lizzo.
It's a great song.
Dig the jams. I do. I think her album is fantastic.
Bom bom beat bom bom bear.
And before you ask, I have yet to listen to the new Taylor Swift. I know everyone was asking.
Yeah, everyone in the world has listened to that. Jesus,
I'm not.
Everyone's like they're not shaming me because they're not outright saying, "Tom, how come you haven't listened to it?" But I see so many tweets about it that I feel shame for not having listened to it.
I'm gonna say something.
But I'm not a Taylor Swift guy. Like I'm not. That's not my jam. You know.
Oh yeah, that's cool. Like what you like. I'm a music guy. I came from music radio originally, so I always listen to even stuff I don't necessarily care for, just to hear what is out there. And we're gonna get another Gostkowski field goal, 40 yards on the dot. It looks like here. This is huge, actually. This is 4 points for you. It is good. That's gonna put
Ghostface Killer. Wu-Tang.
So right now, the very important thing. This is a 17-point differential. That's gonna really help out the Tennessee Titans in this Madden Holiday Tournament, because right now both these teams 0-1. The point differentials thus far, as I pull it up, and I can never find which group they are. Tennessee is a -6 right now. Houston is a -7. They're going to be a -24 if the points remain the same.
Houston.
So what am I saying? Am I saying other teams? Or am I saying
you're saying Houston.
Yeah, let it go. Let it go. That's what it is now. We've dropped the H, baby. It's gone.
It's replaced with a Y. It's
Houston. But yeah, for the Taylor Swift, the only thing, my little hot take about Taylor Swift is, chick, you just released an album earlier this year. Like, can I like that's the problem I think sometimes with music in the era we're living in. We've reached a soapbox point of the night. Is that let people digest and like remember your songs. Like, track 7. I know people aren't listening to CDs, but like, I love these 6 songs. It's like, but that other album's not going to be somewhatly forgotten. And I know it won't because it's Taylor Swift and she has millions of downloads. But.
No, it's a double album though, Rossi. This is part 2.
Nope, that's not how it works.
That's what she's trying to say.
You can say all she wants. She's just a millionaire making more money. I get it. And if you're creative and you have it in you, toss it out there. But I don't know. I think, whatever.
The tweeting and the grandstanding for Taylor Swift over the last, however many hours, since Friday or Thursday, has made me very annoyed on Twitter. I'm like, okay, guys, everyone needs to throw out their think piece on Taylor Swift. Like, let's just calm down here.
Yeah, I'm also going to just say one thing. Speaking of calming down, it's a Saturday. It's feel good. We're drinking tea with blackberry and apple cider green vinegar, whatever the scrap is. The chat, guys, chill out, dudes. Mellow out. Have some fun. Enjoy the banter. Everyone's trying to one-up each other and be the smartest dude in the room. We all know that's me, so don't worry about it. I'm just joking with y'all. But no, have some fun. Encourage each other. Say something nice. Let's see what we can get here. Speaking about nice, let's see if Deshaun can put some points on the board for your lineup. So I don't forget with a minute to go. I want to give a huge shout-out. Big Saturday night. Congratulations to our guy, producer Drew. A wonderful producer tonight. Our guy Daniel on the ones and twos. Give it up for Daniel. Smash that like button. Daniel was amazing.
Daniel.
Yes, he was great. Hopefully he'll post that clip and send that to the big boss, and they'll stop. And they'll be like, "Yeah, we don't want those guys doing
like, oh, fire those guys."
Yeah, immediately as we get a catch there. Is that Randall Cobb's side? All right, we're gonna keep the positivity going. Give it up for Zach in ops. Give it up for Zach. Smash that like. Smash that
Zachy
like.
Poo.
Yeah, that's what he likes to go by.
That's what we call him.
And last but very not least, Asher. He's in the chat. He's in
let's go, Asher.
Give it up for Asher. Asher was amazing tonight. Outstanding crew. What a catch here. Wide open. Room to run. Room to grow. Room to chia. Deshaun Watson getting up to 236 on that one. Brandon Cooks, he's in the bonus by $1 million. My Lord, what a game he has had. Over 140, I think I saw. Yes, and also, last but not least, Tom, give it up for the chat. Give it up for our listeners and fan base.
Twitch, YouTube, and everywhere else you can see this thing.
Deshaun Watson with time throws it not to the end zone. What a boneheaded play, and that's how we're going to wrap it up here from Houston. Bill O'Brien, Bob, you're done, bro. See ya.
Just a massive tugboat horn, by the way. I really wonder if you guys can hear these things. That was one of the loudest ones I've ever heard.
I can't hear it, and I'm very depressed about it.
That's what it sounded like.
I just heard that one. We got a question thrown in at the last second. Landry or Ayuk in PPR this week? Don't even have to answer it. Go with Landry. That guy is on fire.
Yep. They have seemingly found his fit in that offense over the last few weeks. Helped me win last week in my year-long fantasy. He's going to be in my lineup moving forward. Ride him, baby.
That's it. Honestly, outstanding work tonight. This crew is incredible. You guys, DK Sim fam, we can't do this without you. I would like a little more peace in the chat, but what the heck am I? Just a dude just sitting here in north of Boston, chatting up with my guys and my gals and the dudes and the dudettes. I look very scared with all the lights in the background off, but it's like Blair Witch up in here. We can go through the stats. 343 for Tannehill with 3 scores and 1 pick, that boneheaded pick at the end of the half. Watson, 236, 2 scores, 2 picks, and did throw a ball to the end zone. From the rushing standpoint, we had ourselves an interesting one. The receiving numbers are going to be very intriguing because there were so much points to go around. But Tannehill, what a game. This guy looking like the re-enlightened Tannehill as we've seen.
Yeah, I think he's going to be my Krusty Kaufman MVP. I'm just going to jump the gun here.
All right, screw it. Who cares about stats? Who's your Krusty Kaufman?
That's my guy. He's going to win the Wooden Nickel MVP award. Entitles him to 1 free soft serve ice cream cone at Lion's Choice Roast Beef here in St. Louis. So congratulations to Ryan Tannehill, the former wide receiver, getting it done.
Never heard that before. Did you know that Ryan Fitzpatrick went to Harvard?
No, never knew that.
Did you know that Chris Hogan played lacrosse?
Yeah, at Penn State, actually. Did you know that?
Did you know that? I want to go to bed so bad. So who would you be your fader? Who is your Tom Carroll, not my roast beef award?
David Johnson, not getting in any roast beef. Brutal game for David Johnson. 1 reception, 6 yards. So not a factor in the passing game at all. Didn't have a huge factor in the rushing game either. The guy who they traded DeAndre Hopkins for.
Yeah,
bad game tonight.
Yeah, let's not talk about it. It's one of the weirdest things to ever happen.
So dumb.
Yeah. Took down first Rob Hall. Say my name, Jason Rossi or Tom Carroll. I will say it. We'll say it together on 3, right? Do you know the name?
Yep.
All right, ready? 1, 2, 3.
Rob Hall.
There you go, buddy. That's what we're here. We're ending this night on some positivity. Go put in those DFS lineups on DraftKings tomorrow. Go win $1 million, please, and then tell us about it and send us money, or at least a free roast beef sandwich, or a McRib. Because Tom, I think next Saturday we have a sim at 2 o'clock. It might be their McRib.
That's McRib territory right there. That's 1 o'clock Central.
Yeah.
Oh baby, I think we're getting a warm McRib to the face next Saturday.
So mark your calendars. We're gonna do it because I was gonna tweet at you tonight. I was talking with producer Drew, but I was like, that's late. And I don't know if I want that sitting in the old belly at this point in the night.
That's prime lunch territory right there.
Yeah.
I think that's the move.
And we're gonna be celebrating like Christmas with one half of my family that day, and my son's birthday, so I'm probably going to eat crap throughout the day anyways. So why not start it off? I might fast. Just go straight for the McRib. So mark your calendars. A week from this Saturday, the 2 o'clock Eastern sim, it'll be the Tommy Freeze Pop, Jason Rossi, McRib Classic.
Let's go. Let's go.
We're going to be all
That's
jacked
what
up.
it needs to be named in the DK Sim Fam as well. The McRib Classic.
Yes, I'm sure. We can name our own contest that way. But Tom, before we get the heck out of here, any messages for the fam?
Love you all. Enjoy the football tomorrow.
Absolutely do so. Remember, smile, be kind to others, get yourself a good night's sleep, enjoy the football, go win that $1 million. On behalf of producer Drew, Daniel, our ops team of Zach and Asher, have yourself the most incredible night. Stay hydrated, and we'll catch you next time. Good night, Sim Fam.